me do the other two things. We're gonna go and put some objectives up here, and the... where is it? Gene is not dead message. There we go. Gene is not dead. But yeah. So the reason why we've stopped our 16 times pop character is that character is alive. They are, you know, let's go ahead and say they are still alive. But the issue I was running in with is the durability of the weapons versus the time investment to make the weapons. I was spending literally 1/4 of my time playing on build 42, fast forwarding bars over my character just crafting weapons. Literally 1/4 of the time. And then the rest is like clearing all that stuff. So you're surprised you haven't said F it and level short blunt and live on the short bats? I would still need to have to craft it up to 6 carving. And I don't grind skills. That's just not a thing I do in the game. If I have to grind a skill to play the game, I stop playing that game. That's kind of one of my rules. Target Echo Creek, which is mostly cleared. But yeah, so we're gonna go back to doing that thing where we say like what areas have been cleared, what areas are we working on. But yeah, so it is those things. And I know there is like a meta of making the wood bats and a meta of making the wood spade and all that kind of stuff. I've gone to stance that if literally I have to go and seek out the meta, then I don't play a game. Like, to me, game balance is a very, very, very important thing with considerations of the game. But yeah, so for the record, with that said, I actually think Product Zomboid is going to be fine when build 42 is more. This is just our early pains of unstable branch. The balance isn't in there. It's not fully baked yet. That's fine. I'm not like actually like, oh my god, Product Zomboid dead game or anything like that. But for the time being, I found the sheer volume of time I was having to spend crafting, and I did off stream, gave a character 7 blacksmithy, 7 carving, and 7 maintenance, and made a couple weapons with blacksmithy to see how it went. And it would also almost the exact same time of 1/4 of my time being spent crafting versus 1/4 of my time, or sorry, the 3/4 of my time being able to spend fighting. And so it's like, okay, all I've done is I've made a more complicated craft for time investment, the same outcome. All right, the bathroom is over here, which means it doesn't change the algebra, as it were. Why can I not drink out of you? What's that floor? You love it? Yeah, it's one of the new buildings. The mass still mass. Yeah, it's actually interesting in that sense that the weapons against each other are balanced, which is certainly a good thing. But the problem is that that balance would be a deal breaker for me. Like, genuinely speaking, my intent right now is for... Oh, yeah, people mentioned there was a basement in this place I hadn't checked. My intent right now is I'm just not going to do 16 times pop until we see what the rebalance of that is. Wait, is it on the other side of the building? Oh, I have a flashlight in my hand. Hey, appoint maintenance. What would you like them to change? So there's a lot of ways they could address it. I'm actually okay with it being as involved crafting and as time-consuming crafting. But what I would want... Oh no, that's not a staircase. That's just a chimney. That's the basement. Because people had mentioned there was a basement. Do I get it? Do it from the side? Yeah, there's a door right there. So there's a bunch of different ways they could resolve it. So like one of the things they could do is just the crafted weapons have a much higher durability. Is one of the big, big solutions they could do pretty easily. Aww. Rotten ice cream is just sad. Grab the pipe wrench, because that's a decent weapon. Can make stuff with the nuts and bolts. There's a drill press in there. I can't remember if a drill press is one of the machines. I don't think... You can't craft a drill press, right? Oh, I need to drag you over. But... There we go. Pretty sure the drill press isn't a thing. Yeah. So it's just a thing there. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, one of the things they could do is they could make it so the crafted weapons have a much higher durability. That would solve the problem, because then, you know, you'd put in the time to make the weapons, and in return, you'd get a better weapon. And I know people are going like, but realistically, a crowbar will be... I don't give an F. I really don't give an F. For me... If I'm going to take all the time to craft up this weapon, it's got to be worth that time. Taking all the time to craft up that weapon versus just finding it, it should be better. Once, like, the good, like, the early crude weapons, yeah, those will be junk that just don't last, sure. But, like, the stuff when it comes to blacksmithy, I would want the weapons as you start getting some levels in it to be better than the crowbar and all that. And I know... the diehards for realism are going to throw an absolute fit over that, because they'll be like, no, realistically, something made in an industrial situation would be far better than something you could craft, just slap whatever. And you'd be right. This is what's called a video game. And one of the important things for video games that balance consideration is that the amount of effort put in, that you get enough benefit from the output. That, you know, there is a return on investment that feels good. And to me, with the crafting right now, that isn't where it needs to be. We had a group of zombies over here. I guess this area is clear. I was going to be like, oh yeah, we need to clear this out. And we had a rally group. I probably pulled them along that fence line when we were fighting here earlier. I apparently had the key for that. I'll grab the welding torch, grab the iron pipe. I can bonk zombies with that. Large knife is always a good time. I'll put that on the right. Someday I'll probably be able to craft with the saw blade. Alright, so looking at where we're at, what that does mean is we have fully looted the chicken coop area thing here. Yeah, because that was a barn. Yeah, so we got all that all looted. And so with that, we can check down this area here, but I'm going to consider Echo Creek clear, because this is Echo Creek here. Like, I'm not counting all these dispersed farms out in the boonies and all that as part of Echo Creek. We'll probably go run by and clear those as we wander the map. But that'll probably go and count Echo Creek as clear, because that one we actually did go into literally every one of the buildings and made sure was actually clear. And for the record, we are going to still have zombies spawning in. I forgot to disable, or forgot to change the peak and base pop so that the peak pop wasn't higher. Yeah, we can't have the helicopter, so I'm going to ignore it. Let's see, something made in the industrial area is better than handmade. Say that to a master swordsmith with their own sword compared to a mass-produced sword in the factory. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying there. Yeah, okay, so it's just the stable, or just a building with wood. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying with that. My point is more that, like, you know, you just, like, sitting there and just slapping a bunch of, like, screwdrivers and that into a forge and then just hammering them together. Not gonna be a whole thing. Where is my truck? Oh, I bet you I parked it way up the road over here. You have another internal build? No, right now we're on the, we should be on the same build. There hasn't been an update to the internal build since build 42.3.1 dropped. The car is over here, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw all the zombies and we backed up real fast. But see, they really wouldn't be right. There's a reason there are still master blacksmiths in the world. They can make stuff better than any... I understand what you're saying, but that's not really... In this case, our character here isn't playing the part of Master Blacksmith. Our character is taking screwdrivers and melting them down and then hammering them together and all that. So, like, we're not going and getting quality steel and putting a bunch of effort into it. We're just taking whatever crap we can, melting it down, and shoving it together. So we're definitely not Master Blacksmiths. We are Blacksmith Opportunity. I'll toss the crowbar in the trunk here. I already have one equipped. Yeah, we're trying not to die Blacksmith. We're doing the best we can with what we got. Blacksmiths. Alright, that should be more than enough weapons on us. I'll go ahead and eat half of the chocolate. How's my weight doing, by the way? Alright. We're still overweight. Normally I wouldn't be overweight by now. We'd be in good shape. But we definitely were eating all the ice cream we saw because of that thing. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna turn around. We already cleared that. I will get this one set of barns that's like right on the edge of Echo Creek. I'll loop that in. But my point is I did forget to change the peak population compared to the base population. What I would have done is I would have made the starting population the same as the peak population just to avoid the weird spawn and stuff. So because I didn't change that, we will have zombies not respawning, spawning. Respawning is a separate mechanic. Spawning into this area. And I did see a zombie back there. I'm gonna go up here, park it up. But rather than staying here for the first 28 days or whatever. Yeah, no, so like yeah, Elder, I'm not trying to actually argue against you on this. In a lot of ways, that means we're aligned on what I want. My point is, we're crafting stuff in the game, and right now, the stuff we craft in the game is mostly worse than the weapons you find. There's a little bit of fuzziness there. Some of the very late game stuff, crafting-wise, is a little better. But what I think I would like to see is I think I would like to see them nerf the drop rates even more on some stuff, which I know will upset some people. And instead, what they could do is they could take the crafting stuff and make it so the durability is significantly higher. So it is just one of those things. Or maybe not even nerf the stuff. Let's ignore that part. That's a different side of the balance equation. But just when it comes to the considerations of the balance, I feel like for the amount of effort you have to put in crafting with leveling up stuff, sourcing your materials, doing all the work, I feel like they need to be better. And so, again, ignoring the reality that me taking a piece of cloth and some sticks and some stone and wrapping it with a piece, wrapping it with a cloth, in real life is going to make a pretty crap weapon. Ignoring that part, the amount of effort involved in doing that versus what you get out of it, in a lot of cases, it's just better off to just take whatever the zombie has stuck in them or whatever. And I understand part of the reason it's not that way is they do want the pressure of you needing to go into the areas where the zombies are to get equipment. But the problem is with that balance is anything over like the lowest of populations and all that suddenly becomes incredibly grindy crafting. But like you've seen in this one, I haven't needed to craft anything. I actually don't expect to ever need to craft anything at all in this entire run. Like the amount of weapons I'm expecting to find along the way, I'm expecting to fully cover every zombie we go to kill. But I would like the crafted weapons to have a bit more durability, to make them a bit better, so that if you're going to go ahead and put all the effort into it, you know, you got something to show for it on the other end. But it took months to scrap more, it said, lasted like 80 zombies on maintenance 9. Well, that's the thing. Our other characters, like, I believe maintenance, I think 9? Is either 8 or 9. And even with that, when I made some decent stuff, it's just, they just don't last. And so what I was finding is having to produce like 4 a week, like 40 or so weapons. And I understand I'm at 16 times pop, and that exacerbates it because it means I have to depend almost exclusively on crafted weapons. Whereas for a regular run like this, you'll notice I'm not needing to deal with it at all. Alright, come on. Yeah, that's just a balance thing they gotta sort out. Oh. It got stuck in his head. Yes, let's go to the field for a moment. Okay. Yeah, like the saw blade hatchets look really amazing. It's a shame that they just absolutely nuke your stuff from more. Yeah, the downside is I don't think these pigs are gonna survive. They don't have feeding troughs that have food in them. So I'm expecting this to not go well for them. They eat grass? Yeah. But for that many pigs, the 2 little food troughs there for water and grass and everything? We'll see. If you mean like they eat the grass on the ground, that's fine too. Oh no, I'm not gonna come back. I'm not planning on taking the time to care for the animals and all that this run. Very genuinely, I want to lean on fishing, just so I'm not attached to the location where I have to keep maintaining the animals. More than likely what I'll probably do is at some point, I'm going to slaughter all the pigs. Did you just die? Or are you sleeping? No, you're just laying down. Yeah, so for my intent is what I'll probably do here is when we go to leave Echo Creek, I'm going to kill all but one of the females and one of the males. Just basically given as much of a chance that they could survive as is, as well as do a little bit of butchering. Alright. But yeah, and I'm not going to try and keep every animal alive on the map or anything. We're going to be moving around way too much for that. Are some already dead? No. That's what it's like, wait a second. When the one laid down, it's like, oh no, it's just... There's some of the animals will just like lay down and chill and all that, and pigs are one of them. I got a basement on this house, I got a zombie around the back. Oh, some black lipstick. Going from 16 times to Apoc is so chill. Yeah, my fear is I'll get bored. But I think as long as we have like the objective of like clear the next town, clear... Oh, the garlic is fresh. I wasn't expecting that. Because we turned the power off day 1, so honestly, finding weapons not, or finding food that's still good and has an expiration date is kind of a novelty. But that's the reason I'm not actually grabbing a lot of these things that normally you'd want to grab in a run, is they're going to be so nomadic, I'm just not going to have to worry about it. Like all the alcohol bottles I'm not going to bother picking up, we're never going to use them and everything. And so I'll just clutter up my inventory and be annoying. Buddy, get to the window. That was interesting. We attempted to execute him while he was on the ground, and so it just didn't work. Alrighty then. I probably won't use the bombs. I've messed with some of that stuff in the past. Generally speaking, they all start fires, and I just don't want to do fires. For me, fires are 100%, they just ruin your world. Like, no judgment for anyone who uses fires. I just don't like walking around everywhere and seeing a bunch of buildings burned down and a whole bunch of areas burned down around it. You can't repair most crafted weapons? Yeah. But like I said, for one of the things I'd like to see, especially the blacksmithy ones, is when you blacksmith a weapon up. Yeah, no, I already have a whistle though. We're already square on the whistle front. But what I would like to see is that the blacksmithy weapons actually do last a long time from maintenance. And it's just, you know, you end up having to sharpen them more. Alright, well, there's a key inside, so I guess I will use the key. They're random. I'm sure there's some statistic weighing you could probably do, where you're like, okay, if my population is X, you know, I will likely have roughly Y number of survivor things. But it isn't some hard-coded thing. They're like, oh, you're at 1 times pop. You know, there's your 10 survivor zombies or whatever. There's more opportunity for the survivor zombies to spawn on higher population because, you know, you're just gonna have more zombies in general. Okay. I don't know if we'll ever use the nails or anything like that. But I figure, what the heck. Alright. So I got that one sorted out. We can go ahead and put our flashlight away. And I have mentioned to, you know, it won't be very long before we stop bothering checking each building. And instead we just make a bunch of noise outside, go through the neighborhoods a couple of times, that kind of thing. Alright, so it's just a barn. I'm not going to bother moving the truck. Just because... Something to have in the truck? I missed which one it is. Because those will let me upgrade a thing later. Pretty sure I already have electrical too, but I'll grab that. I can worry about the metalworking punch. Standard car battery, we already have a jack. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this real fast. Mark these buildings. Because we have X. This one I'm going to leave it open. Because we do have a standard car battery. So if you ever find myself in need of one, we got one there. Bolt cutter sound fun. I don't believe they're very functional right now. Like, you can't walk up to, like, a chain link fence, right-click, and doing that. Let's see, hey, Streamer Man, if, in your 4,000 hours of Product Zomboid, have you ever had the game crash, made the vehicle UI disappear entirely? Not just a single save? Have had a game crash that made the vehicle UI disappear entirely, not just a single save? No. That would immediately make me suspicious of a mod is doing something. Which, honestly, 99% of those, like, really weird problems almost always end up being a mod. It's one of the reasons I run so very few mods in general. Oh, so crash happened because of a real-life power item? Yep, no, I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, I haven't had that problem. There's something I'll never use. I'll grab the bucket just in case we do decide to do anything with that later. I don't think we will, but... I'm just gonna read those real fast. So you wonder what happened? You'll back your save? Well, to keep in mind, a lot of your mods will just update regularly, and they can do all sorts of weird stuff. It's one of the reasons why I personally just don't run many mods in almost any game I do play. I've just been bitten by them so many times. Oh, I wouldn't bother reinstalling the game, just try disabling your mods. It's even one of those things that you can have mods you played a long time, but mods do get updated. Or sometimes the game gets updated in such a way that a mod breaks. Okay. That back up your save, which you're interested in salvaging? Oh, back up your save. Just back up your save file, try removing the mods. Unless it's something that's changing so much. But you get the idea. I haven't messed with the research stuff, because in the internal branch, a lot of this wasn't working. Okay, box of nails. Drop off the book. Drop off the chips. Drop off these. Drop off the bucket. Drop off all these things. Put you in there, actually. Drop you off. Drop you off. Drop you off. Yep. Drop off the seeds. Honestly, drop off the giant mound of screwdrivers. I don't need that many. Drop off all these. Drop off the spade for right now. Put the sleeping pills in one of the bags. Drop you off. Alright, Chad, I'm gonna need you to look away for a minute. Bad things are about to happen. Okay, so we've got 3 boar and 3 sow. Alright, I'm sorry, little buddy. Oh, wait. Wait. I gotta scatter them away. Because if they see each other dying, they get a little upsetty spaghetti about it.
Hey! Hey!
There you go, buddy. Nice and isolated by yourself. It's okay, it's just sleeping. There's your head back, buddy. I don't want it. And the next one. Go away, boar. You don't want to see this. It'll just make you sad. Butchering 1. Oh, actually, you're by yourself. That was a mistake, friend. Because you need to kill 2 boars and 2 sows. That's how you make that tasty bacon. Yeah, so my plan is to basically go through all the pigs. I'm going to leave 2 of them alive. I need 1 more sow. Okay, so there's the last boar. So let's go down here. We'll kill this one. But yeah. So that way they have a better chance of the animals surviving that are left. They're fine. I'm just not going to take the time to craft them right now. And I believe you have to learn the recipe for it. Basically, I got a butchering book. And I'm like, you know what? I'll go ahead and level this. Yes, we're at Butchering 2. And don't worry about the fact that we're leaving the heads of their friends laying around. I'm sure it'll be fine. Alright, so that's all the pigs we're killing for right now. We want to scare that one back into its zone. Yeah, so the zone's over here. So we want to scare this pig back into there.
Hey!
Hold up.
Hey!
I miscounted you. Don't worry, corrective action's been taken. But what we'll do is after we cook all this and use all this food, is I will make it a point to go for the sheep later. The punishment for miscounting seems a little extreme. Nah, it seems appropriate. I see nothing wrong. Did I have the whetstone in here? No, that's fine. I have multiple whetstones, they're just not in my stuff with me. Alright. Well, let's also go here real fast and go symbols. We got chickens. We got sheeps. I'm just gonna use the deer for pigs. Yeah, so every once in a while, we'll drop by. We'll do a little cleanup of the various animals in the area. One, to keep our save file from getting bricked. And two, that way we are leveling the butchering skill, and we'll just see if we can get butchering to a point that that's actually reasonable. So for the record, we killed 5 adult pigs, is what we killed there. And it gave me 11 pork chops and 1 unit of just pork. I'm gonna roll over here, which is where we've been basing from. And like I said, because I didn't remember to turn down the peak, sorry, to adjust the starting pop and peak pop to be the same, we do have zombies spawning in the area. I'm not gonna sweat those so much. The plan for that is when I go to like another city and then I circle back, we just do a quick drive around and clean up whatever's here. Can't say count because the window's not large enough? Maybe. It's fine either way. How are you doing on fuel and all that? 70%, so you're fine. Yep. Oh, we got another one cruising in. Yes, these are all the spawns. That, like I said, that'll happen until day 28. I'm just not going to stick around and wait 28 days killing like 20 zombies a day or whatever it is. We'll just work on our next target, and then when we circle back, we'll kill all the respawns. Because the respawns, I don't remember what the, what it builds its number up to. But it's less than, like, so if you look at the spawn versus the starting pop, if the starting pop is 0.65, I don't believe it builds up to a point that it would fully replace the zombies in that regard. Alright, so first, before anything else, let's grab all of our pork and chuck it on in here. So, leveling our butchering up to 2, we got ourselves 4.37 encumbrance worth of pork out of 5 adult pigs. Now, we weren't using the butchering hook or any of the other things that should help with that. So, that is something that is hurting our amounts. But it's just a thing to keep in mind. Yeah, that's poorly cut pork. Now, if we get the meat hook and everything, it should help a lot, but I'm probably never going to worry about it. So it's going to finish right about the same time. How much hunger are we talking with these things? Only like 15 or so each? Alright. Well, I'm going to go ahead and take the poorly cut pork. I'm going to chuck that in the freezer for right now. Just to clear out some inventory space. Honestly, we could probably eat all of that before it rots. Because that's one meal right there. Oh, we're sleepy. Oh, I mean, I guess it's later. I forgot that, we had a vote. I had a bunch of people ask me to turn it up to bright nights. I'm not used to bright nights because I always run... Oh, you know, keep the bucket in here. The tire irons are good weapons. We can keep the crowbars. The handy knife can stay in there. We could use a lot of those as weapons. Grab these books. Grab the nails. Grab the saw blade. Grab the claw hammer head. Grab this. Grab the welding stuff. Grab all the seeds. Grab all this food that doesn't expire. Basically just offloading the stuff we've looted. Okay. Alright, so box of nails here. All the not expiring food over there. Circular saw here. And eventually that'll get too full and I'll stop worrying about putting the not expiring stuff in there. Just chuck it wherever. And we'll pop this into its own cabinet, even though I have no intention of growing anything anytime soon. We got spare weapons. The welding rods can go in there. Grab the books. But chucking those in the side table over here. Okay, so checking our skills. Do any of these books matter? We are able to read maintenance 2. I have 3, so that doesn't help us. We have 1 point cooking, so we can't do that. Electrical, we don't have a point, so we can't do that. The other are higher levels, so we just can ignore all of that. Cool, that's nice and easy. All right. We go back to our car real fast. We still have a little bit more to grab out of there. Because I want to grab more of the food. Grab the jars. Grab the pouch. I'll leave the bullets in there. While we're here. Now we'll do it in the morning. In the morning we can top off the car. Get all that stuff. That'll be good. But then we gotta determine what our next target is. And we're gonna declare the town cleared as far as what we got. Because the rule isn't that every single zombie literally individually is gone. Because between migrations and everything else, they will come back. But basically that we've got it mostly cleared out. And what we will do is periodically we will circle back and we will re-clear the area. But that's usually, when I've done that in my like 16-time pop runs, usually the way that works out is like, I'll take, you know, with the 16 times it'd be months and months and months of clearing the new town. And then we circle back in the course of like one in-game day, we can knock out anything that showed up in town while we were gone. Alright. So we got all that. Nothing I really need to be working on tonight. So fast forward to being a little bit of a better hour for us to go to sleep. And go to sleep. Yeah, so the big reason why our kill counts are so much lower on this run than our previous run, even for this frame of the game, is because Echo Creek is just a very quiet place. So that will be something that will not be as much of a thing as we get onto the bigger towns. Alright, so meanwhile, we could use a snack. Let's go ahead and have a pork chop salad. Delish. Let's see, is the lore product Zomboid that your character spawns in their home? I mean, the lore is that your character supposedly lived in that home or were otherwise in that home when everything went down. They don't have like a hard written backstory. They're like, this is what happened. Alright. So we're gonna say here. We'll go ahead and put a message over here. Echo Creek cleared. And we go down here, and I'm gonna make a separate message. Today's in-game day is 7/21. (07-21-93). Last clear. That way, like, we could circle back here periodically and be like, okay, we re-cleared the area there. All right, so this brings out decision time, chat. Where do you get the merging frequency from? An annotated map? No, car radios. You are allowed to choose the backstory, but the end is the same. You die. Yep. So I think the next logical target is the Guns Unlimited because it's right here. But then the big question is, do we go down towards Irvington, up towards, I always blank the name of the town, or Ekron? Because there's no good route for me. If I go up, then I gotta cross the whole way back down. If I go down, I gotta cross the whole way back up. Actually, you know what? It seems like the answer would go Guns Unlimited, go down to Irvington, circle up to Ekron, hit this place, go to Riverside, drop down to Lake Falls, go down to Rosewood. Some point here we do the military base. We probably do Rosewood, then the military base. March Ridge, Muldrow, West Point, and then Louisville. And we do stuff like the prison and all that. We still have build 42 with no mods in this one. It's basically no mods. It's running some UI mods and that's it. Alright. So with that said, what I want to do is update our list of objectives here, because now we're going to consider Echo Creek as cleared. And so next target will be Guns Unlimited, which only keep the major cities listed on the cleared area. Okay. I probably will bring the giant pile of pork chops, because I figure they're gonna just rot anyways if I just leave the area for like a couple meats and one. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. No, that's not a mod, that's base settings. You can change that. Yeah, for those who don't know, Product Zomboid actually has a lot of accessibility stuff. So you've got like the dyslexic friendly font here. If you go to your user interface, you can change the font size of your inventory, your context menus, your tooltips. You can change that. You can change the Moodle size. Ooh, I didn't realize you can make the action bar larger. But yeah, so you can make all of that stuff bigger. But like the UI mod stuff like this over here, which is giving just like how many days we've been alive and all that. I've got minimal display bars, so people ask questions about like weight gain and all that. I can just do that. Plus, it's nice to have just in general because I honestly get kind of tired of how a lot of stuff in the game is just obscure for being the sake of obscure. Okay, so the 400 times size looks a little silly. That one looks a little silly. I'm gonna keep it, but it definitely looks silly. Oh, you know what I can do? This is something I could do in the future. Like, we have that van back at that previous stop that looks like it's in good shape. I could bring the extra gas can with me, and when I have a vehicle I know I could have the keys for and everything, we can deal with that. Actually, let's turn this off, top it off. Actually, I don't have anything in the freezer I have to worry about rotting. We just turn it off and drive away. I'm not, like, there's no reason to leave it running while I'm gone. Okay, so the new target is Guns Unlimited. That's gonna take some doing. That's a very high population target even on Apocalypse. Yeah, no, literally it's just they increased the size of it. They just scaled it up. Hey, Alana, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Alana Rama, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole range of games. But, does like a lot of RimWorld, but plays our games as well. I do hope you've been having yourself a good day and all that. Alright, what do you got stuck in you? A large knife. Alright. Yeah, so definitely check out Alanorama, drop a follow, all that stuff. But yeah, now my day's been going pretty good. I've been playing some Mind Over Magic, which is like a, I think you'd call it a colony builder. It's sort of like if you've seen, Fallout Shelter, where you build, like, your building and you've got people in there. But, you know, it has, like, actual combat that's got more depth to it and all that. It's, like, turn-based combat. They've got, like, leveling up a bunch of characters and setting up your classes and all that kind of stuff. So it's got more depth and interest to it. But like just the nature of building your rooms and putting them together kind of thing. It also, I want to say, it's not as strict on the grid-based format as Fallout Shelter is. Yeah, and where this is like, I thought you said it's cleared. This is the spawns I've been commenting on. They'll keep reappearing. As they go back and forth, I will draw them out and kill them. Once we get to 28 days, that'll stop. I just don't want to stay here and pick off little packs like that for the next 2+ weeks. 3 weeks actually about in game before I go on to the next target. When it's so small numbers, I'll just clean it up as we go. Alright, so this place is gonna be pretty wild. Because I haven't messed with it on Apocalypse much. Oh, hey, I wasn't expecting you to just be chilling in the middle of the road. Alright. But one thing we're on the lookout for is an emergency services bull driver. Or even the park ranger one. So the park ranger bull driver, the fire department bull driver, or the police department bull driver. I'm gonna change that bar. I like that we can make the bar bigger, but it looks really bad. We'll try just a little bit bigger and like have it where hopefully you can see it a little bit better, but also not have it be atrocious. Alright, so we got more sheep. So let's go zoom back in. I'll take a quick peek in the barn. I don't expect to find much, but it'll be nice to just mark it off the list. Yep, that's an empty barn. Cool. So I can go here and say we have looked at it, and we cleared it of anything worthwhile. There's just animal feed in that. I'm not gonna bar marking it. We're not gonna do any real animal husbandry, I don't think. I've had my fill of milking cows for butter. Yeah, so Guns Unlimited should be up this way. Yeah, the 200% bar is a little easier for people to see without being quite so cursed in its size. Hey, well, I was gonna say I saw one down here. All right. Minor Mare looks like it's had some really good quality of life additions. Yeah, no, I've heard nothing but good things. I had people ask me to check it out when they had a demo way back, and I didn't end up doing it. Like, it kept making the short list of games I'm like, oh, this is a game I probably should check out. It just didn't end up happening. Because it's just been, unfortunately, I found the last couple of Next Fests and all that, jumping in and playing a bunch of different demos ended up being really, really bad for the channel so far as numbers went, which really kind of sucks because I liked doing that content. But what it just has changed in the meantime is it's kind of like you find those handful of demos that really kind of stand out, and you do those. 1 second, I'm snoozing the ads so we don't get hit with them. So that way when I do take my break, it's when Tomb gets home. I should have this up so I can watch for the muscle strain. But yeah, so as well as things that like looked really, really good, I just never got the chance. It is such a bummer, because what we used to do on the channel, and I kind of didn't do it last Next Fest and like the last Next Fest and a half, and that's partly because I ended up having some pretty crappy results when it came to like checking out a bunch of random games. That is just finding lots and lots of random games that were just really, really bad. Is it just those things that a game kind of already has to have some hype built behind it to get anyone new to like show up and pop in with a bunch of that stuff, and it kind of sucks because it hurts the discoverability of stuff. And there's some creators who, like, that's their whole thing, is like Next Fest shows up and they're just the ones known for like popping into all the different games and checking them out and doing all that stuff. Which that's good. That's they fostered that type of content as a mainstay on their channels. But that's just not where we've been, because usually the way I end up streaming is I'll pop between games, and a lot of games I'll pop in, enjoy it, and I'll knock out in the game in a couple of streams, and then you know, cool, the game's done, move on to the next game. And then there's other games like Product Zomboid that don't have a distinct end, that, you know, like RimWorld, Product Zomboid, Factorio, that there'll be games I'll kind of binge for a little while. Alright, so you're a junker. Okay, fair enough. So I'm just gonna go ahead and tow these cars out over here. And the reason I'm towing them is that way when I'm zipping around these roads later, as the world gets more and more clear, that's where it can be easy to get... Reckless isn't the word I want to use. Like, you just worry less about running into stuff. And then you forget you left that one car just sitting in the middle of the road and you slam into it at speed. And then your run's kind of bricked. Or like later on, if we have a car we really like, we want to keep in repairs, I can get my mechanic skill up over time of repairing our car and just tear apart that car. And get like most of the parts will be junk, but you can get engine parts out of any car. So it's at 0% engine. Which I believe, once you get a car considered 0% engine, I believe at that point you can take it apart with a welder. All right. Then go here real fast. And get those all marked. And Guns Unlimited is just up the way here. But the first couple times I go back and forth, I'll have to take it a little bit slowly because we will be drawing some little bits of zombies here and there out of the trees. Whereas later, I won't need to worry about nearly as much. Because we'll have killed most of the zombies in hearing range of the road. I was figuring there's gonna be a zombie popping out of that one. I'm not going to take apart these to get a lot of electronics. I just want to keep a little bit of electrical scrap on hand for dealing with the generator. There's another pork salad. I wonder if the pork chop versus the pork count is two different things, the same thing. Probably the same thing, right? No, it makes you happier. Oh, goody. So if I, the range on short blade makes you nervous? Ah, don't worry about it. Yeah, so apparently the pork chop is considered a different item from the pork when it comes to your salads. So it makes you way happier to put the two together. So we can have a double pork salad, and it makes us really happy. You don't make friends with salad? Counter argument, you don't make friends with crappy salad. You can have a good salad that you're like, oh my god, this is amazing. You just don't find many of them. You go a lot of places, they just want to give you a garden or a wedge salad, and you're like, yeah, of course, that's just a real sad salad. You want cucumber in your salad? Alright, so we're getting a decent number of zombies that popped out of trees right here, but we are getting close to where it's talking about. Hey now, that was not cool. We didn't get hurt for it. But that was some weird targeting right there. I've noticed that a bit in build 42. Let's back up more. Because our muscle strain's starting to build up and our fatigue's starting to build up, because this is a very early game character. We did start 0 to hero, so we got very little skills. A lot of those pain points will go away pretty early on. Okay. That's not a great lineup. Hey, buddy. Do you mind? I'm already doing a thing. And I should be backing off this fight already. Yeah, all that muscle strain. Yeah, I just need to back off. That much muscle strain, we don't want to mess with it. So all I can do is I can cut in between these trees right here. I got a pretty good line of sight. I can hop that fence. And we keep walking. The fast ones will keep up with me. We dispatch them, and the slow ones will go back to being slow ones, and we can just almost ignore them entirely. That's part of the reason why, to me, the random zombie population distribution, I made the comment that while it does add certain stressors to the game, the random tough zombie and that kind of thing, overall, I would describe it as easier. And it is stuff like this, where the zombies do kind of just get themselves divided out very easily just because of different movement speeds and you back off. Granted, these ones are actually kind of staying together because they just sat down while they were still aggroed on me. That's fine. And yes, I know I could switch to stomping to preserve, you know, how much strain we're taking on our arms. I am deliberately choosing not to do that because I'm going for those extra hits for the extra maintenance points to try and get that early. And I also just don't want to deal with replacing my shoes again and again. But it does mean a little bit more pain on the early game. Alright. Yeah, no, I got you, Conrad. It's unfortunately one of those things that they, like, it's not that they couldn't act, like, actual pack tactics or anything, but that requires a level of more complexity on the artificial intelligence on the zombies. Which means the moment you start getting a bunch of zombies on your screen, your computer would just potato. Just way too many calculations to be done. Alright. We can just fast forward a little bit till the muscle strain drops off. So you tried to add a mod that made the zombies intercept you instead of just follow. And that was a lot harder. Like, that you actually made the mod, because like, for intercept you mean lead the target kind of thing? So, like, if I'm walking this way, the zombie would aim to go here as opposed to aim to where I already am? Because there's also ways you can manipulate predictive pathing versus regular pathing. There's entire strategies around all that stuff. Because humans are confusing, erratic, self-destructive, you can see the issue. I missed what that's in reference to. You do actually have some zombies that do a little bit of a minor flanking to you, so they don't, like, full-on strategically go and, like, route around you to get to your blind spot or whatever. But they do have it where instead of walking straight at you, they'll walk just a little askew from straight at you. And it does make it so it causes you to have to do a little bit of maneuvering. Zombies not being able to deal with humans? Yeah. Yeah, I know if zombies in games and all that did use pack tactics, like, you'd have to decrease the numbers, one, to keep it balanced, because otherwise you'd have the whole thing where, you know, 50 zombies break this way, 40 zombies break that way, you're trying to just move through an alley or whatever, and then you find they're on both sides, it's just over. It's not that it couldn't be playable or anything, but it would be basically like, just replace zombies with, you know, orcs or whatever, and it'd make more sense. Because at that point, you're talking just plain old intelligent, you know, behavior. Because the only animals we see exhibit those kind of tactics, you know, have a pretty respectable level of intelligence. Alright, I have to back off again. Early game crowbar is both good and bad in a sense. It does decent damage. You're gonna get some points in maintenance out of it, which is really solid. But it's real bad in the sense it is just brutal to try and actually use it. Have the points of zombies that they are mindless? Even though they way outnumber you, you can use your intelligence to beat them? Exactly. Like, the moment you start dealing with smart zombies, you're like, alright, you've just created a different creature. You're no longer in zombie territory. You've just taken... You've taken people who aren't allowed to use weapons or guns or something like that, and then just, you know, stamped zombie on them and said, cool. It's just a totally different thing. You know, at that point, call them wraiths or something like that. Well, not wraiths, those are more spiritual. Ghouls. Call them ghouls. Usually ghouls are like the more intelligent undead corporeal creature. How many days in? This character's only 12 days in. I do have another character who's like 5-6 months in. They're like well into winter. But we're taking a break from that character because right now with the 16 times pop and all that, it's just, I'm spending literally 1/4 of the time that I want to be doing other things, just crafting weapons to keep up the fight. And I've kind of come to the decision that's like, you know what? I'm not actually having fun with that. Like, the fighting part's fine. It's the fast-forwarding for long hours with little bars above my head, waiting to be, you know, allowed to fight again, is just kind of really killing it for me. But it's okay. They'll get it sorted. We're early on into Unstable. They're going to have some stuff that are going to be hits. They're going to have some stuff that are going to be misses. That just happens to be a miss right now. Alright, chat. Bear with me, because it is about the time that my wife gets home, so I'm going to run downstairs real fast, welcome my wife home, pop food in the oven, and be back up. It's my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It only lasts about 5 minutes, give or take. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a little bit. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge, don't worry about it. There's just something about the barge messes with physics badly.
Yeah, just something about me driving in general messes stuff up. I don't really get what's happened. I'm fine right now. That's right now.
I'm not sure if you can see, chat, my front axle. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! I was gonna say, it sounded like there was one right next to me and I couldn't see it. What hit? Bitten? Yeah. Okay, well. That's it. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like... Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed, please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. So I'm about to go up. Everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored and you would just attempt to murder. Ooh, fog! That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog! Excellent! This feels great! This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area, because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Don't be in a big building. Okay. Yeah, we won't worry about that clip. It's just me, like, spawning in Louisville because we had the random mod. I was like, don't spawn in a high pop area, and it's just like, yep, literal center of Louisville. You're like, okay. Yeah, so I'll catch up with everyone here in a moment, and thank you. Oh, actually, no, I already got all that stuff earlier. Cool, cool, cool. Just weighing the muscle strain. Alright. And... well, I mean, I've actually kept the gene is not dead. It's been in the same place since yesterday. Because I had it up top here and was covering the inventory. So we did end up moving it. Oh, the frames per second? Or frame per second? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. That was Hydroneer. Hydroneer is a very fun game. It's very, very physics enabled, as you probably figured out. But when things go wrong, it is a game that will absolutely potato your computer real hard. The good news is they've got in the settings they've got a thing that just says like, hey, delete all the crap laying around, and it'll just take like all of the random, random ore and all that stuff, and it will clean it up. But one of the big ones, they have this like magnet rod thing for like when you get like a gem or something that falls between stuff, you can use it to like pull it out. And I saw the multiple posts about going down here and all that. We'll definitely clear all the buildings. How far down the road is that way? Because my concern about that dirt road right now is we are very close to an extremely population-dense area. And I'm a little worried about drawing the zombies down there, because we are playing with the random zombies that are default on Build 42 now. And that does mean a bunch of them have pinpoint hearing. And so I do have to worry about if I make too much noise down there, I am pulling everything all over the place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the truck parked there for the moment. We're going to take a little peek down here and see how bad this is. Yeah, I mean, I'm already getting a bunch of zombies ducking through these trees. Probably push the guns unlimited first and let my fighting draw the zombies out of that area. We'll still clear that building. But we'll figure it out as we get there. Okay. I eagerly await not being overweight, where I don't take the really bad endurance generation penalty. I don't regret shoveling all that ice cream into our mouth early in the game when we were already overweight, because we knew it'd be the last time we could have the ice cream and the pizza. It was worth it for our eternal joy. But also, I kind of regret the consequences. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Stupid consequences. All right. Yeah, I'm definitely finding there's a decent number of zombies in those woods there. So we'll enjoy our pork on pork salad. They can make the salad really good. Yeah, you know, you have your pork chop, you have just your pork roast, and you put a little bacon on it. Excellent salad. Have people asked if Gene's dead? As far as seriously, not hardly ever. Anyone. We had like 1 or 2 times it happened the other day. So way better than it was. Calling that a salad is like calling a hot dog a sandwich. Well, I mean, a hot dog is a sandwich. I mean, unless you're talking just the hot dog without a bun, because then it wouldn't be a sandwich. Then it'd be just, you know, a hot dog. But if you put it in a bun, it is technically a sandwich. It is something between 2 slices of bread, even though they are attached. Because if I take a piece of cheese and I put it and I fold it over and I cook it, that is a grilled cheese sandwich. I mean, you're not wrong. It got auto-modded. You're not wrong. If I'm like, I want a sandwich and someone gives me a hot dog, I'm gonna be salty about it too. You thought a hot dog was a taco? Right, but a taco is a sandwich, so it's still a sandwich by transitive property. And to remind Graves that Frankfurter is the meat, hot dog is the finished product, which includes Frankfurter. Burger's not a sandwich either. I would argue a burger is a specific type of sandwich. Like, if I say I want a burger, I am looking for a very specific type of burger, but I would still argue it's a burger. The same that, you know, soup and stew is a specific type of soup. You know, pizza's an open-faced sandwich. I actually don't agree that pizza's a sandwich, by the way. Because that's like part of the thing. And for the whole thing where that becomes the whole meme about what is and isn't a sandwich, that basically gets down to like the legalities around different type of taxation and different types of things. So there were taxes on certain types of food versus another type of food. And one of the lines in the sand was that sandwiches, I can't remember if it was that sandwiches were not subject to a certain tax versus, you know, other things were. And so, you know, they had to make the defining, you know, for this purpose. But then it is one of those things that, generally speaking, things culinarily speaking, the definitions in culinary, in my opinion, are pretty garbage. Let's see, we actually... Sandwich? Like, the open-faced sandwich was supposedly eaten with a fork. So pizza eating pizza by hand is wrong. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Pizza's closer to a salad than a sandwich. I imagine that probably depend on your toppings. Tomato is a vegetable for tax reasons. Yeah, that's the thing. So that's kind of the interesting thing with like the tomato and that you know, in actual like biology, it's a fruit. But the way we often use tomatoes, we use it as a vegetable. So that's the culinary definition versus the botany definition, or whatever you want to say. I probably had the wrong science there. But that's kind of the thing that gets interesting as you start going to stuff like corn. So corn is a vegetable. I mean, it's a grain. But, you know, you look at that and like that's its botany definition or whatever. And I probably have it wrong, correct me and all that. But when you're talking culinarily, corn is wild. They be used as a fruit, vegetable, starch, grain. What else was there? Seasoning. Like it's one of those things that it's like it spans that entire range. Salsa is a tomato-based fruit salad. Yep. Intelligence is knowing that tomato is fruit. Wisdom is knowing that you would put in a fruit salad. Yeah, you could also make it into sugar. So it's like culinarily thing, it goes a wide range. Maybe tomato is a berry? Ooh, that's a good question. I'm trying to remember the definition on what is and isn't a berry. Because for those who don't know that whole meme, when it comes to actual like botany, most things that we call berry aren't actually berries from the actual definition. Most of them are aggregates. And it has to be that, I remember it was a berry, you have to get a singular unit droplet or whatever from the place the flower is at. So when you look at something like a raspberry, it's a whole bunch of tiny little droplets that come from the flower, so it doesn't count. Whereas there was stuff like, I think it's like technically most citrus, I want to say, qualify as berries. But again, that's just making definitions of things. Does it actually change how you use it? Not really. Does he remember a family in Western PA being palpably offended when salsa became America's top-selling condiment over ketchup? Heinz in Pittsburgh. Well, I mean, that's because sugar tomato is just, honestly, one of the most underwhelming condiments ever made. There is, I've talked about before on the channel that there were studies that they were doing that they found a disproportionately high number of people who dislike ketchup, like just tomato as tomato, and the other way around kind of thing. Like, basically, if you really, really like ketchup, there's a very strong possibility that you really are not a fan of fresh tomato. And if you really like fresh tomato, there's a very strong possibility that you dislike ketchup. So you have a higher than average. Yeah, and you'll have lots of people who do like both. But like you have a higher likelihood of disliking that. We didn't like fresh tomato until your 30s. See, I have always liked fresh tomatoes as far back as my memory goes. I've never really been into ketchup. But I also have, like, no sweet tooth whatsoever. So, like, taking tomato and adding sugar to it and a couple other things really just doesn't do it for me. You like both, but you heavily prefer fresh ketchup. Or sorry, fresh tomato. Fresh ketchup is an oxymoron. It's got to be processed, so it's never... I mean, you could make fresh ketchup, but like the process, there's a whole thing in that. Oh yeah, no, you get like a where people have like farmers markets kind of thing where you can get like fresh tomatoes that were properly grown the whole way up, they're so much better than like just the grocery store ones. That is one thing I miss about not really having my garden right now, is I'd grow my own tomatoes. They were so much better. Growing up tomatoes from the Amish thing just up the road, along with the lava produce? Yeah. And this is why I actually was honking the horn on the way back. You'll notice we have all these zombies that are out on the road now. Those are the zombies that were out in the trees. More than likely with the migration and us driving back and forth and all that, they were going to get drug out. But you'll notice I'll make more noise on my way home versus out. I'll be relatively quiet so far as the extra noise making. And that's because I want to draw the zombies out on the road while I'm on my way back to base, so that the zombies aren't between me and base, so that each day we can go up and clean out whatever gets brought out. Why did I bother? There's like 5 zombies. I'm not bothering. And also, a lot of times on the sides of the road, you got lots of trees. That's taking a little extra risk of getting close to trees where a zombie can pop out. Man, I don't bother keeping the roads clean. When I was early on in the game, I used to put all the time into... I would keep, like, the outer third of the road mostly filled. And I occasionally have one I have to kill, like, farther in the lane just because crap happening. But it doesn't damage your car to drive over the zombie corpses. As long as you're not driving too fast, you don't have to worry about rolling or flipping or anything like that. They generally don't drive very fast anyways. So it's, you know, a decent amount of effort that there's really just no need for. It's one of the things you learn in Project Zomboid a lot, is that 90% of the stuff that early on you're like, oh, I should do this because X, Y, Z, and then you realize it just doesn't matter. There's so many mechanics in the game like that that it just doesn't matter. Like, people who see me do runs where we live months and months and months where I'm just drinking from the lake and all that, and it's fine. It ever so slightly is going to impact my number of zombie kills for the day because we will be overheating just a little bit. And as a result of that, it is going to burn my fatigue a tiny bit more than it would otherwise. But in the wide world things, just doesn't matter. As far as survival mechanics Project Zomboid has, there's like very little depth to Project Zomboid. I generally, when people ask me about Project Zomboid, is I will describe it as a survival light game. All right, one second, chat. Thank you. Love you more. But yeah, I'll describe it as survival light, because yes, you do have survival mechanics, you do need to eat and all that. But as far as survival games go, that part of the game is like really, really easy. Like very, very genuinely, if you ignore, so like Build 41 will say. No, even Build 42. Build 42 does have... Oh, you hope you got to do something for Valentine's Day? We didn't do it on Valentine's Day, but we went and did fondue. So yeah, we had fun. But, because honestly, going out to a restaurant on Valentine's Day itself is the way you get really crappy service and extra busy times. And it's not because like restaurants being awful or anything like that. It's just they're just too overwhelmed. They can't give you the quality service they would want to. So it's just one of those things. You just don't go to the restaurant on Valentine's Day itself. You go like a couple days or a week before, a couple days or a week after. Yeah, and I also don't disagree with the sentiment that Valentine's Day is very, very genuinely a holiday that was made purely for marketing reasons. It was just slapped at a time of year that selling cards and all that is real slow. And they just found a reason to, like, pop it on there. Yep, exactly. It's there to sell stuff. Like, it's not like other holidays where you're like, well, this holiday's over commercialized. We're not even getting into that. It's like literally its inception was around selling stuff. Versus other holidays, you know, they actually, a lot of them had genuine good reasons for existing, and then people were like, we can make money. Well, yeah, Valentine's Day is quite literally, specifically, purposely made for that. Alright, so let's drop back, kill the zombies that are behind us. I know there's one or two up here, there's one down there. So I'm going to keep dropping back, because I want to keep the zombies on one side of me. Oh, skill check before you start the push? Sorry, I only saw it after I started the push. The skill check is going to be very little. I believe we're at Long Blunt 1, Strength 2, Fitness 1. I don't think I've gotten a point in Nimble yet. Maintenance, I think, is at 2. But yeah, we're early game on a relatively low pop. So, don't expect those skills to go particularly fast. Alright, same plan as we've been doing. Once we start getting fatigued, and our pain starts becoming a thing, I just cut up to this field up here. It's nice and open, has all the space in the world. If I run to a zombie here, I can just hit jog for a second and I'll ditch it. Literally even the same spot. Nimble takes forever? Yeah, Nimble is one of the, like, Nimble is generally the slowest leveling skill most of the time. There have been ways over the years you've been able to, like, quote-unquote speed level it up, but the speed level is still obnoxiously slow. Yep, so now all the fast zombies keep up with me. All the slow zombies get separated out. That's one of the reasons I've made the comment that I personally feel the random zombies is just easier. Easier, but more annoying. Because it's super easy to split up your groups because of the fast and slow moving. The pinpoint but slow zombies on the populations we're dealing with aren't going to be that big a deal, saving for the really busy points of interest. Like the one we're going to. But the slow zombies are just incredibly easy to manage. Yeah, no, for people missing what happened with Gene, Gene is fine, still living his best life, not been hurt by the zombies or anything. Right now with the balance in the game when it comes to how crafting and the durability of weapons are working for 16 times pop, a lot of the crafting is much slower than it was in build 41. And so as a result of that, I have found I'm spending about 1/4 of all of my playtime just crafting weapons. And so I'm just at the point where, like, you know what? I'm actively not enjoying playing the game right now like this. And so I have switched off of playing that run, you know, over to one that I can just keep up. You know, we're just gonna clear the map, we'll loot our weapons. We'll still have a ridiculous number of zombies to kill, but it's not going to be the extreme density we had before. I want them to do a rebalance on that. I think for the amount of effort that goes into crafting now, the things... Oh, it actually puts a number over your head? We got $1. Okay. We're going to keep whatever best scratch off, we're going to keep it on our person. Will be one of those things. So we got our $1 scratch off as our current winner. All the others were losers. Yeah, so my argument is straight up ignore realism because game balance is more important. But right now where we're at in Product Zomboid, the effort you have to put into crafting weapons is very significant. And then the results of that crafting I have found to be not particularly great. Mostly on the durability. The weapon damage is fine. Some of them are actually just flat out good. But from a durability standpoint, the weapons are all pretty underwhelming. And I even made the comment earlier, yes, I would 100% realize you making a forge out of like a stone you drilled a hole in and all that. You shouldn't expect particularly good results from a realism standpoint. Counter argument, it takes a heck of a lot of time to go through and do all that stuff. And there is still, you have to collect all the materials, which is very grindy to make all your weapons. If it's not good, I don't want to do it. Because that's a lot of effort for little return. That's where you made a game tedious for the purposes of realism. Now I understand it's mostly a 16 times pop problem. That on these lower populations I could zip around and I have more enough weapons I could just ignore crafting as a mechanic entirely. Which is to in effect what we're doing right now, by the way. And yes, I did try blacksmithing on higher levels off stream. I gave myself 7 blacksmithing, 7 maintenance, 7 carving, and made weapons. And it still came out to, it was honestly close enough that individual dice rolls on whether it was more time effective for me to just make a ton of stone knives or to blacksmithy up some metal weapons. You never seen a crowbar break in real life? I have. I've seen crowbars break. It's real dangerous when they do. Because they don't bend, they snap. Because it's hardened steel, it's brittle. When it breaks, it just gives all at one time. The reason if you ever see a crowbar with a crack in it, it needs to be in the trash. Like, that is something you never use again. That goes directly in the trash, because that's going to give out on you. And it will be a thing you'll put force behind, and suddenly it'll just be face down on whatever when you're leaning on it. That said, it doesn't happen often. They are very hardened. So you didn't quit because of tariffs on the materials. So you didn't quit because of tariffs on the materials you were importing to make weapons. I'm what? You've mashed a bunch of words and it's an incomplete sentence. I don't really know what you're saying. No, it isn't gathering the materials. It's basically the amount of effort to get the weapon on the other side is just not worth it. There's some really good blacksmith weapons in the game, but for some reason not very high-end ones. Yeah, like that's the thing. When it comes to the damage side of things, I would say there's actually some real solid weapons there. A lot of them are pretty hungry on the endurance consumption, which I think is fine. But the big issue I found is even the really good ones, like the amount of time and effort you put into it, the durability just ain't there. So I'm kind of proposing that keep the weapons just as complicated and just as involved to craft and just as much effort, but give them more durability. Like, keep the other stats exactly what they are, but give them more durability. Because the second thing that'll do is for the bladed weapons, it gives you more of a reason to actually sharpen them. So you don't need to dull up in like 30 seconds. Instead of like where we would break our weapon and need to replace that, make that around the time that I need to actually stop and sharpen it. So that I can take the time to make this really awesome axe. And like really happy about it. And that, you know, maybe once or twice a day if I'm fighting the whole day, I gotta sharpen it up again. So I put all that effort in, and I get a good reward on the other side. And like I would generally propose that axe you crafted should be better than the axes we find. Because we are crafting that axe for the specific purpose of killing zombies, as opposed to taking, you know, a fireman's axe or a hatchet, which is designed to, you know, hack away at trees and logs and stuff like that, and then thwack at a person with it. We could just hand wave the fact that, you know, again, having all the industrial equipment to make it really efficiently versus a stone with a hole drilled in it, that we would be able to make a hatchet and all that that's really good at its job for killing zombies. Because, like, for example, the saw blade hatchet is really cool. That thing straight up murders your endurance and muscle strain. Even when I was at like 4 or 5, I would muscle strain city that thing. But like with a decent amount of durability, I would still use it. But my thing is, even with its durability, I still break it in under a day. Still takes me very little time. So the time taking to get the saw blades and craft it up, I'm not gonna do it. It's just way too much effort for what I get. I mean, if I happen to just be sitting on the materials, I'll do it. I don't know. Like I said, I feel like they just need to buff the crafted weapons. Again, durability being the problem. I think the damage on them's all fine. And I'm okay with like the stone ones being hot garbage. That's fine. It was when I got to messing with the metal ones and finding they also just didn't hold up. It's just like, okay. I just don't want to spend that volume of time. Because crafting in the game right now, my big issue with it is the way it works in practice. You gather materials, that part's fine. But it's crafting, you go here and you say, boom, go ahead and carve handle. And so we click there. Well, actually, that's not handle. It's fine. So we go handle. So I want to go ahead and make some weapons. So I go, all right, let me go ahead and carve some large handles. Max, I make 20, 30 handles. That takes a 30-year in-game day. And then I go, okay, let's go here. And it can't do it because they don't have the blacksmith. But then you go, okay, go ahead and melt down all these metals into the rod. Go ahead and cut the rod to the right size. Turn the rod into an axe head. And then you take the axe head and you have to attach it to the handle. And so at that point, you're 5 steps in. And you're making, like, usually a handful of weapons at the same time, at least enough to go a couple of days and all that stuff. And so when you look at that, you literally take, like, a day and a half to make yourself a good stack of some axes. And then you go to the other side and go, all right, well, I spent all that time, you know, a full day and a half cutting down the trees, doing all that stuff. And then we're just going to hand wave the fact that you had to collect all those weapons, and that's even more of a time investment. We're just going to pretend that doesn't exist for this example. And so you spend a day and a half just processing those things. And it ends up being even more because you have to cut down the trees and then drag them over to then make the charcoal. And then cutting down all those trees also is a time sink. And, you know, as you cut down the trees, you have to drag them farther and farther away. And so you go to all that stuff, and you're like, cool, I made myself like 8 axes. This should be pretty good, right? I should be in good shape. I should be able to fight for a good long while. And those 8 axes don't even last you a week. Like, and that's again, assuming you are fighting. Like, obviously, if you're playing on these lower pops where I'm doing a lot of running around and other stuff and looting and all that, you know, you're gonna get a lot more time out of it. But as far as, like, combat time versus crafting time, it is about 1 to 3. So about a 4th of your time. And you can't smelt down your broken axes? Yeah. So that's my argument is the quick, dirty, I don't feel like doing the math fix is just take all the crafted weapons, and I would like it to be based on your skill in the craft. Take like the lowest level of your ability to craft that stuff, And maybe that leave it where it is, maybe nudge it up a tiny bit, but on the higher end, make the durability significantly higher. Like, take whatever it's equivalent of the non-crafted one and just flat out, like, double its durability. Like, just really, really jump it. For the amount of effort you're doing to make it, really jump that thing up there. And I know all the realism people would throw a fit, and that's fine. But if we don't do that, no one's going to be crafting that much. Unless you have no other choice. Like, you'll do it for the novelty a couple of times, and then you'll probably stop doing it entirely. Alright. But yeah. Now the alternative is if they don't want to give it more durability because they're worried about the balance of the weapons against each other, which, you know, honestly fair. The alternative otherwise would be to simplify the crafting. Or speed up the crafting. But I think realistically to speed up the crafting, sure they could dial it up so it says, okay, instead of 5 seconds to craft this handle, it's now 2 seconds, or whatever. Or 1 second even. And that would certainly improve the situation. But I think the steps would still be enough of a problem that ultimately you would have to make it so you can skip steps. So like instead of you smelt it down to the iron chunks that you then turn into the iron bar that you then turn into the axe head, that you could literally just skip right to the axe head from the smelting stage. Like, you know, remove those steps. That'd be another way of dealing with it. I actually would prefer they not go that route. I know there are a lot of people who do wish the crafting was simpler, and that's fine. I wouldn't be upset if they went that way. I like the idea of having some of the crafting be fairly involved, but you know, you get rewarded for doing the time. Hey, would you look at that? A day that we actually have a kill count that was similar to the beginning of the game in our last run. But that's because Echo Creek had no zombie density, so we just couldn't keep enough zombies coming in to keep fighting. That'll happen in some of the really quiet towns like Lake Fallas and Echo Creek. Those are going to be ones that we roll in and we'll have really low kill counts, mostly because of the time it takes to track down the zombies. There'll be too much downtime in between. When you get to places like Louisville and Irvington and those, we should be able to have really good kill counts just because if we're making any level of noise, we just don't need to deal. I honestly don't need to be picking up those really crappy forks and all that. We're finding more than enough weapons as is. Alright, so another pack coming. Let's back off. Part of it is also we're overburned, which is penalizing our endurance recovery as well. I do look forward to finding one of the leather water sack things again. That honestly, that's one of my favorite new items in the game, is just a water bottle I don't need to actually keep in my inventory and manage in any kind of way. But it does allow me to keep the reduction to carry weight of it. So I don't have to do the whole thing where I pull the water bottle out of my inventory, put it back, or out of my bag, put it back in my bag, pull it out of my bag, put it back in my bag. Just because I need the weight reduction on it, and you can't auto-drink from your backpack. Which is fine. I understand there's good reasons why we can't auto-drink from our backpack. But I do like the leather water thing as a really good way of accomplishing both those things to remove that pain point. You're surprised I didn't go to the place that spawns those canteens a lot? Oh, I don't know where the individual loot is on all the areas. I have deliberately kept myself in the dark on a lot of that. So I gotta go seek it out myself. Alright. Yeah, that's one of those things I've deliberately tried to do with Build 42. Not look up anything. When I'm watching other people's streams, like, if it's someone who's exploring an area that I haven't been to yet, I usually kind of do that thing where I more just like tune into the background kind of thing. There's a zombie right here. It needs to get out of here. Yeah, it's so weird playing on bright nights. But like I said, we had a lot of people pull at the beginning of that. I had a number of people say, hey, can you do bright nights instead of the regular ones? Like, it's not easy to watch that. And it's like, oh, okay. And we did a vote, and it was like 80-something% of people wanted bright nights. I don't mind it, but like at this point at night, I would be getting worried because it'd be getting kind of too dark for me to still be out. So it is very different that I have a hard time telling when we're actually getting to nighttime that we're starting to get like sleepy. I'm like, what? We're sleepy. It's still bright outside. It's like, oh right, bright nights. What's your preferred weapon choice? Whatever I have on hand is the answer I usually give. Short blades are my favorite weapon category, though. I really enjoy weapons that are endurance and muscle strain efficient. Because almost all the weapons in the game, once you start getting to endgame, will one-tap zombies, at least on a somewhat reasonable level. So a lot of those weapons that don't really shine right at the beginning of the game, they end up being way better in the later game. So far as, like, weapon categories. You honestly don't like it, though? The Bright Nights? It is weird to me. I wish there was something in between. Because, like, I would expect it to be too dark at this stage. On the plus side, is this with cat size? Probably. That didn't really change my build much. And I usually run cat's eyes. I think I have cat's eyes. Yeah, I have cat's eyes. Alright. You started playing without cat's eyes, and the lights are prettier at night. Yeah, no, I kind of wish I hadn't taken cat's eyes in this run, but it's fine. Yeah, eventually I'll stop honking on the way home like this as well. Once we stop seeing zombies popping out of the tree. Like, later on, I'll use the vehicle with sirens, like the park ranger car, or the, fire truck, or the police bulldozer, bull driver. I'll use those. This is daytime, you hate it? Yeah, no, it is. It is definitely bright. Do you do cat's eyes with, like, bright nights? Yeah. I guess for me, I didn't want to, like, not put the points in, because it felt a little cheaty otherwise. Is this full moon or full sun? I have no idea. This has definitely been one of the brightest nights we've had. So I'm assuming we're at like a full moon night. I mean, we still have the full vision cone, so it is just a bright night in general in the game as well. Because I always do remember that is a thing that at the very beginning of the game, because you start in the summer, it does take a bit longer to get dark. Which is also another one of those things that throws me for a loop because I will plan to have to like back out earlier. New moon, it's the opposite of what's supposed to be. Gotcha. Alright, so our pork is starting to go stale. We'll add the onion powder. We'll add salt. We'll add garlic powder. We'll add mustard. Put some soy sauce in there because why not? We'll add some seasoning salt, which is different than regular salt. We'll add a little bit of vegetable oil. Why not put that in there? Okay, we did put both types of pork in there. Mustard plus soy sauce sounds vile. I actually imagine, depending on the type of mustard, it wouldn't probably be that bad. If you're talking like yellow mustard, nah. If you're talking like a spiced mustard kind of thing, I could see that working depending on the ratios and all that. And I'm just gonna waste a bunch of ingredients on this real fast because we got our pork is starting to go stale. So whatever. You can't waste what you're gonna throw away. Yeah, like I could see a brown mustard being decent with it. Plus, I'll never use all these seasonings up otherwise. That is like the happiest salad I've ever made in this game. Not really, I could actually definitely make it better by just adding a couple more base ingredients. But like the whole thing about actually having, you know... all the stuff going on. So we need the pork cut of regular pork. It's also gaining us some cooking skill. It's so silly that stale food becomes fresh as soon as you touch the bullet. Yeah, not just because it's creating a new instance of an item. Otherwise, I gotta navigate like, okay, well, this part of it still becomes stale, that part of it doesn't. Do I still really have that many pork chops? Oh my god. Oh no, I only have 5 pork chops. Okay. Okay, I was like... hang on a second. This will take forever. I only got 5 pork chops left. There are like 2 passes each pork chop. And as we're using up these seasonings and all that, the list is just going to keep getting shorter. The sad thing is almost all the calories going in this food is that oil. the vegetable oil is like where all the calories are coming from. The pork chops is negligible. The seasoning is basically none. But that oil does add a tiny little bit. And each one of those is only 20 hunger. The seasoning is exactly none? Yep. To be fair, stuff like salt in real life is no calories. I mean, okay. Technically, it's not literally no calories, but it's one of those things that's so few calories, it's a rounding error to 0. You know, once you get down to the point, not even talking kcals, but just like straight up cals, and you got like single digits, it's effectively 0. Or like a half calorie, again, not kcals, but actual individual calories. All things considering, 76 kills at this stage, not the worst. Because we're still very early game where a character just gets super tired out super easy. But it makes food taste better? Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. We're not talking about like, oh, don't eat. Yeah, that's the reason I was using the other ones, because you notice the straight up pork is also gone. Add the oil. Keep adding random condiments till it won't let me. And I'll slam that one, and I'll make another one and we'll get moving. Now let's sit here and just cut the rest up the whole time. I'm basically reducing our carry weight. And trying to at least have that food go to use. Yeah, so get this one made real quick. And this is clearing a bunch of these seasonings out of the fridge. Okay. Let's top off our water real fast. Thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 50 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Catch the last 50 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Alright. We can go ahead and pop down here, get our truck, and go out for some more slaying of some zombies. Yeah, and I still have the fresh cabbage here. We'll open that up once I get the stuff on me consumed. Oh right, the electrical scrap. I chucked that in the... We'll just chuck it on the ground right here by the generator. And you're good? Yeah, you're good for today. Yeah, so I got a spare tire iron and a couple other weapons in there. So we're all good from the weapon front. I'm gonna go ahead and just chuck these carving forks out from now on. We're getting enough weapons, I don't need to be grabbing any of that garbage. Alright. And let's actually check. So we're on the 23rd, and our first helicopter... Okay, so we've only been 5 days since the last helicopter. Good, good, good. So it's probably one of the best discoveries. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that is one of those things, though, that, biologically, we have a desire for things that have salt in it. Because it does serve a purpose that's relatively good in your body. You know, with moderation and all that. So I feel like it's one of those things that there was an evolutionary pressure for us to want salt. Now, granted, they still had to figure out how to actually get it. Like saltstone, yeah. But there's like lots and lots and lots of animals who are attracted to salt because it is so important for water retention. Okay. Yeah, so with what we're doing, you're just going to burn through these cities relatively quick. Considering even early game, we already got a city knocked down basically one stream. Because, yeah, technically this stream, I cleared like the last building or two. But for what we were actually calling Echo Creek, that was one stream that city was cleared. So that gives you an idea of just how much of a difference these population settings are. Because if you recall from the 16 times pop, we would be... what, like 6, 7, 8 streams in just to clear our way into the city proper? Like, not clear it, just to get into the city where we could actually fight inside the city versus being bullied away. That's the second time I've almost gotten killed there. I need to just delay on doing any of the attacks at that. The zombies on the ground are hitting there. The good news is, even with low nimble, it seems like if I'm backing up when they go for the grab, I'm relatively fine. And I am being very wasteful on the rate I am eating these pork chops and all that. They're gonna rot soon, so... you know, it's kind of one of those things. You just can't waste something that you're not... like, it's gonna go bad anyways. It's like if you went to a place and they ordered, like, 10 large pizzas, and only, like, 2 got eaten. And you're just like, alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and, like, eat a bunch of these just myself because I'm just wanting to do that. That's not waste, because the alternative is they just go bad. Alright. What's our character's weight at? 91. Early game, we every time we found ice cream that was still good, we ate it immediately. So we were at the 95 you start at, and we downed like two large, like full-size pizzas, a bunch of random slices of pizzas, probably like 4-ish tubs of ice cream. You know, we couldn't let those go to waste. Some bacon. We ate more than one instance of bacon. We ate a whole bunch of like pork chops and all that we really didn't need to eat. They only said of people there. Freudian slip. What? Sorry, it's not 95 pounds. It's 95 kilograms. The weight in your characters is in kilograms in this game. Because yeah, 95 pounds for like a normal like height adult and everything, that is not enough weight. You are very lean. Because like assuming an average build, you know, an average build guy like this is 95 pounds is like, no, seriously, you need to eat. You are dangerously underweight. Yeah, no, it definitely wouldn't be lethal, but it wouldn't be a thing. It's like, oh yeah, no, it's just lean muscles. Like, no, you're just really underweight. Like, I want to say when you're that underweight, you have a higher risk of, I think it was stroke. There's a couple pretty serious things that you have higher risk of when you're very underweight. Probably, no, not necessarily. You could still be underweight and still strong. Like a lot of the underweight concerns have to deal with a bunch of different like cardiovascular and that kind of problems that you got to worry about. Because you do have like runners who have, you know, the quote unquote chicken legs or whatever, where it's just like super duper lean muscle. And it's not that they're not strong. I mean, they're definitely gonna be stronger than I am. But it's just one of those things that like there's just lots of health implications with going that much underweight. Okay. Alright, we'll just fast forward a little bit for the muscle strain. And those will be things like the muscle strain and that will go away as we hit like 3 and 4 in our various weapons. We get some strength points in. Right now, because we are dealing with a no strength character at the start, I think we're at strength 2 now, and starting with like 0 weapon skills. This is kind of the only phase of the game that the muscle strain is really relevant. It very, very quickly does drop off to be kind of a non-mechanic saving for certain weapons once you start getting to, you know, 5, 6, whatever in your various weapon skills. There are exceptions. There are a handful of weapons that even at really high levels are just, that is their balance negative, is they are just muscle strain city, because they're just heavy and one-handed, that kind of thing. That time targeting the zombie on the ground was intentional, because I figured I had more enough time to deal with it. The other 2 times it was not deliberate and it was very stressful. Because it used to be around 51 kilograms most of your adult life. And the last GP said she couldn't find any visceral fat, ST, all around your organs. Most of the others thought you had an enlarged liver and spleen because they were so large compared to the overall space there. Can't recommend, if you have the choice. Yeah. I was, when I was in school, I was a very, very lean person. Like, to give you an idea, in high school, I was like 6'1" and like 85 pounds. Like, I was a very lean person. But I was also the one who had like the highest, my personal weight range to what I could bench press and all that out of anyone in the school. You know, granted, it's because I weighed a lot less, but I was able to bench press more than a lot of people much, much larger than me. I was also very, very athletic at the time. To a point later on, I'd become a sponsored athlete for a while. Yeah, No, it was absolutely underweight. Did I drop my water? Oh, there it is. I didn't refill my water bottle, which is a different issue. Yeah, no, it's absolutely underweight. You're the last person in your grade to break 100 pounds? Oh, I have no idea where I stood in that. I mean, there's definitely people who are still under that weight that I was aware of. But some of those people were like, there was a guy in one of my classes that was like 4'6" or 4'7" or something like that. So real short guy. That he was probably around that weight. What sports in school did I join? So I did a lot of soccer, but that's not what I got sponsored for. After high school, well, towards the end of high school / early college, paintball was like kind of in its like really big heyday, and I liked playing paintball. And I would I'd compete a lot and got onto a team where we got sponsored and all that good stuff. You mean actual football? Yeah, that one. Alright, let's back up before we just start blasting into this place with our truck, because there's a good chance we are going to get separated from our truck if we do that. I'd like to keep the truck as a thing I could back out of here. But yeah, so I played a lot of soccer, you know, went to nationals and all that, went to regional a number of times. So I did all that. You know, became like a ranked and sponsored paintball player. After that, I became a ranked disc golf player, where it's like pretty high up there. In PPL paintball by chance? Man, I don't remember. You're asking me to think back into like 19, 20 years old. I don't remember what it was called. Like, I remember the disc golf one, because it never changed over all the years. Let's see, paintball gets sponsored on the US? Oh, to be fair, paintball is a ghost of what it used to be. Like, there was a time that paintball was huge over here, but paintball barely exists anymore. A lot of the people who were into paintball moved on to airsoft. Yeah, no, where the place I played regularly, that was a place that got a lot of people riled up because they built it across from an elementary school. I probably shouldn't have pulled this many. We'll back up so we stop pulling, and then we'll go back to fighting. Because we want to deal with what I grabbed already. Yeah, you know what happened with that is my career path went into software development. And not having the time to do a lot of, you know, a lot of sports after hours and all that. You know, suddenly having your day be sitting at a computer all day, both day and night, versus what it had been was, you know, I would go to school where we'd sit down and we'd do all our stuff, and then after school, I might go, you know, play paintball or whatever, or I might, you know, jump on a computer and play games and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, there was a mix of it. Versus now, like, once I got into software development, my hobby was doing, like, the gaming computer stuff, doing dev on the side just because I was interested in different things. You know, it's just sitting all the time. All right. Explains the push-up breaks. Oh, are you thinking back? Oh man, that's been a while since anyone's brought that up. For those who don't know, I used to have redeems to make me do like push-ups and squats and all that kind of stuff. And the first one I'd come across that, you know, it was me and my brothers talking, like, you know, we're all getting older. That is just the way it works. And so there was an effort by a bunch of us to be like, all right, let's, like, a bunch of us, there's 3 brothers. You know, let's start, like, working on our health. So we kind of had, like, a friendly competition between us. That was like, okay, you know, we're going to see who can hit like X number of push-ups the first or whatever kind of stuff. So I made a channel redeem because I realized with my streaming schedule that was the only way I was going to be able to do that. And so what ended up happening with that is I ended up having like magnitudes more push-up than the other two, just because, you know, chat would make me do push-ups regularly. And I had like caps that you could only make me do so many. But yeah, no, we finished with, it was something like 60 or 70,000 push-ups for the year or something like that. You know, that's the time, like, that was around the time the channel, like, really started blowing up and everything. So I was getting conscious about, like, how much time it was taking away from the stream for me to do that. And so we got rid of it and whatnot. Because, like, it wasn't a big deal when there was a handful of people here. But yeah, once we started getting, like, regular streams of, like, 50, 60, 70 people kind of things, like, it would basically be the stream would start, and the moment it came off cooldown, it'd get redeemed again, until, like, the number ran out. And I had, like, doubled up the number of push-ups people could make me do, because, like, it was originally, like, 5 per redeem, then I bumped it up to 10 per redeem, and I doubled the cumulative total you were allowed to make me do per stream. You know, because I was getting a little bit cheap. What kind of font you're using in the game? So this is the dyslexia-friendly font. It is just built in the game. It's under your accessibility settings. The actual font, I don't know if it's Open Dyslexia or Dyslexie, but it is one of those two fonts. Like that's how much I've dealt with like all this kind of stuff with my accessibility stuff and all that. It is just one of those things that I can look at and like, oh yeah, that's Open Dyslexie. The problem is Open Dyslexia and Dyslexie. One of those is a free font that anyone can use. The other one's a paid-for font that you would use if you want to like do stuff that's commercial and all that. They're very, very similar fonts because they use a number of strategies that have been discussed about making fonts more readable, especially for people with stuff like dyslexia, and different things they could do to make the fonts way easier to read. So it's a little hard to see with that, and that's also, for the record, all my stuff on the stream, like up here, I've used, like even down here, I've used that font on the stream since well before it got added to Product Zomboid and all that. It's part of my advocacy. But like, if you're ever curious about what makes a font dyslexia friendly, it's one of those things like, if you look at the letters, the bottom half of the letter is thicker than the top half of the letter. So instead of like, when you're looking at a large paragraph, it being kind of uniform in its density, it makes it far easier to spot the beginning and like the top and the bottom of a line. Because one of the things that dyslexia will do is it'll kind of skip you around on the lines. And so that helps kind of counter that problem. The other thing they do is the letters like P, B, Q, D, those letters, they've also got subtle differences, so you can't just take a P and then rotate it to make a Q, or sorry, mirror it to make a Q, or rotate it to make a D, or whatever. That they have a bit of a different shape, so if you rotate it, it doesn't really work. Because that's another way that dyslexia screws with you, is that it will mirror and rotate and all that letters. There's also like where it'll take chunks of syllables and move it around, but that doesn't really matter with the font so much. Alright. Gonna suffer a little bit because I didn't refill my water bottle. We're gonna get a little dehydrated today. It's like one of those things that's hard to understand for people who isn't affected by it. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things, so like, dyslexia, as far as how much it impacts you, is a scale. That, like, you can have people who have just the very, very rare thing that is a symptom of, like, a dyslexia kind of thing. But you're not actually diagnosed as being dyslexic until you get to a certain level of severity. So, like, almost everyone's had that moment where you read something and you just stop and go, what? And then you reread and realize your eyes skipped over skipped over a word, or you just read a word as a totally different word because your eyes did like the displacement of letters. But it's one of those things for most people, it's a super duper rare thing that happens. So you get the idea of like that part, and you go, right. But now imagine if that was a constant problem. And so you still like aren't going to be able to like internalize and really get like, okay, if this was all the time, how would this impact me? Because you just can't. It's just like you can get the concept, but you can't truly relate. For the record, I am not dyslexic. I do advocate for people who deal with the condition, but like I too, as much as I've read into it and all that, I can get the idea of what it might be like, but I will never understand what is like. You're not sure if you're dyslexic? Hey, I mean, it is underdiagnosed. There are tests. And a lot of people who do think they are dyslexic aren't. As far as not people who are diagnosed, generally when you get diagnosed, that's pretty reliable. But like people be like, oh, you know, I've had that happen. A lot of people's like, oh no, that was just fatigue. But it is underdiagnosed. There are a lot of people who live with dyslexia who just, you know, they struggled but did manage to get through school or whatever, and it just kind of went below the radar. And it isn't me saying like don't get yourself tested or anything like that. Quite the opposite. Just don't be surprised if you do get tested and you're like, no, this isn't dyslexia. And a lot of times people actually go in for a diagnosis that they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I have insert neurodivergent condition, and come to realize they just have a different one. That happens a lot. Because a lot of them have co-occurring symptoms. And a lot of them also co-occur in general. That you're far more likely to have one of these other conditions if you have that condition kind of thing. It's one of the things that makes it a real booger to diagnose. Your wife is dyslexic? She gets D's and B's backwards. Words like want and what backwards all the time? Yeah, it's difficult. It's one of those things that, very genuinely, one of the main things you do to help with that kind of stuff, like for the person creating games, writing books, doing all that stuff, really boils down to, honestly, just follow best writing practices. One of the things that if your teacher was doing any good for you, like when you're in writing class, like when you're in like communications, English writing class, whatever it was for you, like one of the things that teachers who were better off with like teaching it would do is, you know, you'd sit there and go, okay, write your 3 pages or whatever. And one of the things that the teachers would encourage is like, hey, use bullet points. Hey, insert this kind of thing. You need to have at least a certain word count, and that's fine. But break it up so it's not just one wall of text. Because the wall of text, even if you don't have dyslexia or anything else like that, like not neurodivergent anyway else, like is just a pain in the butt to read. Like it's really easy to just lose your space and go, wait a second, and have to kind of like backtrack and realize, all right, where did I like skip a line here? Where did I lose my place? And then circle back to it. But when you have stuff like, and there's lots of things that people do, like they will bold the first letter of a paragraph or make it so it's like a larger letter on the paragraph, or, you know, stylize it or whatever. And there's pros and cons with all those strategies, that some of them can be a negative. But by doing stuff to break up the wall of text a little bit, you can do a lot of good in making it far easier for your stuff to be followed. Now, whether you're writing a technical documentation about how to use a piece of equipment, or a scientific paper about whatever study you're doing, or you're writing, you know, a raunchy romantic novel, or, you know, whatever it is you're writing, having your reader not lose their place is good for the quality of your material. That is the third time already. We've already had a very close call because I targeted the zombie on the ground when I really didn't want to. And so it is one of those things that, like, you'll have people argue it's like, oh, I shouldn't have to change my project or product to consider subset of people. And it's kind of, you step back and like, but here's the deal. You're just making your product better. It's literally better for everyone. It shouldn't need to be better for everyone to be worth doing. But it is one of those things that you're just making your product better in general, and it just so happens that better is far more important to some people than others. Like, having something that's more readable is just better for you entirely. Unless your goal is to get people to not read your thing, which, weird, but okay. Let's see here. Yeah, you're autistic and have ADHD. You did the DNA test and you're like 1,000 times more likely to have both. 1,000 to have both than the general population, yeah. Because the underdiagnosed conditions are heartbreaking. You hate to think there's people who suffer today, in and day out, with no real answers in some cases. You've been going through some serious medical testing because your brain decided to make too much fluid and it's not being cycled properly, so it's increasing pressure. Yeah, so the one I'm dealing with is, I don't actually know what I'm dealing with. So, like, for the record, I do have ADHD. I got diagnosed as an adult with that. But, I have been dealing with a thing that my body reacts as if I'm overheating even when I'm cold. And so what I mean by that is I don't feel like I'm overheating. That's a different thing. It's that literally your body, like, it's pretty well known that you, like, when you get too cold, that your body starts shunting the blood from going out to your limbs to keeping it towards the center to try and keep you alive when you're freezing to death, when you're dealing with, like, hypothermia. What a lot of people don't realize is it also does the reverse, that when you're overheating, it pushes blood out to your extremities, so that way there's more surface area for sweat to draw more of the heat away from you. So I have the thing where my body pushes the blood out to my extremities, but I don't have the extra sweating thing. The downside is, when you're preemptively pushing all the blood out to your limbs and you're out in the heat, you do have more surface area, but it also means you're heating up faster because you're doing it at the wrong time kind of thing. And that's been a booger trying to get that diagnosed. That's been a multiple-year escapade at this point. And I don't need people being like, well, it could be your thyroid. Already checked that. Could be your this. Already checked that. Could be neurological. Already checked that. I'm finding a lot of things about my body is doing really good. Haven't figured out whatever the thing that's wrong is. But yeah, no, it's a thing. I've actually paused on diagnosing it because crap's expensive. Is even underdiagnosed autoimmune condition? It's more common in middle-aged women. Most folks don't get diagnosed for about 5 years because it's very often. Let's see. Sorry, I can't drive and do this. You're just tired for work, raising family, but it's actually your muscles just stop working, including important ones that like help you breathe. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's so like for me getting my ADHD diagnosis, a lot of that came from I have, as people have seen me say, I have advocated for people with neurodivergent conditions and disabilities for a long time. Because a lot of them get misrepresented, people can be very dismissive, people can have genuine prejudice against, so on and so forth. Like, there's lots of reasons. Did I literally just turn around the wrong way? Because I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure all of the gas tanks are on the driver's side in this game. I also don't think... No, I take that back. I have owned one car that the gas tank was on the other side. But it is one of those things that, in my advocacy, I was, I was working with, a whole bunch of people dealing with different disabilities and neurodivergent conditions and going, hey, how can I help you? Like I would like to understand this condition more if you don't mind me asking, and basically trying to figure out what I could do to help them the most. Because there's a lot of times that people make assumptions about what would help someone versus sitting down with them and actually doing the homework and being like, hey, this thing that people are making a big issue about, is that actually a thing that's helping you, or is that, someone got it in their head that this helps you, but it really isn't the right thing. And there's a bit of A and B. But, so I talked to them about their different conditions and all that, and, how they got diagnosed, what the process is, that kind of stuff. For those who are interested in talking about it. There's definitely people who are like, I'd prefer not to discuss it, and it's like, hey, fair enough. Like, not trying to put anyone on the spot. Most people are generally pretty open. But yeah, and it was just kind of one of those things that you'd get in these conversations with people, and they'd be talking about ADHD, and you're like, why are you talking about me and my childhood? And I had a couple of people I knew who had gotten diagnosed who just, they thought I had been diagnosed with it just because of a lot of my mannerisms and all that. And just, like, one of my really close friends, like, man, I thought for sure you had already been diagnosed, you just didn't want to talk about it. And so it was just kind of one of those things that you're like, okay, and then you sit down, you're like, look at the symptoms, you're like, oh man, this is a lot of it. And I even sat down with Tomb before, Tomb's my wife, for those who don't know. Tomb before, I formally went through the process of getting diagnosed and all that, and I'm like, alright, I'm just gonna list off some things, and you let me know if they describe me. And yeah. In, like, the list of, what was it, like 17 or so symptoms, there was, like, one that didn't match up. Which, for those who don't know how diagnostics works, with the DSM-5, which is where they kind of document, like, these are the symptoms, here's whatever, that, the official, like, formal diagnosis and all that. And it was just one of those things that the way it works is you have to, for a prolonged period of time, demonstrate, the specific number will vary based on the condition, but like 12 of the 15 symptoms you have to show for a prolonged period of time, and if you do that, then you'd be considered as being diagnosed with that condition. That they like an actual medical professional does the diagnosis who specializes in it. But you get the idea. You're diagnosed at 35, your friend's reaction was basically like, no crap. Yep. As you tried to ask them to test you for the markers of MS or bands, and they did a spinal tap and took 9 cc of fluid, and the pressure did not change at all. They didn't, and so that is a question mark of you may never have an answer. You have to see a neurologist to see if they want to do a brain scan. Yeah, that was actually for like the neurological possibility for what I've been dealing with. Is they did a an MRI and an MRA, I think it was. And that was just basically checking. So your thyroid is here, and that deals with regulating your circadian rhythm, your heart rate, your metabolism. Like the thyroid, that's its job. It puts out its happy thyroid juices and tells your body when you need to like I'm hot, I'm cold, do whatever. So that was like at the beginning, that was our leading suspect, is that, that I might have hyperthyroidism, but all the tests came back fine. But so then they're like, all right, we're gonna check to see, make sure you don't have like a brain tumor or something like that. And so they did an MRI, as well as to check for like apparently one of the things that could cause is like a blood clot in the veins that go to your brain as well, and those all came back negative, which is good, because that's terrifying. But yeah, so it's just a whole bunch of stuff. That was another one that I had a lot of people who had gotten MRIs, and like for Tomb, like she had one like when she was way younger. She's like, yeah, it's boring. That's pretty much it. Yeah, it's boring. You lay there. It's not a big deal. It's loud and it's boring. And I had a lot, that was another one that I had a lot of people who, you know, like my parents' generation, who were like, oh my god, it was so awful. You're there all day, and like really, like, talking about how horrible it was. I'm like, man, this is nothing. It was boring, like, don't get me wrong. I joked it was like you got that younger cousin, and they're getting into making, like, industrial techno music, but they have no talent. That's the way I would describe sitting in that machine. So they would just find an instrument, they'd just bang on it for a while, and then they'd move on to the next instrument. That's the way I'd describe it as an experience. Is you lay there, you do that, you've got, so like I had to get the dye, so I had an IV in me the whole time, but that was fine. You've had over 100 MRIs in your life? You sleep in them now? I'm sorry you've had to go through that many MRIs. That is a lot of MRIs. I've only had the one that I'm aware of. Spinal cord damage? Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, no, MRIs, that's exactly. Like, MRIs really aren't bad. They're just boring and time-consuming. They're bad in the, I have to wait in line, but by wait in line, I mean I'm sitting down with my number kind of boring. So, like, in all things considered, like, the big thing is you can't really do anything. So you just kind of listen to music. But, I mean, I've had to wait for stuff my entire adult life. Sitting in, like, laying on your back in a tight space. Like, I can imagine if you're someone who deals with something like, claustrophobia, yeah, that's gotta be awful. I can understand someone dealing with claustrophobia being shoved in that machine having a real rough time. Like, I don't have that problem, but I could absolutely see that being a bad experience. But outside of that, it's like, it's not fun. Oh yeah, so Zidian mentioning because he falls asleep that they use like wedges. They did that. They like shoved these pillow wedges behind my head, and then I had like the thing so I couldn't move that. Let's see. Actually, you were terrified of the spinal tap, but it turned out to not be that bad. More uncomfortable, I think. Gave me something anxiety. Yeah, no, there's a lot of like surgeries that, you know, there's a certain amount of the worst part is contrast sometimes makes you feel like you peed yourself. I didn't have that one. I don't know if I was starting to have a reaction to the contrast, but like we did the first thing, the MRA, which was like the neck. And they broke the MRI out into 2 segments because they wanted to do part of it with and part of it without the contrast or whatever. And so we did the part with the contrast, and I was getting significant discomfort at where they had put the IV, but they had a little bit of difficult getting the IV, like, it was one of the few times I've had any issue with that. And so it's one of those things I'm like, yeah, I'm getting a little, like, not, it wasn't to the point of pain, but I was like, you know, this is uncomfortable and like kind of, not a burning sensation, but like a little bit of like an itchy sensation. Like I didn't have a rash or anything from it. And they're like, all right, we don't need the contrast for the second part, so let's just take that out. Because I'm like, I don't know if I'm reacting to this. I'm someone who has had like very little allergies in my life. Like I know there's one specific medicine I can't have, but it's not hardly used anymore, so it's pretty irrelevant. And then, like, I think it was, for whatever reason, if I went swimming in the pool with, like, chlorine or whatever, and then I went out and, you know, like, played in the yard as a kid, I would get a reaction from that. So it's, like, it's not super clear if it was, like, grass pollen or, like, some combination, but it's, like, playing out in the yard normally, not a problem. It was just, for whatever reason, that one specific combination, I would get super itchy. Does he make specialized MRI machines that are open, that are designed for those with claustrophobia? Gotcha. I figured they had to do something, because if someone's having a problem... I mean, the only other thing I could think of is they knock you out and put you in the machine, but I wouldn't imagine they would do that for as long as the MRI takes. You're afraid you're secretly allergic to bees? You've never been stung by? That's one thing that I've had a number of people recommend to me over the years. It's just because of how many allergies go undetected. And if you have a minor allergy from it, it's a thing that can like cause you to have like all sorts of indigestion and that kind of problems. But it's not severe enough that's easy to pin down. Is they do a grid where they kind of... I'm gonna get the details wrong because I have out-of-dated information here. And there's a term for it, but they'll do like a panel grid. They kind of just, you know, go and they just give you like a little itty bitty poke of a bunch of different things. They're talking like trace amounts. And they just see like... Yeah, no, I mean, it used to be the allergic scratch test. I think they've got a more modern thing that accomplishes the same task. Well, I mean, an animal, that's just what we have to do. Because you can't be like, hey, animal, sit still or else. You gotta work with them on it. Yeah, they won't knock out someone unless you're a baby, child, or some other specific type of patient. Insurance won't cover it otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, I do hate insurance playing as doctor. Just, Automod is jumping on everything today. We did a screening scratch prick test standardized as kids. Yeah, so we didn't, in the US you don't, at least I don't believe you do, not unless it's a recent change. They don't do like the allergy test normally. Usually what it is you've got something going wrong, and they're like, okay, your kid keeps breaking out in a rash during class. Let's go and, you know, put the grid on your back and poke you all those times. Because that's the way they used to do it. Is they would like put this grid on the back, and it was basically each segment of the grid that like poke you with a different thing. And then ultimately what would happen is if you're allergic to something, that one would become inflamed, turn red, whatever. Because you have fatigue issues that are eluding diagnosis as to the cause. And of course your thyroid is the first thing the doctor checks, and it's always fine. The latest round of blood tests last week were no different. Your only things your blood tests ever stand out are loads of platelets. You should probably be getting more sun, vitamin D, a little low. And your body hates your thyroid. So much TPO antibody. Gotcha. Let's see, you got an allergy test 7 years ago. They still stabbed you like 50 plus times. Yeah, that was my understanding is that they still did the poke. Like it's a very tiny nothing poke type deal versus like a proper needle or whatever. Because you really are just trying to get like a little bit of whatever the materials you're testing. Just past the like outer skin kind of thing. Because like I said, they give you just a trace amount, and the idea is... Wouldn't be great to get that test done if you have a needle phobia? Yeah. Yeah, the tiny thing. But it's one of those things that they were, there's a lot of suggestions that, I can't remember what age, it's like 8 or 10 or something like that, that they were recommending that it be a thing that just every kid gets at a certain age. That way, you know, if you find out this person has like a deadly allergy to something or other, you know that before someone's trying to find their EpiPen to stick someone who has no known allergies. And also one of those things that they're talking around the age like 30, 35, doing a do-over of that test. Because your allergies do change as you age. Some people will grow out of allergies, and some people will develop allergies. And there's a lot of research being done as to why that is. And I think the real answer is it's one of those things that it depends on the allergy, that some people, they develop an allergy because of XYZ, some people grow out of the allergy because ABC, and it's just one of those things. Yeah, I've known a good number of people who, like, lactose intolerance is a very, very common thing that as a kid you don't have And almost every adult ends up at least a little lactose intolerant. But for some people, it's way more than a little. The weirdest allergy, cucumbers, but you're not allergic to pickles. I imagine it's the pickling process takes whatever the enzyme protein, I don't know what the word is for it, probably does something to that thing that is the cause of your allergy, but it F's with it kind of thing. Like the preserving process changes it. Or dilutes it to a point it's no longer enough. You know when you find out you're allergic to a food? Yeah, I'm a little concerned that with my stomach issues I used to deal with, I mean they never got the bottom of those, that it might have been that I was like super mildly lactose intolerant being part of it, or I don't know. There's a lot of that stuff. You don't take the time to advocate for yourself and be like, hey, no, I'm actually having a problem. This isn't me just whining. Like, you know, something I'm eating is making me not okay. And so I need, like, I wanna at least know what it is. Even if my answer is, well, I'm just gonna keep eating that because I like it too much. It's still good to know, being like, hey, you're mildly lactose intolerant. You know, you can get that calzone. It's gonna be an awfully rough day, though, afterwards. And you might go, you know what? I'm gonna get that calzone anyway. Because I want that heckin' calzone. But at least then you can make that informed decision and be like, yeah, you know what? I understand there's this allergy. But, counter-argument, it's a heckin' calzone. Counter-argument, it's delicious. Yeah, you learn that, oh hey, while some tingling is normal in eating a kiwi, because they're acidic, numbness is not normal. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff that, especially with like kids developing not... Because, you know, when you're a kid, you don't have... Or, sorry, when you deal with a condition, I shouldn't even specify a kid. When you're dealing with a condition, and that's your normal, that's your everyday, stuff like numbness or itching or whatever, yeah, calzones are absolutely a sandwich without question. It's ingredients between bread. When you're doing all that kind of stuff that you don't have anything to base it off of. Like, if you get numbness in your legs and that's just the way it's been your whole life, you just assume that's normal. You don't even know to talk to somebody like, hey, you know what? My legs get numb. That's just normal to you. There was a case, I'm gonna say they're a family friend to, like, you know, not dox people, whatever. But there was a family friend we had who, you know, they had their son, you know, young kid, like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, and they had come across as just not being careful, being clumsy, dropping things, kind of stuff, like that kind of thing. You know, stuff that actual kids do is they're just not paying attention, they drop stuff. Well, this one particular time, the mom was cooking some stuff in the house and was like, hey, you know, little Johnny, could you go into the cabinet and go grab me this? Like, I got my hands dirty, I'm cooking this, but I need it. Could you go grab it? And, you know, little Johnny's like, okay, yeah, I can go grab that. And, you know, she's like, you know, be careful with it. And little Johnny drops it. And it smashes on the floor. And so it's not even the fact that it got dropped is all that big a deal. Like, you know, crap happens. But it was the fact that it was something that they didn't have more of. They're in the middle of cooking, and now she can't finish it. So mom's understandably very frustrated. Because she was like, hey, be careful. And it was just one of those things that, you know, she's like, why did you drop it? Like, what's going on? Like, you gotta be more careful than this. And it was like, oh, I'm sorry, my hands were numb. And immediately, like, the dialogue changed, like, what do you mean your hands are numb? It's like, oh yeah, you know, my hands are numb. And it's like, that's not normal for your hands to just randomly go numb. And then, you know, got it looked into, and I'm gonna get the condition wrong. I think it's like, was it Huntington? Like Huntington's disease or whatever? It's a neurodegenerative disease that, you know, historically was truly awful. It's not great now, but these days you're at least able to, with medication, kind of stop it from getting worse as long as you keep up with your meds. Whereas it used to be just one of those things that was the thing. But, like, you know, it just seemed like, oh, I've got, you know, like, you know, the kid didn't realize it was not normal for your hands to get numb. That's the only world they've known. And that was the entire thing, is like, you know, at first she's understandably not yelling at her kid, but being like, you need to be more careful than this. Like, she's frustrated. And it's like, oh, well, my hands were numb. And it's like, hold up, like, pause. We need to circle back to that one. That's gonna need a little bit more discussion. That is not one we're just gonna be like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. It's like, hang on, hands numb? Wait, hang on, wait a second. We need to dig into this. I forgot to refill my water again. Yeah, you'd be really concerned if you had a kid that just nonchalantly tells you that. Oh yeah, but like the thing was, it wasn't until they're 6 or 8 years old that they had the concept of the word numb, that someone had taught them the word numb. Otherwise, they didn't have a word to describe it. So they couldn't explain what they were experiencing, or that it was weird or anything like that. See, last Halloween, you had some mixed Lifesavers candy, and he was like, oh, cinnamon? Since when did they start doing cinnamon Lifesavers? No, that's spicy, but it's not cinnamon. Is it cherry? That's supposed to be cherry. Your sister and brother-in-law both agreed cherry Lifesavers were not spicy. Me. So you think you have an allergy, no idea what to, but you have an allergy. Yeah. It's like people not realizing they need glasses for the first time. Squinting fixes things. Oh yeah, no, that was, it's a lot of these things that people have dealt with that have been these reoccurring problems for a long time. It's because we've made rules around that, not rules, that's not the right word. We made it common practice to do screenings in school that we're finally diagnosing. Like, we found that once we started requiring basic eye exams as just part of elementary school, that we had a considerable uptick in grades here in the US. Like, it was a measurable note of, we are now screening for this versus before screening from this. And it was because a whole lot of students were underperforming because they couldn't see the board. But again, that's the only reality they've ever lived in. They didn't realize that they weren't seeing well. They're just like, oh yeah, sometimes it's hard to see what the teacher writes. But yeah, that's one of the reasons, like, there's a lot of people who push back. It's like, oh man, you'll hear the narrative that's very dismissive and kind of awful. It's like, man, everyone's getting diagnosed with insert name of condition nowadays. And usually the answer for it is like, yeah, we're screening for it now. So instead of just waiting for the kid to have a behavioral problem or something, we're actually going, hang on, let's go ahead and do a couple things and see if you land on this chart. And if you land on this chart, then you get referred to a specialist who will then do a proper diagnosis. And then we're also learning a lot more about a lot of these things, so you have a better understanding. So, like, I'm very happy that we now screen for autism in schools here in the US for the most part, because that was one of those things that just kept slipping by, and, you know, it's not that the person didn't have it if they didn't get diagnosed. They had it, they just had to live with it. And it means they were fighting with this thing that their brains work differently than people expect, but they don't know how differently, and it just is a huge disservice to them. Let's see, trees have leaves. You're amazed? Oh yeah. So I was fortunate that I didn't end up needing glasses till later on in life, but it was one of those things that I can't remember what even was the triggering event now I go back. I remember there was something that... Oh, it was my... So I have an astigmatism, is my eye issue. And for the record, like, literally 50% of the population by adulthood wear corrective lenses. So, like, it is not the majority, but it is dang close. But for those who don't know, when it's dark, there's two things that astigmatisms tend to cause. One is when you look at a light, you'll have like these kind of like star pattern coming off of it, I thought that was just normal. I thought that was just like, yeah, when you look at a light, it does that glare. That's just what happens. But it also can be a thing that contrasting light can be far harder to see. That if you have something bright behind something dark, you can make none of it out. Far worse than someone with, 20/20 no astigmatism eyesight. And so for me, it was night driving was getting a little tougher and all that. And it was just, I was making comments about not being able to see because of like bright things behind people that, someone would be like, hey, how's it going? Is like, and I'm going like this, like, hi to you as well. I can't actually tell who you are because I just see your silhouette. And someone was like, looked at me, it's like, I think you need to get your eyes checked, man. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, I can see this person just fine. It's like, oh, okay. And like, I don't even have a particularly bad astigmatism either. Like, out of astigmatisms, like it's not super mild, but it's like on the milder end of like kind of a medium like astigmatism. It's not super bad. It's not like nothing burger. But even that is all it takes. And like then you wear glasses, you're like, oh my god, the real world. What is this? I can see things. Anyone who's put on glasses the first time has that moment where you're like, no, I don't think I need glasses, and then you put on your glasses and go, oh man, my eyes suck. The world's so different. Let's see, your left eye. Yeah, so your left eye has an astigmatism. What do you mean you're not supposed to see two of everything? Yeah, so it's even a slight astigmatism will really, really mess with stuff. Yeah, you got an eye problem because of work, always needing to be 8 hours of screen, 6 hours a day, Photoshop, Premiere. Let's see, you went to an eye doctor the first time in 10 years. Turned out my vision got better, and that's why things are blurry. Yeah, so you have two things that do happen. You have one thing where sometimes the eye doctor gets it wrong. That does happen because, they do that whole thing where it's like, better or worse? How about now? Better or worse? And sometimes you were just tired that day and like your eyes didn't want to focus the same way they normally do, and so your prescription's a little off. And that happens. And then sometimes just the nature of the strain your eyes were dealing with, that you had something else that was exacerbating your eyesight problem. Like, or you had stuff up in your face all the time, and that your change in lifestyle has reduced that. That now that strain has been reduced, your eyesight kind of settles in. Because there are times that your eyesight does change where your prescription does ease up a little. Because that's actually what happened with me. So I literally just did my eye exam this past week for new glasses. They haven't even come in yet. It's been so recently. And that was one of those things that they actually took my prescription down just a notch. Which is exciting. It's good when you're really, really close to, like, you go to the eye exam each time, and that your prescription only changed just the tiniest little bit. Because it does mean if you are someone who is a good candidate for, like, LASIK, that's what you usually wait for before you consider LASIK. Is where your vision isn't changing regularly. Because otherwise you're right back into glasses the next time your prescription changes. But when you get to the point that your prescription is staying relatively the same time after time after time, that's when you start going, okay, maybe LASIK does make sense. Because I've known a lot of people who got LASIK who have not been happier by it. Like, could not be happier about it. I've also known a few who did have to go to glasses, but the prescription was far milder. Dude, why can't you just do the home? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Let's see. It's incredibly frustrating when there's something wrong with you, but because you can't figure out how to socialize, study focus. Yeah. That's what it's like as a diabetic. You have an eye test. Your vision can be impacted by your daily basic sugar levels. Yeah, no, that's I do know that the eye doctor almost always asks, it's like, has your prescription changed? Have you been diagnosed as diabetic? That kind of thing. Even though, like, the way I present here, You know, like I'm not someone who has a high risk of diabetes or anything. There's not family history, nothing else. But it is just one of those things that it does screw with so many things when your blood sugar is different. Let's see. And yet you cannot focus intently on stuff like video games or other things you enjoy. You're constantly being told you're lazy and everyone else is. Well, that was like this. So looking back at now and looking back where I clearly had ADHD as a child, like very clearly looking back at the symptoms, at the struggles, at the problems I dealt with, it was like, oh no, that was ADHD. Not like, maybe that was ADHD. It's like, no. If someone wrote a book, it was like ADHD from our understanding today, and they wanted a case study, I would have been a very good example. They've been like that. Because the problem is the way it was viewed in like the 80s and 90s was the only people who got diagnosed was hyperactive boys. It was strictly boys who got, not strictly, it was 99.9% chance it would only be diagnosing young boys who couldn't sit still in their chair who would get a diagnosis. And that came out of a lack of understanding. Like, we didn't understand a lot of the symptoms, and we only dealt with it if you had a behavioral problem. And otherwise, we just didn't touch it. Yeah, it was exactly like that, Eldritch, when I finally went into my diagnosis, which I kept putting off because if anything should be evidence held against someone for having ADHD or not, it's, you know, successfully navigating the diagnosis process. There should be evidence against people having ADHD because holy crap, they couldn't make that worse. It's like they said, what are all the things that you are typically bad at as someone who has ADHD? Yeah, what if we made this the process you have to go through to get your diagnosis as an adult? So it took me years to actually get through it. Like, it was honestly other people being open about it that got me off my butt to getting that done. But it is just one of those things that, looking back at it from the lens of our understanding now, there isn't much, like, I don't blame the adults from when I was a child, not understanding, getting it wrong. We didn't have the understanding, we didn't have the knowledge, like, and, you know, thinking I just needed to work harder, or like, sure, not thinking I applied myself enough. Those things, like, I 100% would be like, you know what? I don't blame them for getting it wrong. We just didn't understand. Like, they were doing their best, like, you know, the parents and all that. We just didn't understand. The way the condition was presented was the kid who just fidgeted in their chair all day, and that was how it was presented. So it's no surprise that, you know, your parents didn't think you had it. We just did not have the knowledge we do now. The only thing that I do have a chip on my shoulder is people who called me lazy, or people saying I didn't apply myself. Those are the only two that I really, you know what? I do hold a grudge for that. Because anyone who, you know, paid any attention would not see it was from a lack of effort. Because, like, I was always working my tail off to try and do stuff, and just not getting results. So people calling me lazy, it's like, kindly go F yourself. Because if you paid attention, like, me getting it or not certainly was a problem, but lazy was not the issue. It wasn't from a lack of effort, not from a lack of time. That is one, I'm like, you know what? Admittedly, that is one that I'm not really gonna give people a pass on who treated me like crap when I was younger. But, like, you know, you just need to focus more and that kind of thing. You know what? Again, that was probably unfair, but we didn't know better. So I am willing to let it slide. It's not from a lack of caring. It wasn't from a lack of effort. It was, we just didn't understand. And expecting a parent who has no medical background or anything else, let alone a specialization in that, to get that right, You can't expect that. An ADHD diagnosis process low-key genius, to say the least. I wouldn't say that. It's just there's a lot of things you've got to manage for your diagnosis, like go through and have the scheduling and do all that stuff, which are the kind of things that people with ADHD struggle with. Like, it would be far easier if, like, once you started your journey, that, like, to, like, getting that diagnosis, that they were like, you will be here at this time this day, you will do this. Like, taking all the wiggle out of it, it's like, yeah, okay. Because when someone's like, this is the time you gotta be here, I can make that happen. That's easy. When you're like, okay, you need to schedule the appointment. You, individual, on your time, need to schedule an appointment. That's where things that's where things fall between the cracks, because then I get distracted, forget about it, and then it stops existing. Like, don't drag that out. Let's see, you wonder in 40 years in a DSM-7 or so, the same conversation will be had with the next generation about unmisdiagnosed conditions. Oh, I'm sure there will be. I'm sure we will, like, I'm willing to bet with the stuff like PTSD and that kind of stuff, I'm willing to bet we will go and have far, like, for dealing with trauma, I'm willing to bet there's going to be far new ways of handling the conditions as we better understand trauma versus, you know, the way we deal with it now. It usually has to get to the extremity of PTSD before people start taking trauma seriously. It would not surprise me at all if in the next couple of decades, like, we have a far better understanding about the impacts of stuff like trauma and management. Where are we? We are by Guns Unlimited, just west of Echo Creek. So what are we waiting on the other run? Generally speaking, with the other run, right now with the way crafting works, I'm spending about 1/4 of my time crafting versus fighting. And it's just a lot of fast forwarding and watching bars fill up. Like, literally a day and a half every week in game, give or take, just for crafting the weapons for that time slot. That I got to the point, I'm like, you know what? This is actively making this very not fun for me. Crafting short blade weapons, any weapons. I even did tests off stream where I went and gave myself 7 blacksmithing, carving, and maintenance. And made like, I made like the short blade, I made the axe, I made a couple of things. And it was kind of pretty much all the same. That is about a day and a half worth of crafting per like 5-ish days of fighting. The log stacks will have a log or 2 in them, but not as much as it looks like. Let's see, you have an appointment at 3 p.m. on a given day. You cannot do anything that day or attempt to prep for the appointment. Oh yeah. No, that is a very common ADHD thing. If you schedule a meeting in the middle of my day, you're not getting work before or after that meeting. Because the entire time before that meeting, my mind is on the meeting, so I'm not focusing. And the entire time after the meeting, I'm trying to assess, like, you know, what's going on after the meeting. It is just really a pain in the butt. Like, having anything that's time sensitive, that day goes to waste. Now, a little bit of an exception is if you put a bunch of meetings in one day, that I can actually manage very well. But, like, if you expect me to go back to my desk and do my normal day-to-day work, and then stop for a meeting and go back to it, you're wasting the day. And for the record, that's like proper meetings, like just having me sit up and be like, I'm working on this, I worked on that, here's what's my blocker. Like that 2-second, 15-minute, that's no problem. But like if you're gonna sit down and be like, okay, we want to discuss like, you know, some feature ideas for this product, you know, where I'm actually going to need to put some real thought into it or whatever. Yeah, that day, my productivity is the meeting. You wanted something else done? Shouldn't have had that meeting. I was definitely the kind of person that I didn't mind meetings. I actually could find them to be very productive sometimes. There were definitely meetings that were an absolute waste of everyone's time too. But if you're gonna get me on a meeting, just let's throw 2 or 3 meetings in one day. That is what we're working on today. This is we're organizing today. Yeah, that not drinking enough, like not refilling my water bottle. Something's going on with the water. I am dehydrating way faster. Something's going on in build 42.3 that we're dehydrating at a much faster rate than we normally do. because it was just striking me. Normally you drink about 2 liters of water per day in Project Zomboid, not counting if you're overheating constantly or if you're like chopping logs or stuff like that. But it's about 2 liters of water a day. But you physically couldn't dehydrate in 1 day normally. And we did drink water before we left. I just didn't refill my water bottle. So something is wrong that at the rate we're going,
Take a sip.
we would probably die of dehydration in this in-game day if I don't deal with water. Something has squirreled that up. Let's see, how can you check how much water is in a container? Oh, here. If I grab my water bottle and put my, I mean, right now there's nothing in it. But if you look at the bottom, it says 0 out of 2 liters. So that bottle has 2 liters. And some plastic bottles are only 1 liter. The department has a weekly meeting that effectively is a morale meeting to just chat since you all work. It's easy to get isolated. Out of that, we try to avoid them where possible. Yeah, so like those like just chit-chat meetings where you're just kind of shooting the breeze, those meetings are fine. Like that doesn't derail my day. Those are a-okay, because it's like, it's what's the word I want to use? It's a, I'm not gonna say low effort meeting, but like I'm not having to worry about like, okay, where's my deadlines? Well, yeah, social is what it is. I was referring more to it as a meeting that doesn't have like a given outcome that you need to achieve. Like, you're not going to go through that meeting and here's the decisions that need to be made that are substantial. Here's like going through and assessing progress and checking the quality on things. Like, we're not doing any of that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, we're already to... Yeah, something is very, very wrong with thirst right now. In that time where it's like, oh, like it's going down, like we almost have gone from 1 to... Like, look how fast that's dropping. Like, that is just bottoming out. We're about to go to dying of thirst here real quick. And our body temperature is just skyrocketing. Okay, we are now dying of thirst. In less than 1 day, we are dying of thirst now. So something's wrong with build 42.3. Because, yeah, we're sweating, that all that wet is sweat. We are extremely overheated and climbing fast. Like, our overheating is still going up, which I think is the actual problem. Is the AC on? No, the heat or the AC is not on. It's fine, we're not gonna die or anything. But, yeah. No, but the thing was we were overheating before we got in the car, too. Yeah, so the heat is dropping from that. That is a thing that does happen. Yeah, so our body temperature is correcting a bit. But we were already super sweating before we got in there. Yeah, no, the car definitely didn't help. That is a good call on the car. But in my time playing Project Zomboid, I've never had to run the AC in the car. Okay, so this time we topped off our water bottle. Yeah, and so that overheating is why we were getting tired. I mean, in real life, your car does get hotter than it is outside. But yeah, that's... I mean, honestly... Well, no, for 80 to 104, that's pretty extreme. That's more than you'd normally see. These need to not be here. Okay, so Trapping 2, I believe I can read that book. Alright. You can see like 10 to 15 degrees. That's actually accurate? Right, but 30 degrees... Sorry, like 20 plus degrees different? Usually it's not that much difference. Like, I live in Florida, and yeah, you gotta be real careful about climbing into a car and getting it super heat. Dude, it can be 80 in Florida, and inside your car can get over 150. That feels like an exaggeration, Luxray. It does, because, like, yes, you get sun temperature locked in there, and it bounces off and gets trapped in there, and it does heat it up. You're not wrong. It does get hotter in a car, and it is a decent amount, like 15 degrees plus. Yeah, no, like, absolutely is a dangerous thing that when you have a hot day and you have, like, your car sitting there, it gets hot. But, like, 80 to 100 and something degrees? Oh, it feels like a lot. Like, when you have, like, those 90 degrees and all that, it does? Man. I would not have expected it to be that much. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't keep your kids or dogs in cars when it's even warm outside. Like, yeah, it's a pain to drag the kid and the dog around inside of the grocery store or whatever, but you leave your kid out there, and yeah, it can be absolutely deadly. Like, that is absolutely a thing. Be largely dependent on the humidity? I would expect the humidity to matter less inside the car, but No, don't wake up having a nightmare. Because you landed that right in between where I'm going to be too awake to sleep. Now we do the exercises, then we'll just be in pain. Yeah, it's definitely too tired. Or not tired enough to sleep. Humidity ups the temperature? Yeah, I know it ups your temperature in there. I mean, I guess if you're talking the humidity inside the car, I guess that would make sense. I was thinking the humidity outside the car. We sadly have at least one news story every summer about a kid dying from a parent leaving them in their car. Oh yeah, no, and here in Florida, that's routine, unfortunately, about pets or kids dying because a parent's just gonna run into the store real fast, and, you know, then it ends up taking longer than they thought, and they just have the car parked out there in the heat. Because you don't even need to get to, like, 150 degrees. If you're getting to, like, 110, 120 degrees, you know, that alone is dangerous. And then if you start where it's already 100 degrees outside, it's over getting hotter, then yeah, it's bad news. Okay, so we finished our pork chops. So we can drink from the sink, top ourselves off. Do I have food on me? Yeah, we got the jar. We'll open the jar. Now, quickly chuck the lid into the cabinet here before I go anywhere. That's a spare lighter. Oh, I didn't run out of meat. It went bad. That's fine. We got through a lot of it before it turned. Got a trash can out front. Oh yeah, no, I've definitely, having lived in Florida for most of my life now, absolutely, I've definitely had the thing where you go to get in your car and you're like, oh my god, it is just straight up the surface of the sun in here. Where you do the thing where you touch the steering wheel and go, ah! So you kind of like tippy fingers trying to like do the steering wheel because it's like literally burning your hands to the point that they're turning pink from the heat. This isn't 16 times pop? No, the 16 times pop run is on pause. Basically, with the way the balance is on crafted weapons being so low durability and the amount of effort going into it, I was basically finding the, I was just burning out. Like, what it really boils down to is I was just burning out. That I realized I was spending literally a fourth of my time just crafting weapons, and I was already getting really tired of it. And so we put that run on pause for the time being, until we see like what they're going to do to adjust balance or whatever the crafted weapons. Yeah, no, I when I was shopping for cars, you know, like not when I was shopping for cars as, you know, college student, super broke and all that, and, well, high school student, super broke, and just needed literally anything that could drive so I could get to and from work. When I actually had, the still build 42? Yeah, we're still build 42. 42.3.1, the current unstable branch. It was one of those things that, you know, because, like, leather seats were a big deal to people my dad's age and all that. Like, leather seats are what you wanted. And it was like, it's like, you're gonna get someone with leather seats? It's like, oh god, no. Those are way too hot here. It's like, give me fabric all day long. Let that thing breathe. It's like, absolutely not. I've been in plenty of people's cars that had leather seats, and here in Florida, those get the sunlight, and it is a bad time. And I am not taking the time to put a car cover over my car every time. I did that for a very brief period of time when I first got, like, my first car that wasn't just, you know, an absolute piece of junk I got as cheap as I could used. My second car I got, like, you know, I'd gotten a decent job and all that. It was nothing special. It was a Miata. Like, it wasn't like I spent, you know, big money or anything on it. But, you know, it was a car I was very proud of. It was, you know, I got myself a nice car. It wasn't new. It was, like, mildly used. And, you know, I took really good care of it. I was very proud of that car. I basically drove it until I had so many miles that the transmission was starting to get to be a little bit of a worry. And I had, on my first car, which was a piece of junk, I had rebuilt that transmission multiple times, and I was like, transmission problems? You know what I'm not dealing with? Any of that. Because that was also the point where I'm like, alright, I need to start, you know, the way I was thinking is like, I need to start being an adult. As much fun as this little convertible is, it's really impractical as my only car, you know, getting to the point as preparing to, like, buy a house and all that. So the helicopter was the 18th, so I still got 3 more days. Not gonna lie, if you lived in Florida, you would, windows would be so tinted, they're currently not tinted. Yep, except you can't really tint your windows that much before you're breaking the law. We have pretty heavy restrictions on how much you can tint your windows, with some very specific exceptions. And we do have a number of people who tint their windows far more than that. And what happens is the police pull you over and say, hey, your window is illegally tinted. You need to go and get that tint removed. Which is really expensive. $35%? That sounds about right. It actually might be a little lower than that. Like a little less tint. The idea is they want it so they can see into your vehicle, just as a safety thing, so that way, you know, when you're getting pulled over by the police, they can actually sit there. Florida is so tight into their tinting laws, you figure a sunshine tint, allowed darkening? I'm not even sure it's a Florida thing. I honestly don't know the answer if it's a Florida or a federal thing. I do know there is a limit on how much you're allowed to have your windows tinted. And then the reasoning for it is, generally speaking, you know, the idea being the police officer, you can't see in the windows, so you don't know if someone's, you know, pulling out a gun or whatever. For me, I don't see that as big enough of an issue that, you know, just let people tint their windows. Like, I'm willing to bet more people have problems due to car overheating issues than any safety side of it. But yeah, that's usually the reason you're given, is that people can't see into the car, and that could be a safety concern. And it's not strictly law enforcement. Like, you know, if someone's having a seizure in your car, but the car's just not moving, so people honk their horn and they go, "Oh wait, never mind. This person's having like a medical situation that really needs intervention." That said, again, I don't know. It feels like it should be higher. What pop is this? We have effectively playing on just regular old apocalypse population. There's no federal law. Michigan is the only state with no legal limit. Yeah, it's probably just one of those things that, like, it may not be a federal thing, but it is a basically every state but that one. It's kind of like, federally speaking, here in the U.S., there's nothing illegal about most sex work, but almost every individual state has laws restricting sex work. So while it's not technically against the federal law, it's almost. There's like 1 or 2 states now that have no rules against it, or not no rules. That's not fair. They do have rules, but they're not rules that just say, like, you know, it's not just no. That they're like, okay, we've carved out a legal avenue for people to do this kind of work. Let's see, there's bigger laws that the feds come down on with sex trade, for example. But yeah, FBI isn't targeting streetwalkers per se. Yeah, no, there's stuff like human trafficking that's like federal laws, but that's not sex work within itself. That's other things that happen in the area of around that. Because otherwise places like certain places in Nevada wouldn't be allowed to do it. Yeah, so that's the thing. But that's just it. In that case, the crime is kidnapping. Has nothing. Like, that's the thing. Those are illegal things. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the actual job, not the, you know, not human trafficking, not all that stuff. Those are illegal. But that's just it. Those are related issues, but shouldn't be conflated as the same issue. Because in a lot of ways, the fact that sex work is illegal in a lot of places does enable that stuff. Because if it was legal in those places, then when you have those situations, the individuals in those situations could go to law enforcement and say, hey, this thing is happening to me, please help. Whereas right now, where it's illegal in a lot of places, it kind of puts them in that weird spot where if they go to law enforcement, they're admitting to a crime to try and protect themselves from a worse crime. They're still going to get trouble on the other side of it. Well, the main advocacies for it, like, even by people who have zero interest. Like, I have zero interest in hiring that kind of service and all that. But at the same time, I think it is good for it to be legal, just, you know, so people in that industry can do what they need to do to protect themselves. And another point in maintenance. I believe that's maintenance 3, maybe? Yeah, no, it'd have to be maintenance 3, because I couldn't read the second book unless we had maintenance 2. And a big reason that leveled so fast is the fact that we read that book. We're dealing with probably pretty close to a 5 times multiplier. We're not quite finished with the book, so it's not the full 5 times, but we're probably getting in that ballpark. Many laws and regulations that come about in the 21st century, they're largely you've largely disagreed with in their life. In the US, of course. Oh yeah. Well, I think that's going to be true in a lot of places. That's kind of the whole thing with a lot of this, is when you're dealing with a large collection of people, there are going to be laws that are going to be passed that you're never going to get everyone to agree on anything. And that's honestly totally fine. That it shouldn't even be a goal to strive for because it's a completely unrealistic goal. But that doesn't mean something isn't important enough to do anyways. And there's definitely a balance there. Like, you don't want a few people calling the shots for everyone, because that's not right. But there is a thing to be mindful of others and what they're going through. Because even like, hey, the majority rules, which is what it, what it's typically, presented as, even then it is worth recognizing, well, there are still lines in the sand we should not cross. Like, if 70% of your population is a demographic, and the other 30% is another demographic, and the 70% says, well, the 30% shouldn't be allowed to own property or something, very clearly you should be like, okay, you may feel that way, but also we're not going to do it, because that's seriously screwed up. And we probably don't need to delve into that much farther. Like, there's still things where you go, okay, this might be something that people want, but it is very harmful, so we are going to intervene. There's a balancing act you gotta do there. That's a big decimal? Yeah. Yeah, we can move... Yeah, the fact that it's not rounding, it's just like, you gained 1.99999999984 experience for taking apart that watch. Or whatever the number was. Like, man, I'm okay if you want to say 1.89. I'm okay if you want to make it 1.9. That's fine. Even if under the hood it's still that really ridiculously long number, because it's just probably a floating number or double or something. All right. But yeah. That's a lot of stuff you see in games that most games you're dealing with, like coordinates and all that, it's not going to be precise things like when you're looking at a number where it's like, to the second decimal or whatever. A lot of times you're using what's known as floating numbers or doubles. And the idea and the magic of those numbers is that they can scale up and down to whatever quantities they need to represent. It's just the downside is you lose precision. Because effectively what they allow you to do in the programming language is just move the decimal over and all that. And so you can say, okay, this is 1.2. Alright, but as I've increased, maybe I care about the tens position more, so the floating decimal moves the decimal over one spot. And it goes, okay, well this is now, like it would, well like, let's make it a bigger number. Let's make it 333. So 333. But then apparently we get to the point where we only care about the hundreds digit. The other digits don't matter. So we shift it all over, and so we're saying it's 3 100s, but like 3.33 100s. And this isn't a good example, because usually you're talking much bigger numbers. But the point is, I lose some precision because I'm losing, like, the farther down decimal points if we were to keep going. But it is a way for when you're dealing with stuff that you can potentially deal with all sorts of weirdness of scale, that you can represent numbers that are very, very minute, but also very large. And a lot of programming does end up using, those kind of things. Now granted, it's usually good when you have the option to just use straight up integer and bit and all that kind of stuff. But there's sometimes you do need numbers that can adjust. Because of stuff like, for example, with integers, there's a limited number of values you can have. That once you exceed a certain number, the data type literally cannot facilitate more. And that's where you get into stuff like integer overflow errors and that kind of stuff, where you've hit that maximum value that the integer can go to, and they say, okay, but add 1. And it's like, I can't do that. Like, I have a hard limit on how big I can get before it doesn't work. And so floats and doubles are really popular because they do have that flexibility of being able to just keep scaling and keep scaling and keep scaling. That's what the game bugs out? Yeah, games, most of the time, honestly, games just crash when you integer overflow them. Some games, depending on their error handling, that's when you get, like, the weird stuff where you get enough negative money and suddenly you have maximum positive money. That's usually an integer underflow error. That you got so small that it rolled around to the other side. Just put the water bottle here. And we're just giving ourselves a moment because our muscle strain's real bad. Our exertion's also not great. But the muscle strain's a bigger factor right now. Alright, we can finish our maintenance book and ditch that on a body. Okay, so grab you. We finished that book, so it's useless to us now. And I believe we have the Maintenance 3 book as well. So that's pretty good news for us in the sense that I am going to be able to keep our weapons going longer. Yeah, so we're at Maintenance 3. We're at 5 times multiplier, so you need 1/5 the effort to get the level because we read the book. Sitting here reading in the middle of the field is a nice day. You welcome the zombie overlords. Being able to just not work all day. It's gonna be real sad here when all these fields start growing in. Alright. That should be going away right now. That's because we pushed pretty hard with the meat cleaver. It is about to break and it is dulled. I've got whetstones. I need to go figure out where in my storage I got those whetstones and grab those. Because 1, they'll give me a little extra maintenance, and 2... Okay, so we're already out of the cabbage. That's fine. We can chuck that in the pocket. That'll help a great deal with a lot of this. Because then I could, you know, when I sit down I don't have a book to read. Then I can go ahead and just sharpen the blade and use that. Because that's one of the things I found to be a relatively okay timer. When you see that drop off, if you're like sharpening a blade, you're like, okay, by the time I finish the sharpened blade, I should be ready to, you know, get up and get back into the fight. I'm assuming we're at 1 axe skill, is that right? Ah, so yeah, we have no axe skill. So it's gonna be a low kill count day because I am using a weapon category we haven't used yet. That's gonna happen a lot, as I have to bounce between one weapon and another. But yeah, so far, so Guns Unlimited is definitely higher pop than we've been dealing with thus far. It's our first proper point of interest. But so far, it's not seemed that bad. Now, granted, we're dealing with, like, the little factory building next to the main building. So it could just be, because we're not that main building, we haven't seen the worst of it yet. You're starting to regret your 8 p.m. coffee? Yeah. Guns Unlimited? It's a point of interest on the map. They added it near Echo Creek. It has a lot of military tech and guns and ammo and all that. I'm not going with it for the specific purpose of it being Guns Unlimited, It's just for going to the other cities on this side of the map. It's kind of between me and those cities, so I might as well hit. We're already drowsy again? Oh, am I just wearing too much and that's why we're heating? What are we wearing? How are we overheating so fast? I know it's 91. So we got our boots. We got gloves. We got a hat that really shouldn't matter. And drop that because we're not needing it. We got the shorts. So we're really just wearing shorts, t-shirts, a hat, and some gloves. It's okay, it'll get colder. But yeah, we're already drowsy, so we're gonna... Oh, wait, we had a nightmare. That's why. We had a nightmare. I totally forgot about that. You meant war like where you head? Yeah. So, Guns Unlimited is where I'm headed? That's the actual place? I think what we will do is after Guns Unlimited, I'll probably start pushing towards Irvington. And the reason I'm thinking that is, one, that should be able to get us some proper levels and all that kind of stuff on a bunch of our weapons because of the number of zombies. And then also with like going down that way, it'll work better for me going down to Irvington, up to Ekron, up to, I always forget the name of the place in the top, begins with a B. Then that'll let us take over towards Riverside. We can take Riverside down to Lake Fallis. We can go from Lake Fallis to yeah, I can roll down the windows. The danger is if I roll down the windows, I could potentially be grabbed by the zombie through the windows. Okay, you can go to your windows and open a window. But then there's nothing between me and the zombies outside. Oh man, it is 124 in there. Doesn't help that much. I mean, it seems like what I need to do is I need to actually turn on the AC. And for those who don't know, unless they've changed something, the ACs in Project Zomboid are wild. That a maxed out AC in Project Zomboid can literally get the car below freezing. Yeah, so it's dropping about 2 degrees at a time, and it will continue to escalate. I haven't had a car overheat my character like this before. We'll turn that off. Alright, so we're back here really early. Is there more crap in this building I haven't stashed away yet? Oh yeah, what we could do is we can go to the break room back there. I haven't emptied that. There we go. Then grab all these snacks. Grab all those snacks. Grab that book. I don't care about the rest of this. Okay. So drop the jar in here. A bunch of junk food and drop it in here. Cool, we can go up here, drop off the seeds. Go over here and drop off the book. Hey, Ben, in the basement? Yeah. Right, let's check our skills real fast. So we are at cooking 1, almost 2, and then we'll be able to read that book. We're nowhere near electrical 2, carpentry and agriculture and all that. We've done nothing. Maintenance 3, because of how much we've got. Let's keep that on us. And we use that. And the reason why we're sleepy so early this time is we did wake up from a nightmare in-game the other day. Last night, whatever. And as such, it has unfortunately made it so our sleep schedule's all jacked up. We top off our water, put that back in our bag. Honestly, if it had more water nearby, I would probably fish. There's the creek over there. But honestly, as tired as we are, I'd probably want to make double extra sure we cleared out all zombies. And we just haven't done that. So let's see here. You tear down a lot of this stuff, but I don't really see a reason to. We already tore down the stuff that was causing us grief. Well, I can take that butchering book we read and chuck it on a body down here. Delete that from existence while we wait. And we can find the whetstone. That's what we can do. We can find the whetstone. It's in our stuff up here somewhere. I've got like 2 or 3 of them. There we go. We got the whetstone. You should actually be in this cabinet. Want to check the trash? I mean, that would be fine too. It's usually I have bodies around, so I don't have to worry about trash cans, that the trash cans are harder for me to come by normally when I'm playing. Versus having one conveniently right at the bottom of my stairs. There we go. Now, like any reasonable person, we're gonna go sit in our room for a minute. In the corner. And we're just gonna sharpen our knives. Yep. Don't worry about it. Don't mean nothing but just gonna sharpen our knives in the corner. Thinking about the day's work. That did not take nearly as long as I had hoped. Alright, so crafting. They have nothing else that needs sharpening, so cool. Hey, Suey, how's it going? I did see that that you were doing Burke Black's event yesterday. I didn't realize there was another one happening right away. Otherwise I would probably got into it as well, but yeah. That's the thing. There's trash in your kitchen. Yeah, no, I heard you had taken a different approach. You know what? We're gonna do some exercise. I don't normally do the exercises anymore, but seriously, there's a lot of time just be sitting on the floor doing nothing. Health, do this, sit-ups, okay, 1 hour. Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. You're all good, Suey. I'm an adult. I gotta keep up with my own stuff. You played a Valley Girl and you flirted with everyone. Oh no. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at the VODs on that one. Because I saw it was just the other day, and I haven't had a day where I wasn't in the middle of streaming and all that to do it. Because with the last Burke Black event, I definitely went back and like watched through all of your VOD, watched through Baron's VOD, and a couple of others that I know do some really solid stuff. But for those who don't know, Sui, absolutely fantastic member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, which is the stream team I'm on. Been playing a lot of Product Zomboid lately, also been doing 16 times pop and all that kind of stuff. A lot of main people didn't play this event. Gotcha. But yeah, also been doing the some of the RP events that Burke Black has been hosting, which has been wild. Yeah, no, I'm imagining one of the reasons for that is Product Zomboid's numbers have been really fallen off. Like, you know, build 42 isn't the fresh new hype thing kind of thing. Been around for a little while now. And like nothing wrong with it, but like the numbers are doing what the numbers do. Once the hot newness drops off something, they start falling off in a big way. Yeah, so like for the last 30 days it's down 25%. On the last 14 days it's down 70%. So you get the idea. You think it was Valentine's Day? That very well could also be a major factor too. It's probably a little A, a little B. Because I have noticed later in the day when I've been checking the category, a lot of days it's like, oh, let me go find someone to raid playing Product Zomboid. And I don't see a single name I recognize. I'm like, oh, okay. Which we raid people I don't know as well. But as well as things. We'll grab the cans of beef and the sardines for snacks. Grab some candy. Grab that Rice Krispie treat. And that should be enough for right now. Yeah, no, it makes sense that people didn't make it to that event because Valentine's Day. But yeah, we'll see. Like, I don't think Product Zomboid's in a situation where we're like, oh no, category dead game, get out of here, or anything like that. The biggest problem with joining is it kills your voice. Oh yeah, no, because you have to like... I mean, you always need to be talking, but yeah, when you're doing like RP stuff, you gotta kind of ham it up sometimes. I should probably actually check that radio. You died laughing a lot? Yeah. Because the real shame is we did get rid of Outdoorsy. It's a very strong trait, but I wanted to make a couple things in this run a little bit harder on myself. And so I did deliberately chuck some of those traits that are really strong. Yeah, so it's looked like we got heavy showers today and tomorrow. I'm not staying indoors for that. We're just gonna deal, and if we start pushing our luck into cold territory, then maybe one of these days I'll actually bother with a poncho. I know we saw a couple of zombies with ponchos, but I'm pretty sure I just slashed living crap out of them, and those ponchos are probably full of holes. Something about stabbing people a bunch of times makes their clothes full of holes. I haven't quite figured it out yet. Someday I'll get to the bottom of it. Alright, no one's got ponchos here. Cool, no one by the generator. Get on our way for another day of slaying. One thing that's going to happen here in just a second, chat, is we're right about to hit an ad break. So I'll take a quick little break during the ad break to probably eat a little bit of this dinner that's been sitting here because I'm getting hungry. So I'll just take the ad break. We'll put up the stuff there while I eat a little bit of food just to keep myself from getting... Because the alternative is I stop the stream to eat food. Because I'm hungry. So gotta eat. Day's going pretty good. Been getting a decent number of zombie kills. Not as much as we're used to on the 16 times runs. just because I'm gonna have to spend a lot more time getting to and from the zombies and all that. That will continue to ramp up as time goes on, when I'm not having to constantly stop and sit down. Don't leave your pen, sheep. I will eat you. But yeah, playing some, like, slightly nudged up apocalypse settings. There we go. I was like, don't climb that fence and make me go around. I cannot wait till our skills go up. Alright, chat. So we're about to hit that ad break. So I'm gonna pause the game. I'm gonna go and put up some clip reels, and I'm gonna quickly make some food happen for myself, and I will be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Ooh, fog! That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog! Excellent! This feels great! This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime, and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area, because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with our performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, and if after, I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wolf. What? Thank you for being quiet, demon dog. You're really messing with my mindset. Oh, that is all enclosed with large fence. We do not want to be in here. This is a dead end. Alright, looping back around. I was like, I want to take a peek at that bow driver. This is not the place to do it. That is tall fences on all sides. Hey, zombie, just ignore me, right, buddy? We can be cool. I don't really know how I'm looping back without going over where I just was. I guess we're exploring the dangerous way. Oh, that is way worse. Okay, alright. Oh, I may have just killed myself. Alright, we made it work. Hey, buddy, coming through. Okay. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey, Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you, I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping.
All right, and we are back. So thank you for your patience during that. Just was snagging myself a little bit of food. Had to get a little bit of the munchings going. Been streaming for a good couple of hours and getting a wee bit hungry. So having that food right there taunting me the whole time was not the play. Ooh, look at the color of that friendship bracelet. All right. Previous friend, I hate to break it to you, gave me a gray friendship bracelet. That one's giving me like a teal or aqua friendship bracelet. Clearly a better friend. No question about it. You know, if you got your 2 friends get together, both of them bring you a friendship bracelet. One's like, here, I got you this black friendship bracelet. No anything. And one's like, hear me out. I got you this bright, colorful, awesome friendship bracelet. I mean, objectively, one of them is just a better friend. Because everyone knows friendship is transactional. It's all about the amount of value you can extract out of your friendship. I'm obviously being ridiculous about this. I've had a couple friends over the years who... not that kind of thing, but like the whole, well, I did one thing for you, you do one thing for me kind of thing, like where they're like keeping track of that, and it's like, all right, hold up. I'm gonna do stuff for you because you're my friend. If we're keeping tally now, that's kind of a problem actually, because I do generally find once you start keeping tally of like who's done more for who or who owes who what in that manner, that's usually not going to stay a healthy friendship very long. Or relationship, for that matter. That was, when we've talked about, like, you know, I've been married for over 10 years now, actually, a couple years over 10 years now. And when people are like, oh man, you've been married that long, like, what's your tip? It's like, don't keep count. Don't keep count. Like, me and Tomb don't do that. The moment you start sitting down there and be like, oh, well, I do more than the other person or whatever, you're never going to agree on what the value of a task is. You're always going to have differences in views of like, this is a harder task than that task, or this is more time consuming than that task. And you get into that whole thing where you start keeping a tally. Nobody wins. Because you're never going to agree on any of those numbers or anything. It's always going to be like putting the other one down or feeling like you do more, the other person does more. It's just not healthy. Well, right. And also, as exactly like Conrad, pick your battles. There are things that are important. You're like, no, this is something we should discuss that I need to put my foot down kind of thing. That you're still partners. Make sure you're valuing the other person's input and all that. But there's definitely those things that it's like, no, this is important to me. Like, I'm going to put pressure on this that we really should. Why are you not recovering? We didn't go that hard. But, that you really should be considering, like for example, there's stuff that Tomb wants to do that's really neither a big thing to me one way or the other, but it's important to her. That's not a thing I should be sitting there, like, putting my foot down, pushing back, and being like, hey, you know, it's not necessarily how I want to spend my day, but it's not, like, the biggest deal. At the same time, there's something that's like, no, I'm going to be actively really miserable. You know, maybe you go, hey, I know you want to do that, but this particular thing, you know, it's worth me stopping and saying, hey, but this is, you know, actually no, seriously, why am I not getting my muscle strain? Is it just like a thing when you're sitting in your car, it just doesn't recover? Oh, you know what it is? It's because I have all that pain from the exercise. It's just going to delay us recovering. That's one of the reasons in build 41, I would exercise a little bit here and there when I had nothing better to do. But build 42, I basically don't exercise on the character anymore. Because the muscle strain does impact the other one. I just lose so much time to it. But yeah, and then the other thing is you are partners. Just always take into consideration both of you have an equal say in everything. Like, don't be like, well, I was doing X, Y, Z, and that's more of what's going on, and I should have more. No, just no. Just no. Even if you're the one bringing in the money, the whole thing is like, well, I should have more say in the money, I earn it. Well, assuming you are partners, you know, the other person should have just as much say on it. Otherwise, you're using that to lord over the other person. That is going to be a problem in your relationship sooner or later. You know, and recognizing, like, the way you might choose to spend your money is going to differ from your partner. That you're not always going to agree. Like, you might go, oh, you want to buy that makeup? But that's such a waste of money. And then you turn around and you buy another game. And to, you know, the other person, they might feel that that's a waste of money. As long as it's not, like, unreasonable spending. Or, like, you're blowing your budget or something like that. You know, being able to spend a little bit of money on the things you want to do is important. Okay. I didn't mean to swing that. That's me repositioning my hand. Alright, get rid of those boots. It's sandals time. We are embracing the proper 90s aesthetic. Running around in our sandals, our camo shorts, our wolf howling to the moon that you can't really see in this lighting. T-shirt. The range glasses aren't exactly a good fit. But, you know, the rest works. What we need is like the retro glasses where it like gradients from one color to the other. They're like big and cover like half your face. Or a pair of aviators. Aviators would also work. Oh, we'll be wearing sandals. We'll be wearing socks with those sandals later on when we start to get cold. Don't you worry. Let's see. Yeah, you just make sure, like your brother-in-law forgot that spending $10 to $20, a little you can spend a whole bunch. Yeah, but that's like the budget, and it is absolutely okay as someone in a relationship to turn around and be like, hey man, like, you're spending a lot of money on this, and it is too much. Yeah, we're not exercising again. We've lost basically the bulk of this day because that lower back pain has just really murdered the thing. And a thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that lower back pain has just absolutely obliterated our ability to kill zombies today. So, I'm just not going to do it. It's not worth it. You do get a little extra XP out of it, but it's a whole thing. It's the fact that it seems to escalate the other muscle strain, that they do feed into each other. That's the real problem. Let's see, you disable in-app transaction features on your iPhone. It's too easy. Oh yeah, and there's lots of stuff. See, whenever I saw people wearing range glasses and they weren't at the range, I'm gonna be honest, I always felt they were a tool. The same thing as like the person who gets like their tactical water bottle and their tactical wristwatch and their tactical, you know, drink koozie. You're just like, oh man, you're one of them. Yeah, the people who LARP as military. Hey, Caven, how's it going? Alright, so grab a couple of them, drag them back. We can't just, you know, do that. You're taking a break from working on your broken washer? Yeah, that's no fun. Well, I hope you get it sorted. One good thing is, as long as it's not the circuitry, most washing machines are relatively simple machines. So just stuff like broken belts, bearing, that kind of thing. Well, it's a circuit board, that sucks. Oh yeah, having all the laundry sitting around. So then you gotta like hand wash it unless it's an easy fix. Oh no, it's just a water line. And it broke. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, so you're just taking the water line probably from the tap, from the spigot to your machine. Gotta drag the machine out, swap the water line, that whole thing. Or internal of the unit, the water line's broken, which is a little more annoying, but still not that bad. Yep, no, I've done that one. Yep, just waiting for the wife to get the line. Yeah. Just run out to the store, grab one. Yep, done it. Done that before. Yeah, that one's not too bad. More just an annoying inconvenience than actually a problem. Alright. Waterline's also a very common problem. Where it's crap in your water, starting to clog up the line, or the line gets a kink in it, and that starts leaking. Build 41 or 2? Build 42. I should probably add that to the title. There we go. Like, it's one of those things I assume that anyone's playing Product Zomboid on stream and not doing a multiplayer thing, that they're going to be playing Build 42. To be fair, that requires people to know the map, and a lot of people don't know the map nearly that well. And, like, yeah, I know it's down here, but even on my screen, that's a little hard to see a lot of times, so I also don't blame people for that. I think it's totally fair to be like, hey, is it build 41 or 2? Or, sorry, yeah, build 41 or 42. I think that's a completely reasonable ask. Yeah, we are consuming so much water right now. Yeah, I think for stream purposes, like I said, unless they're playing multiplayer, which is a completely reasonable one. If people are playing multiplayer, they'll be on build 41. But outside multiplayer, I think you're gonna see almost everyone playing build 42. Maybe not if they're doing some wild mods or something like that. Yeah, you can't imagine watching Twitch's mobile side screen reading the version in the bottom corner. Yeah, like, right now it's pretty good because it's a bit of a dark background. But, like, when we had it during the brighter part of the day and it was behind these yellow trees, yeah, that wouldn't be legible. Alright, so pull one more group of zombies, and then we'll get back. So, it's gonna be a low kill count day just because that back strain really undermined our ability to fight. And then the rain is being a bit of a hassle. Because without outdoorsmen, or outdoorsy, or whatever they're calling it now, the risk of catching a cold is decent if you're just out in the rain. So when it was really properly pouring earlier, I just didn't want to stand out there and get sick. You can do that real fast. So it's sharp for the maximum damage here in a minute. Get break almost instantly. Got like one more durability tick left in it. 2 durability ticks left in it. Sorry. I'm just trying to keep the fight up. Because if we keep managing to fight a bunch of zombies each day, every little bit is a little bit more stats, so we're a little bit better at fighting. And it will just get easier and easier and more efficient. We could fight more. Okay, and short blunt actually got up, I think, like 2 levels in, so you can see the difference where I'm actually able to kill these and it not be embarrassingly slow. We still have enough. We can kill like a couple more. When we start to push exerted or muscle strain goes in the red, we'll back off. You know, that's probably a good break point. Alright. I gotta ask who is Gene. So we have a 16 times pop characters alive, a little over 15,000 kills. That they're still alive. I've just been putting them on pause because right now the balance with the crafted weapons and how little lifespan they have so far as durability. I've just been kind of burning out on that run because it's just so much fast forwarding crafting bars that we decided instead of continuing to do the 16 times sweaty tryhard run, that we're just going to do a full map clear on Apocalypse to wait and give them a chance to rebalance it. Because it's like right now I'm genuinely not enjoying that gameplay. Which is my normal go-to gameplay is 16 times pop. I've been doing that for years and years. But with how much crafting I have to do, it's really taken away from it. It's been a topic a lot the last 2 product Zomboid streams that people were asking, well, what would I could recommend they change? And my comment was, crafted weapons should have more durability, probably scaling based on your skill in the craft. So, like, if you have more carving and napping, your stone weapons would last significantly longer. And they do get more durability, by the way. It's just not that much. And even, like, the blacksmithing could also use a pretty big bump as, like, having the weapons last way longer. That way, if you're putting all that time and effort into crafting a weapon, you get something that actually feels good. Maybe no, I don't think I'd want to make it programmatic, because that would be too hard to ever fine-tune with stuff like consideration of respawn versus no respawn. You know, base pop, starting pop, peak pop. I would just probably make the durability flat or whatever. Because, like, for example, in this run where we're dealing with, like, your normal kind of standard populations, I don't even need to craft weapons. Like, I find weapons faster than I break them. So the durability on crafted weapons is totally irrelevant for this run. But when you start doing anything higher pop kind of thing where you have to craft your own weapons, it very quickly becomes a problem. Because where people have, like, rightly said that, you know, 16 times pop does make the situation worse, and they are not wrong. Even if we drop it down to, say, like, 4 times pop, even that, when you get to busy parts of town, you will still run into the, you'll still run into that area of town that's busy, and it's just a matter of how long you grind is the only thing you change. You will grind it the same way. Maybe durability, let's see, what do we bump the maintenance XP and all that? Oh, so it's not even a maintenance skill. Like, literally that character is on, I can't remember if it's maintenance 8 or 9, and I'm still having to spend about 1/4 of my time just crafting weapons. So that's with maintenance nearly maxed out. So that's, like I said, that's the reason why I'm, like, taking a break on it, is I just personally feel the, for the complexity that the crafted weapons have, which I think is good, they do need to give us more, like, we need more reward for our effort, is basically. You're putting in the time, you need more prize. Yeah, that was the other things. Like, I think the biggest thing would be bumping up the durability. I think that's the most important change in my mind. Bumping up the durability solves most of the problem. I also think for the amount of time it takes to craft a weapon, I honestly think they just, like, the physical bars go over your head, I think they should just speed that up. Or a minimum pride durability setting in the sandbox. Yeah, well, I mean, so for the record, by making these things, when I'm talking about them, I am talking about what I think is relevant for relatively base population settings. If you have anyone who's playing, like, you know, Apocalypse and Go is probably fine, but if you do, like, the 10 years later kind of preset or whatever, you're gonna be crafting your own weapons, and that's not gonna feel good. So it is trying to be like holistic on the balance side of things. So where I realize that yes, the 16 times pop I am playing on my other character exacerbates the problem. I acknowledge this. It is just one of those things that, all right, that while that is true, it does mean when it comes to usage of crafted weapons, for the amount of time you spent crafting versus the amount of time you spent fighting with said weapons, you get about 3 times as much time out of the time you invest in that weapon. Which sounds good, except, sure, an individual weapon doesn't take that much effort to make, but it is just one of those things. It's very, very time-consuming for something that, gameplay-wise, is effectively sit down and fast forward. Well, hit craft and fast forward. Which is funny because I know a lot of people get upset with how long it takes for your encumbrance and all that to recover, and that doesn't bother me at all. But do you feel like crafted weapons shouldn't be better until higher levels? Oh yeah, no, there definitely will be a threshold. I'm honestly okay with the lower level crafted weapons being still hot garbage. I think that's reasonable. My comment is more once you hit around like 5, 6, 7 levels, that the time and effort you put into the weapon does need to result in something that you're going to be able to put a little bit of time into before it breaks. I think the damage and all that's totally fine on the weapons. It's just the durability I'm a little frustrated about. But to be fair, that's always kind of been a thing in Project Zomboid. That one of the things they've always had to lean to. I saw a zombie here. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. That's always been one of those things in Project Zomboid, is the weapons' durabilities have always been quite a bit lower than in real life, which I think is fine for game balance. But this is the first time I've been like, but no, actually, the amount of effort you put into this does justify it needing to be higher. Versus, like, you find a crowbar just on the, like, in a cabinet. Like, the effort you put in to get that crowbar is just RNG. That's not a high effort. I'm okay with that crowbar, you know, lasting a good amount of time and then breaking. But, like, if you had to craft your own crowbar, and it was a process that took you half a day to make, I'm expected to get a lot of mileage out of that effort. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Larding. Somewhere around like 5 and 6 is where a crafted weapon competes perfectly well with a existing weapon. And then when you start to get 7, 8, 9, you know, and 10, like, it's noticeably longer than a looted weapon. Like, I'm not asking for it to be like 5 times the durability of a weapon that you looted, or anything ridiculous like that. But like 1.5 times that you crafted something specially. And yes, I understand for the realism that doesn't make sense, and I genuinely don't care. Because, like I said, looted weapon, that's easy. You just loot the weapon. That doesn't mean you put any effort into it. You just got it. Versus crafting, there was a minimum bar of effort of gathering the materials, getting the skills up, and all that. Yeah, real is not fun anyways. Agreed. But that's also how I feel about a lot of things in Project Zomboid right now. Like, right now, the agriculture thing, where we have realistic grow times for crops, I'm like, that's dead on arrival in my book. There's, even as someone who has runs that live over a year, as something I do fairly regularly, I'm not going to bother with it. I'll do it once just to grow a plant and be like, cool, I did it. Yep, exactly. We're playing on the standard populations, respawn's turned off, and the goal is to just literally wipe out the map. Because like right now with the higher populations and the crafted weapon, the crafting is genuinely detracting from my experience. I like the complexity of it, that part's fine, but the durability is crap. And so it is one of those things that trying to play in higher pops, I'm spending so much of my time just crafting weapons and nothing else. versus the thing I want to be doing, which is fighting, looting, and scooting. Are cleavers still good indoors? No, cleavers are absolutely terrible on doors now. They used to be one of the metas for taking down a door. They had a really big damage bonus to doors for whatever reason, but now they're just plain old bad. It seems like it's primarily like your fire axe, that kind of thing is your big door breakers, fire axe, hatchet. Crowbar's relatively okay. It's got a lot of durability and all that, so you don't lose out much in the weapon, but it is going to exhaust you pretty bad. Alright, tomorrow's the first day that our next helicopter can go, because we have changed some of the settings. So we set it so the power and water was off immediately. I did set it so the helicopter would keep coming back again and again and again for absolutely ever. It feels good to use a weapon that we're not at 0 skill with. Meat cleaver can screw up a door pretty well. You're not wrong. But also, compared to an axe, it wouldn't be nearly the same. And plus, it also depends on the door. Like, if I'm hitting, you know, an interior wood door, yeah, a meat cleaver would go right through it. If you're talking about, like, an exterior solid door, you're gonna have a real rough time chopping through a exterior door with a meat cleaver. It could be done, like, I'm not saying it wouldn't, but it'd be a lot of just chipping away at it. Oh, good. Is that strength 3? Ah, thank goodness. All of that means a little bit less muscle fatigue going forward. Yep, and a little bit more carry weight. What made me decide to move from 16 times pop for now? Just was saying a moment ago. Basically what I'm finding at 16 times pop right now is I'm spending roughly 1/4 of my time playing just crafting weapons. Like, literally for a week of fighting, during that week I'll spend about a day and a half just crafting weapons. And that's with maintenance 8. Like 8, 9, somewhere in that area. So it's kind of one of those things that I'm getting tired of just sitting there, spending 1/4 of my time with bars over my head and just fast forwarding it. So we've been doing that, and that character's like 5, 6 months old or whatever now in the game. And it's just like, you know what? I'm not having fun anymore. I'm just genuinely having a bad time with this. And if I keep doing it, I'm going to burn out and I'm not going to play the game anymore. Now granted, it should be an easily fixable thing. There's a number of different adjustments they can make. Between increasing the weapon durability, decreasing crafting times. Like, there's lots of options they have, lots of levers they can pull to make it not as big of a problem. So I'm just kind of waiting to see what they're doing. I've seen a couple of people reporting that as well. And it is a thing that, yes, 16 times makes it way worse. The core, every weapon you make doesn't last really long. So time versus reward is pretty bad. You're just saying that, but a well-made napped flint dagger would last a pretty long time? I don't know about that, but that's also, I don't care about the realism side at all. My measurement is, I put N amount of time into this, I would expect Y amount of result out of it. Realism can check itself at the door. The point is, if it's upside down where you put a whole lot of effort and get a whole little nothing out of it, you're just not going to do it, at which point it shouldn't exist in the game. You assume they do it for balance? Oh, the weapon's wearing out? Generally speaking, the weapon's wearing out nowhere near as long as they would in the real world. That is a deliberate choice. I wouldn't say it's a game balance decision so much as a gameplay decision. That really, a lot of the weapons and all that is to pressure you into going to the zombies. But as they've been pushing more and more to being like, hey, you could literally just live out in the wilderness kind of thing, it really undermines the argument there. Because if you're allowed to just like live out in the wilderness, they gotta at least make it reasonably effective. Yeah, exactly. So it is deliberate. My thought is just, you're already having to go around and seek out materials to make all those weapons. If you're doing the blacksmithing, you're having to go out into the world seeking metal things to melt down to make your weapons. So it already has the pressure to go seek more materials. If you're doing flint weapons, you're running all the over place, either forging endless hours, which would be its own monotony, or just, you know, looking for the flint nodes everywhere, which still serves the purpose of making you have to explore and wander to find more, potentially running into zombies, that kind of thing. So I feel like that lever already exists with the crafted weapons, so you do already have to wander out. You need to seek new weapons, yes, because of core breaks. Exactly. Let's see, how do you feel about increasing the amount of loot so you can craft less? I feel like that, though, would be more of a 16 times pop versus a low pop run, because if you notice this run, with the loot I have, I don't have to craft weapons. We haven't done anything to bump the loot up. It is just on its default. And I have yet to craft a single weapon, and I have no expectations to craft a weapon anytime soon. And I'm genuinely skipping out on weapons because I have an abundance. Like, default loot is extremely good. I know some people get really upsetty spaghetti over it because they're like, I just can't find insert sledgehammer or some other specific rare thing. But as far as like being able to find stuff, if you're finding yourself without weapons constantly on default settings, something is going wrong. It could be that you said, I'm going to use axes, and you only take axes, and then you wonder why you don't have weapons, because you're only willing to use axes. And that's just not how the game works. But it is just one of those things. Yeah, gameplay-wise, they do want to force you to not just stay in place. Which is curious because they also give you all the levers you can pull to make it so you can survive in place. And like that's actually one of the big draws of Build 42 is the promise that we would be able to, you know, build ourselves a place in the wilderness and survive forever. Now, so even on 4x loot, higher than abundant, you struggle to find a sledge. People wanting to complain. Well, the sledge is supposed to be like one of the most rare items in the game. It is a deliberate decision. Because there's a lot of things that are otherwise hard, that once you have a sledge, you can just punch a hole in a wall and just circumvent the hard part. It is a very, very strong utility item. And so they have made the decision that it's fairly rare. Because we also have people who constantly get on the subreddit and they're like, in real, like, every third house would have a sledge. You're like, yeah, you're not wrong. I have not just one, but 2 sledgehammers. I have, like, one of the really big sledgehammers like the game has, and I have a hand sledge as well. For, different stuff I've had to work on around here, dealing with, like, various yard work, splitting logs, that kind of thing. And I don't even live in anything even remotely rural or anything like that either. I've got a green belt behind my house. Dual wield sledge? Man, I could definitely pick up and swing 2 sledges, but not for long. That's a lot of leverage working against you. Let's see what this truck's about, because I'm not sure what this one's deal is. Because it looks like it's in fairly good shape. Alright, well, it's got keys and no gas in it. I'm going to bring this over here. Put you here. Put the key icon there. Oh, so your balance is really off when you swing it? Oh, yeah. If you're hearing a heli, it's not mine. The helicopter can show up tomorrow. Statistically speaking, it's more likely to show up like 2-3 days from now. But tomorrow is when we've entered the window where it can actually show up. Because I do have my helicopter set to quote-unquote sometimes, which in practice means the helicopter can show up as frequently as 10 days apart, but on average it's about 12 to 14. Somewhere in that ballpark. That's interesting. That means that you came from outside the perimeter. Where the gun fence has holes in it? Don't know. I've actually noticed some of the new locations, like for example the cultist camp, like the fence is just like Swiss cheese. But in other locations we found, oh man, there's one we played at on the other character. Was it the resort? Yeah, the resort. That the fence is like in immaculate care. There's like not a single damage spot in it. So that's been interesting to see that even among the new locations, the variance on the shape of the fence is pretty wild. All right. I'd love for you all to give me enough of a break that you get the muscle strain gone. Because, like, endurance-wise, we're in gold shape. Like, I maxed out my endurance right now. But muscle strain-wise, we're getting pretty close to maxed out. Let's see, you feel like there's, like some of them could be set up with the idea of being good for multiplayer? Oh yeah, no, probably. That's, I'm honestly curious with a lot of the balance decisions they've been making, so far as like the crafting skills and hunger and a lot of those things. It does make me honestly wonder if they are focused on the multiplayer side of it. I don't know if that is true or not in any way. I haven't had them say much in that regard. But it definitely seems like the game is leaning farther and farther towards having options for you when you live a long time. But also, the game really really doesn't give you a lot of opportunities for living a really long time. I'm not sure them feeding themselves into me one by one is good or bad. I'm noticing I'm not having to worry about stamina, but I'm also noticing my muscle fatigue is getting pretty rough to manage. I'm just not getting a proper break between attacks. Okay. Alright, so we're just going to keep pushing up here, grabbing groups, killing them little by little. But we are getting into the property. The good news is I might be able to even, once it clear out enough, go to like that building up there on the staircase. And sleep there. Let's back up, take what we've got, kill them. What is the greed mood thing? The greed mood thing. You will need to explain what you mean by that, because oh, green moodle thing. It's basically my character is going, oh man, it stinks real bad here. That in itself doesn't do anything meaningful. It is just kind of a warning to the player being like, hey, you're around enough corpses, you will gradually get sick if you don't ease up, back off, whatever you want to say. So it is just a way of like alerting the player that they are in range of corpse sickness. The good news, I do have decent range. I don't know which buildings consider the range and which one's what, but still. All right. Yeah, so pretty soon we're going to be exerted. Alright, starting to get to the point where we're getting to somewhat higher kill count days. Partially because we're actually getting some decent weapon skills. And in our part where I'm not having to run around a whole bunch, I can just plunk down, fight for a little while, get back up, fight for a little while. But yeah, so eventually if we just hang out here, my character will eventually show as being queasy. That's not a big deal. Even nauseous isn't a big deal. When you see sick, that's time to just nope the heck out. Because after that, you get actually feverish. And feverish is when you start dying. When you hit the point of feverish, it is literally you might cross that line. Unless you're really quick about, eating a little extra, cooling off, trying to get away from the cause and that. It's very easy to kill yourself by just getting into feverish. I think we're back for the day. So I might even try doing is driving up here tomorrow. I could take my spare gas can, toss it in that truck, and then on in a future day I can walk out here, grab the truck, drive that truck back, and give myself another spare vehicle. Because that'll get it off the road and it gives me a spare vehicle if something happens and I get separated from my truck. Like, we get into an area, I start a fight, and then, you know, a meta event happens that drags like a really big group of zombies across. Then I don't have to walk back and forth. I can walk home, grab a truck, drive back out. You know, grab my other vehicle. It's good to have a spare car if you can. Yeah, so we're starting to get unpleasantly hot, and that's likely because we're starting to probably just push into queasy from corpse sickness. Alright. So next in-game day is when we can have the helicopter. Same plan as we did with the last helicopter. I'm just going to go choose one of these fields that's wide open, and we'll just do the helicopter in the field, killing any zombies we see, until either one, we get too many zombies and have to stop killing them and just go to kiting them kind of thing, or two, until the helicopter goes away and you're like, alright, well, let's proceed to business as usual. I might do this helicopter, this next one, in the same place I did the last one, because that should pull the zombies in those nearby farms and all that have respawned. I could also just literally do it in the middle of the city, in Echo Creek. I could just go to that big open area in the middle and just do it there. That way all the zombies that are spawning in, because I forgot to change the starting pop to the same as the peak pop, so they are spawning in the interim. I could genuinely sit there and just do that there, so any stragglers that have rolled in or some of the zombies from the woods would draw in and kill them. Which I don't plan on basing from this Echo Creek location forever. I'm going to end up doing like a forward base situation where we just push ahead. Eventually I'll probably clear myself a good place for fishing. And then we might just like grab a bunch of fish here and there, go on fighting for a couple days, and I'll go for more fish, and fight for a couple days and go for more fish. All right. Yep, that's fine. Just making a point to repair it regularly. We'll need to get more electrical scrap. It does seem like those generators are wearing out faster than I remember. If you've always had to repair them. You know, it's probably not that it's, needing to be repaired faster. It's probably that it's now the amount we repair it based on our electrical skill is more significant. There's a pretty good chance I'm just doing crappy job repairing it. That's fine. Alright, so we got you. That's in our piece of... That's where we're at. 87%. If I turn this off. Turn it back on. 91%. So that's 4% we got of that. Yeah, we'll get there. What's interesting is I'm not seeing the XP from repairing the generator, and that used to be, for your long-term leveling it, one of the best ways to get electrical XP. Because when you take up the watches, you're only getting 1 or 2 XP per watch you take apart. It's really nothing. And so the generator would end up giving you like something like 15, 20 repair or something like that when you did a substantial repair. And I want to say it didn't even change, like, based on the percentage of that. Like, when you did the repair, it wasn't something that, like, if you had 1% you need to repair, or, like, 50%, it still gave you the full hit. So, if you're trying to speed level electrical, you could just run a couple of generators and just repair them as soon as it would let you. Alright, so let's grab a couple more things of candy. Looking for mostly the stuff that's low calories here. They're still trying to lose weight. And later on, when we're trying to gain weight, we'll grab a bunch of those bigger things and eat them. But ultimately, my plan for managing weight is going to pretty much be fishing. All right. Yep, so we hit Strength 3, we're about to hit Fitness 2. We hit our Butchering 2, because I got a book for that, so we butchered a bunch of pigs. We're doing really close on our short blood, our long blood's coming along, maintenance coming along really well because we read the book. Short blade's doing well, axe is, you know, okay. We haven't had a long blade yet. Yeah, so we're doing relatively good with all this. We've literally done nothing on our survival skills, which normally in a run like this, by this stage, I'd be sitting on like 5 or 6 foraging and probably maybe a little bit of fishing if we got there. That'll be when we get to fishing. I'll have to forage for like the bugs and all that to fish and to make sure water's topped off. And so people also panic in this game about needing rain barrels and all that, and they start grinding carpentry to make it happen. Keep in mind, we are coming up, we're just a little over half a month. I have yet to deplete the water in the main, like in this one building here. Like a single thing, I've yet to deplete it. With the changes in the way water works in the game, so far as the liquids, one big benefit, or to grab maggots, yeah, that too. I mean, honestly, you can actually fish without even having bait on your line, and you can catch a smaller fish, slice it up to get bait for a bigger fish. All right, emergency. And if I remember correctly, it's 1066. Let's see how good my memory is. Bam. Got it. I'm going to go on the presumption that it's not showing up today. Which isn't a safe presumption, but you know, whatever. If it does, I can just go up to one of these fields here or there. That's just the plan for now, is we're going to take it in the open. We're in an area that's low enough zombie population density. I don't feel a need to just deliberately be like I'm pulling the zombies here or away from there kind of thing so much. Dog food is fish bait now as well. Interesting. All right. You found an exterminator van and got 50 cockroaches? Yeah, I've seen the exterminator van where you get in and you got like a bag of rats. Yeah, Oh yeah, and that's it does it forever. So like those characters I've had where you're living on year 1, month 4, year 1, month 6 kind of nonsense. And it's still like power grid blackout. And I'm like, yep. It's been out for over a year now, but yep, you are technically correct. I'm gonna accept that, I'm gonna need to do the walkie-talkie because I'm gonna be hopping out of this car in a hurry. I'm gonna quickly do. Not gonna put too much effort into this right now. I'm gonna go to our inventory. I'm gonna grab one of these. I'm gonna chuck it in the back of this truck. That way, what I can do is like the next in-game day, I can run out here without using the truck and just take this one back. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna worry about filling it out because I imagine rolling in here that loud, something probably heard me. Can't tell if you got a machete or a bread knife. Oh, please, zombie, I gotta check a thing. It's a bread knife. And go here real fast. Device, options, turn off. Do that. Unequip. We did not have a helicopter for today. Cool. I see you sneaking up over there. All right. One thing I'll do for our muscle strain is while we're waiting for that to go away, let's go out and a little bit farther away from the corpses. That might limit our corpse sickness a little bit. Just we're not sitting in the worst of all that stuff. You guys never listened to it after the helicopter, when the power's still on? Yeah. Well, that's because I play with multiple helicopters. I do need to keep an eye on it, because like we're actually listening for is the second helicopter we're gonna get. Alright, Infinity Ziplex, welcome. And I'm doing well. We're getting good progress towards Guns Unlimited. I do imagine there's gonna be a back and forth one. If like I've heard people talk about how ridiculously busy this place is. And I know when Build 42 first dropped, we switched down to Apocalypse real fast and just ran around and looked around and we checked this place out, and that's actually where we died, because I wanted to see what was inside and I was unwilling to clear it. We'll check it out. The guns, they are, however, limited. Yep. Okay. Gotta get a shout out for How to Be Quiet. For those who don't know, Queet, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Also been playing a lot of product. Zomboid says, Guns Unlimited is a clown car of Zeds. Great fun though. Yeah, there's a couple places like that. The prison definitely gets like that. The military base has always been that way, but I've heard the new one, I haven't witnessed it myself, but I've heard the new one is like the most extreme clown car product Zomboid, where you're like, there's no way there's more zombies in that building. And yet, the bodies keep piling up, and they never seem to stop. But yeah, no, I imagine it's gotta be one of those. But I'm guessing where I'm at back here, they're not pathing out to me that much yet. I'm betting when I get around the corners when we'll start properly seeing it. But for those who don't know How to Be Quiet, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole bunch of different games. I've been playing some Product Zomboid lately. Still to this day, and I know it's been a while, I still think the most fun I had hanging around in your channel was just when you were playing the crime scene cleaner. There was much chaos and fun to be had with that. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and eat some candy and some pork rinds. We're gonna chase down our pork rinds with some pork rinds. We're quick, actually clean up a meds, making it. Oh yeah, that was a wonderful piece of jank and humor. Oh yeah, now that's the thing. I'm curious about. I'm willing to bet you've already seen the update that I don't think it's out yet, but Crime Scene Cleaner is adding like, you know, a nightmare version of it, where I guess you revisit the old locations, but out of your character's nightmares. And I'm like, all right, I don't know what this is gonna be. Is this gonna be like that cat, the cat ladies level all over again? But yeah, no, it was wonderful. The dad jokes got wild. There were many, many dad jokes. So we got one there. I'm scared. Oh, it's like bathrooms or something. Oh, this is perfect. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, do you mind if I move in here? Hey, buddy. Don't ignore me, that's just rude. Sir? Oh, he fell asleep. Now, for the record, immediately going up here and starting a fight is probably a terrible idea, because it is one way up, one way down. So I very well could be cornering myself into having to do, like, weird kiting in the middle of the room. But, eh. The doggo between missions? Yeah. Just all the things like, you wouldn't join a crime syndicate. Hate that. It's a shame I don't have a tent. If I had a tent, I would absolutely just set up a tent in that room. I'm hearing a window being banged on. Oh, there is a window being banged on. Okay, so it's not one way in. Hey, lady? There we go. Yeah, so you see me. Let's go ahead and get around this way. You set up camp and then slowly loot the main building? Yeah, well that's kind of what I was thinking, is I could use this as like a staging ground for the main building, that I could fight for the main building here. And then as my character needed a, needed to back off or sleep, instead of going the whole way back, I could just sleep in the chair and get a terrible sleep. Yeah, so got a whole bunch circling around the property line. That's fine. I'm gonna be making enough noise. I'll probably have them pop out anyways, so whatever. Alright, special zombies? No, we're not running anything like special infected or sprinters. Because we are using the default game settings when it comes to randomization of zombies, you have quote-unquote fast and slow shambler zombies. In practice, the slow shambler zombies are basically just like any other zombie. Or sorry, the fast shambler zombies are about what you expect, and the slow shambler zombies, you know, they're, you keep checking your watch, wondering when they're finally gonna get to you, kind of thing. Alright, there's a radio in that one. Sponge. What do you got in there? Let's grab that bag out. I think it's got the thing for making nails when you get to blacksmithing. I can't quite see it, though. Alright, what do you got here? Ah, it's a fleshing tool. Excuse me, I'm gonna need you to take this back. I don't want it. Because the slow shamblers are such a pain when you want to get a horde moving away from somewhere. Oh, yeah. Well, and I understand that was a deliberate decision. My big complaint about the slow shamblers is slow shamblers with pinpoint hearing. I despise their existence. Because it's like you pull the group of zombies and you're like, cool, I got the group of zombies. And then there's the slow shambler sitting there, here's you fight the group. And they're hanging way back there. And you're like, oh my god, please get over here. And you can't run in and attack them because you're just going to aggro way too many more. So you just fast forward. It is not my favorite. That's the reason why under 16 times pop I did just straight up turn them off. Alright, so let's go here and mark these two. So symbols, we have gone in and looted these locations. Alright, so the slow ones are finally working their way around. Keep in mind how long ago I aggroed those, by the way. I do love gaining levels in my weapons. It's a good time. It's only 3 or 4 more? Okay, that's fine. So then we can back off for a minute and recoup. Just 2 more? Okay, that's fine. I'm just watching for when you see like the group of 8 or whatever, you're like, nope, backing off. Hey friend, I'm gonna need you to pick up the pace a little. We got a schedule here. It's not a strict one, but like, It doesn't matter what is your speed. Your speed is not, going to accommodate it. 2 more. We're starting to push it. We're gonna go exerted here. I don't think we're that far past where we should be. Alright, let's back up before we aggro too many more. Let's see, which reminds you, earlier today, you found a fleshing tool in a counter cabinet at the school cafeteria. What were they cooking? Hey man, sometimes you gotta have the right tools. Sometimes those potatoes are extra need of weird choices of tools to handle them that don't really work for that purpose. But hey, who's keeping track? Sometimes they want to just, clean their own animals, that they just bring in a goat or something and, give it to the children. Alright, so we're just chilling here, resting up inside where I don't have to worry about anything attacking me. Alright, how are we doing on our maintenance skill, by the way? Okay, we're right about to hit level 4 on maintenance. And I do have the book on me for when we hit level 4. I'll be able to read it to get our next level sorted out. We're almost at our healthy weight, which is overdue. It's not my fault they kept giving me ice cream. They knew what they were doing. They knew that... What was our character's name? Darl. They knew Darl had no impulse control, that you show ice cream and it just wasn't going to be able to avoid it. Who can say no to ice cream? Exactly. Especially when you know it's going to be the last ice cream ever. So if you like ice cream, it's your last chance. There'll never ever be ice cream again. Yeah, you know you're eating that. And this will be the last brown sugar ever. Look, man, it is what it is. It's okay. The sugar is very low in calories. Just eating half a bag of brown sugar and only going up like 100 calories. Sugar beets can be grown. Correct. Also, what is the likelihood that your character knows how to process sugar beets into? Alright, let's just get off those stairs. Stairs are dangerous. What's the chance that your character has any idea how on earth to turn a sugar beet into tabletop sugar? Depends on your agricultural skill. I would argue it would be its own skill. It'd be like a chemistry skill or something like that. Or like food processing skill or something. Because I'm willing to bet you go to the typical farmer who is not making sugar. Probably has only the conceptual idea of maybe how to do it. Not that they couldn't figure it out. But just the same as I'm willing to bet a corn farmer doesn't know, like, you couldn't just, like, be like, here's a plant you're unfamiliar with. Go grow it and process it. They can figure out how to put, like, the seeds in the ground and get them to not die, most likely. But then being like, okay, now I need to turn this into syrup, and you just stare at your, like, reed, and you're just like, yeah, not real sure how to do that one. I can try heating it up on a low heat and seeing if it liquefies or something. I guess arguably be more cooking skill. But even that wouldn't feel right either. Let's see, to extract sugar from sugar beets, the process involves washing the beets, slicing them into strips called cassettes, then soaking them in hot water within a diffuser to extract the sugar into a juice. This juice is then filtered and evaporated to create syrup, and finally crystallized to separate the sugar crystals from the remaining liquid using a centrifuge. The crystals are then dried and packaged as sugar. Yeah. I mean, it's a survival game. Our settings, as mentioned in the title, are effectively apocalypse. It is technically sandbox, but I have taken the apocalypse as the baseline. Done stuff like turned off the power and water immediately. Told the helicopter, you know what? I would like you to keep revisiting. I really like your company, and I think you should stick around. And that kind of thing. But it's based on apocalypse. We just turned off respawns. We turned up a bunch of random things to have it like apocalypse. How would that be done without power? Evaporate instead of centrifuge? Oh, you mean corn into syrup and like survival could fall under survival? I feel like survival, like, because we already have a trait or a skill category called survival. So not an individual skill, but like a organization of stuff. So like fishing, foraging, all of that falls under survival. We need to get out of this fight. We're overextending. I mean, honestly, it seems like I'm drawing more zombies from outside the perimeter than in. They're just trickling in from behind it. Yeah, I do feel like that one, like the corn syrup, like the corn to syrup to that. Like I said, I could see it being like food prep or food processing, chemistry, something like that. Because I feel like that's way more in the chemistry department than just survival. I'm willing to bet if you took like the average person who's like a genuine survivalist or whatever, that they probably don't know, oh, I could take corn and I could process it this way to make corn syrup to then, you know, do this. They're probably like, yeah, I know how to grow corn and I know how to cook it so it's edible. Is probably what you actually care about from a survivalist training thing. No, we need to wait longer than that. Okay. They're not attacking my doors and windows. It's been a number of in-game hours. So what we're gonna do here is I got this wonderful chair, a poor quality sleep. It's perfect. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so go in here, take another sippy sip of water. Stage our next weapon. All right. And I do actually have more than one crowbar in the truck and all that. I've been mostly just focusing on using these short blunts that I've got. One, to get weapons out of our inventory by using them. And then two, we actually got good levels in short blunt for where we're at in the game. So we'll get more mileage out of them. And since it all contributes to fitness and strength, it's still worth me doing because it'll still help me with all the weapons. All right. Honestly, for that matter, let's go ahead and grab one of the tire irons out of the trunk. And once I go and break this, I got my next weapon already ready. Alright, do we have the helicopter today? We do not. Alright. Like I said, it seems like I'm getting more zombies from outside the perimeter, just strolling around here, being a nuisance than inside. Which does happen. There's a lot of locations where this is an issue. The secret military base, this kind of happens as well. Is there any traits you'd recommend starting out with? Generally the traits that are always a good idea in my mind is I am a strong believer in the keen hearing trait. That's a really big one. Very much recommend keen hearing. There's lots and lots of other good traits out there. Keen hearing is the one I usually hold up as like, nah, really you want that. That's like an S tier trait. Other traits to really consider. Fast learner. Fast learner is another very strong trait. Just getting all your stuff faster is always a good thing. There's plenty of good ones, like lots and lots of good ones out there. The one thing is there's like no trait that is a must-have or anything that strong. There are certain traits that I would recommend avoiding, like the Restless Sleeper. Restless Sleeper is a really bad one. Hemophobia. That's another pretty awful one. Because you're doing any amount of fighting, it means your character's just stressed out constantly. On really low populations, hemophobia can work. But if you're anything below like really low populations, hemophobia can be pretty rough. Smoker, I've never been a fan of Smoker, but it is definitely much harder to consider now than it used to be. For me, any trait that requires me to carry more junk on me is usually a deal breaker. So like Smoker was one I didn't like. High Thirst is one I didn't like. Be careful with the ones that make it so you need to eat more or less food. They can make weight management a lot more of a pain in the butt. Nutritionists can be nice if you're a new player because there's a lot of stuff that you would think in the real world would give you a lot of calories, but in game just don't. I'm gonna slam that candy bar. So let's deal with the tents down here. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. The high hunger and high thirst are perfectly manageable traits. I don't want to imply, like, they're bad or anything. They are traits I'm just not really a big fan of. I will carry that since we didn't take outdoorsy. Don't do this. Alright, so... Alright. Let's not make real bad choices right now. We're gonna make those eventually. But right this second, I'm not gonna make those choices. Because if I start popping off with that one set of guns and no skill, we're just gonna make a mess of this place. Versus I'd rather get the guns out of this place, and then, you know, as we wander around, I can pick at zombies here and there, and that should work out okay. Oh, I thought I had the key for that building. No, it's fun. Well, the problem is those guns are really heavy. That's one of my holdbacks here. Is the guns are really heavy, so I can't really take them all in one go. And once I start popping off with that shotgun, it's just gonna bully us away from here. So I think what we'll do is we'll clear this place, and then bring the guns in the back of the truck to the next place. And so when we're opening up to start pushing Irvington or something, we just start popping off. Or when the helicopter arrives, we just start shooting anything that shows up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, as far as doing that here, all it's going to do is get that building torn apart from the inside and probably not even really result in that much getting done with it. I'd also rather grab the shotgun and like 3, 4, 5, 10 cases of ammo and just go for it than going grabbing the shotgun, doing 1 case of ammo, then getting another one and doing 1 case of ammo. Like, take a day of guns. But guns? Yeah, I'm not very genuinely, like, guns are tools. Like, I don't see them as differently than that. But I'm not like a person who's like, oh yeah, guns! Like, not even Product Zomboid, just in general. It's like, eh. Like, there's a lot of science that goes into them and all that, sure. And that could be interesting. I'm just not really into guns. Just not my jam. So I want to get back into our upstairs area. That way we can rest for a minute. We can start reading our next maintenance book. Wifey. I love you too. I can't stay what I'm not. You going to beddy bed? Yeah. That's a responsible wifey. It happens. Love. Okay, you want to just chill down there? I'm fine with that. There we go. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted. I was all like, I'll wait for the one that saw me, and I realized you had a whole crew with you. Alright. Yeah, but you just woke up? Yeah, time zones are what they are. Alright, so we'll sit down here. And mostly watching to see if they start banging on that window or the door. Yeah, so every little bit I'm reading that book. If we check our maintenance skill, pretty soon we'll start seeing it. Yeah, so we got a 0.8 times multiplier. Then it'll go up. And I think from here it'll get to an 8 times multiplier when we finish reading the whole thing. Which I'm not considering reading the whole thing at one go. We're just trying to get our muscle strain off. It's actually a dangerous place to be, because this is one way in, one way out. So say I pull like a group of 30 zombies or something like that. My choices are I ditch out of one of these windows or over the rail. And with us not having line of sight down there, I could ditch over here, right down into a zombie. So this actually is a fairly dangerous place to be. Generally speaking, that's one of the things a lot of people get themselves in trouble with. It's like, I need a strong, defensible position. And most of the time in Product Zomboid, a defensible position is also a trap. Sheet ladder? Only if I take the time to make it and have the nails to do it, which I don't. So for me, I got a Gravity Express out of here, if things went sideways. Now granted, as big as that room is, I feel pretty comfortable that I can maneuver the zombies around and then get my way back out. Like I got a lot of room to work with in here, so it's not too terrible. Like, obviously, I am using it. But it is a dangerous thing. The other danger here is if I got a zombie there. Normally, the way you keep yourself safe when you're exiting a door is you just jog like the one step. With that rail right there, it's real easy for us to jog, bump the zombie, get pinned where we run straight forward into the rail. And then, ooh, hey, I didn't even see you behind that pole. And it's easy to get yourself in a situation where you're not good. Hey, Fitness 2! Where suddenly you're like pinwheeling into the rail, and now you can't move because you stumble for 1 or 2 through steps when you elbow a zombie or like shoulder a zombie out of the way. All right. Yeah, so we're continuing to pull the zombies from back here, which is... That's what makes me curious, is what the heck is down there? There's so many zombies just strolling in 1s and 2s and 3s from outside. Where I was expecting this to be where all the fighting came from. But the vast majority, it seems to be the zombies walking around from out here. But that's fine, they are zombies in the area, which means I do want them to die. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out and all that good stuff. There's a ton inside? Oh, yeah. No, when Build 42 very first dropped, I went into Apocalypse and just kind of ran around to check out places. This was one of the places that we just ran into. And yeah, I was like, well, I'm not taking the time to clear it. And I even made the comments like, yeah, we're probably killing this character running in here in the dark. and we did run inside the place and died in there. Because of those things that I got, like, as, you know, getting pushed around in the dark and all that. So I didn't know my way around the building, nor could I really see, and I just cornered myself. But it was one of those things ahead of time, it's like, well, this is a character I don't care about, we're just exploring right now. We got about not quite a rally group worth over there. Got a pack of 4 here. Alright, see how many reacted to that? Got 1 down there, but otherwise the other ones didn't seem to care. Alright, looks like you got a good 5 or 6 zombies react to that or more. Keep backing up. They'll keep separating out the fast from the slow ones. Alright, move down here. Kind of just doing this like rolling retreat thing as we fight, just to give me a little bit of time to rest in between the groups. It's not going to really help me cover too much endurance and all that, but enough that I can help avoid some of the damage penalties. Alright, get this last one back off in the corner, recoup a little bit more. Would you die already? Alright, so let's get back over here. Just trying to recover as much muscle strain and endurance as possible. Mitigate as many penalties as we can. Yeah, after this pull, we probably go back in that building upstairs again. Read more of our book, because that muscle strain doesn't recover quite as fast as the exertion. So our muscle strain is just progressively getting worse as we're doing this. Okay, so the others don't seem to be aggroed by me. More than likely, my fighting got a zombie attacking that door or something, so we're probably hearing them bang on the door. And so with that, we should be good. Let's see, yeah, they broke that door down, and then it was non-stop stream. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I'm actually surprised that the door wasn't getting attacked. I had fully expected when I was making that noise, I was just going to watch that door get torn down. And I thought I had the shooting range, when I had the shooting range key, it was talking about that building. Because I was kind of hoping I could just pop open the door and start having them filter out of the building. Because we definitely got close enough to the building to cause the zombies to appear inside of it. But we'll see what happens with all that. We're just waiting on our muscle strain, continuing to get our multiplier on our maintenance. Because like we check our maintenance skill now, it's a 4 times multiplier, so I only need 1/4 as much work put into it. And that's in the book only half read. Books are ridiculously powerful. Well, that's cool. They actually made it so the bandolier has its own storage now. They didn't used to do that. That could just stay open, it doesn't matter. Couple of stragglers here and there. Just one tap that zombie, don't mind me. Get these two who probably spot us on the other side of the fence and got their way here. Clear them out. And pretty soon, we'll need to back off for going to sleep because we're going to start getting sleepy. Okay, so relatively productive day. We're still only sitting at about 63 kills, so not the highest kill count day, but we are gaining a lot of stats and stuff that'll help us out a great deal. Every couple points and stuff we get, the better. Would you notice me? Thank you. Yeah, so I smashed that window. This will be the last couple, because we're gonna get drowsy soon. Alright. You can see they got that window torn open. We've almost got all the zombies that are outside the building drawn out and killed. Not counting the rest of the surrounding area. And we can knock out this book. Should you get product Zomboid? That is a question that only you are going to be able to answer yourself, because I have no idea your financial situation, what types of games you're into, or anything like that. So I wouldn't be able to give you an honest answer to that. What I can say is I have about 4,000 hours in this game, and I still enjoy it. I still play it regularly. And so I very much have gotten my money worth out of it. But it is a game that is a very punishing game. When you die, you lose all your character's progress. It is a game that a single error is all it takes to take you from thriving to dead. It is a very, it's isometric, and I know isometric games are something a lot of people aren't into. It does have survival mechanics. I would argue it is a survival light game, in the sense that if you're just trying to stay alive, you can literally just walk out in the woods, drink from the lake, and survive forever. Like, there's ways you can do that relatively easy. It's just very unsatisfying if you do it that way. Otherwise, you go into town, you fight, you loot, you do all that stuff. Really, the survival mechanics are almost there nearly exclusively as a pressure to get you back to the zombies. So ultimately, the main thing of the game is it is a zombie apocalypse game that happens to have survival mechanics. But I do think it is a really good game that is still under active development despite like 12 years. Is it multiplayer? Yes. Project Zomboid is a multiplayer game. Right now, they've got what they're referring to as an unstable build. So they've got like their main build, that's all multiplayer, good to go. But they do have what's referred to as the unstable build. That's got like the newest things added to it. That unstable build right now is not multiplayer, but it will be. It's just while they're tinkering with stuff, they're getting all that working. They haven't gone and tried to mess with getting it set up with multiplayer quite yet. What change do I want to wait to for the 16 times pop run? To see how they rebalance crafting. Because right now, crafting my weapons for 16 times pop, I'm spending about 1/4 of my time just crafting weapons on the current build. And I was finding it was really kind of killing the enjoyment for me. Because there's just so much crafting when I wanted to be doing other things. So there's a lot of ways they could fix it. They could just bump up the durability we get from crafted weapons. They could make the crafting just a lot faster. That kind of thing. Lots of ways they could do. Maybe, yeah, they could add more weapons to zombies. That would be kind of circumventing the crafting. If they do want us to get into crafting, I feel like that would be a step in the wrong direction. My argument is for the effort you put in to make the weapons, they need to be better. Like if you're gonna burn that kind of time producing weapons, you need to get more reward for your effort. Minimal display bar is a mod. That's what this is up here. Okay, I just wanted to come out this way and make sure we're clear in case I had to retreat for the helicopter. Well, not retreat, I guess. But, move for the helicopter. It's fine, I'll put that in the bag. No, mineral display. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay, that'd be pretty cool. Let's see. Bumping up the durability of crafted weapons is not a good idea. You're playing in 16x pop. In normal pop, you can either clear and loot and move an area with the weapons you have, or the adjustment probably needed, but taking your experience as core will be bad for the normal pop players. No, I understand that, Bentley. My comment is more not even the 16 times pop. Like very genuinely, when it comes to a lot of that stuff, yes, the playing on 16 times pop does exacerbate the problem. I've been very forthcoming about that. My argument is still, for the time you fight, 1/4 of your time you'll spend crafting if you are crafting weapons. Yes, you are correct. On Apocalypse, I could choose to literally loot weapons and never once craft a weapon. You're not wrong. But if you're playing in AR settings, if you're spending any time whatsoever crafting weapons, you're going to put that time investment in, which is a significant time investment. You do need to have a reward. Otherwise, when you do it, you're just not going to keep doing it because it's just not going to be worth the effort. So I am keeping in mind the settings I'm playing at. Like even right now, playing as what we're doing right here, if I was deciding to use the crafted weapons, as opposed to just the looting thing. So like, say I wanted to push for like the military place, the military base, without going through and clearing a bunch of towns to accumulate weapons. That does mean I'm gonna have to craft my own weapons realistically. That does mean a very significant time investment to leveling up the skills I need to craft, to collecting the materials I need to craft, to the actual fast forwarding with bars above my head to make the weapons, and all of that stuff. So all of those things still apply on lower populations. It is a calculation between how much time am I spent doing the maintenance stuff versus the fighting stuff. Because like my argument right now is you're investing a lot of time to make mostly underwhelming weapons. And for the record, durability is the thing that I see as the problem. If you get bit, if it's GG, yes. Once you get bit, it's just over. And for the record, on default settings, you don't even need to be bit to get the zombie plague. Any zombie injury you sustain whatsoever in the game is potentially fatal. The game rolls a dice behind the scenes and says, did you just die? The moment you take the injury, and there is literally no action you as the player could take at that stage to change that fate. That's not what I wanted to do. Put that back in the buy, please. Yeah, no, that's what I've been saying, Eldor, is I would like them to bump up the durability, but have your actual skill in the craft be a primary factor. So that, like, if you've got yourself to 7, 8, 9, 10 metalworking, you can make yourself a really solid weapon. Whereas if you're at, like, metalworking 1, yeah, the knife you make is going to be kind of garbage. Like, I'm okay with the bottom part of the stats being the same. Like, the really crappy, I just produced this weapon I could barely pull off. I'm fine with that being a rubbish weapon. But the fact that I can go on a character, give myself 7 blacksmithing, 7 carving, 7 maintenance, and literally I still spend about 1/4 of my time just crafting the weapons, then there's no reason for me to do it. I mean, there's not no reason for me to do it. It's just not a feel-good thing. Because you're not completely against adjusting the durability of crafted weapons. What you want to say is don't buff it too much. Just give a bit more chance to get more weapons from other sources. Oh, why would I need more weapons from other sources? In Apocalypse, like, literally I haven't made it a whole weapon. We're talking base game settings. Like, literally I don't need more weapons. I'm literally just... not even being, I'm being picky about my weapons. They're so abundant. On default settings. No, at 16 times pop? No, I would argue, for the argument about like affecting gameplay kind of thing, I would argue the bumping the weapon quantity doesn't help with 16 times pop because you have to get to the weapons in the first place, which is why you have to fall back on all of the weapons you craft. So I don't think that solves the problem. Like, once you get in there, sure. But we're also talking the magnitude you'd have to bump up weapons would be, you know, pretty cartoonish. I would argue that's more of a negative impact on the game balance across the board. Bumping up weapon loot. Now, if you mean me changing my sandbox settings, then sure, but it's still those things I gotta fight into the place with the weapons and puts us right back to square one. Let's see, they seem to up the loot from Rex, at least. You started to craft weapons, and the stone weapons sucked. We'll see. Yeah, but also, anyone figuring out how to craft the blacksmith anvil yet? Yeah, no, I've made the anvil and I've done stuff. Zombies has less weapons on build 42 compared? Yeah, it is. It is way, way, way lower weapons. I actually don't see that as necessarily a bad thing. I do, like, very much Product Zomboid is trying to pressure us into doing the new crafting. If you are playing in anything but lower zombie populations, you are going to have to craft some weapons, at least a certain amount. So my feedback is the crafted weapons being so substantially worse than their existing counterparts, the effort involved in me getting a weapon where I just go into a locker, grab a weapon, put it in my backpack, and now I can swing it, is a very low cost to entry. Whereas the minimum cost entry to being able to craft a weapon on the blacksmith is a very high cost entry. And so the thing I'm saying is, for the amount of effort involved in crafting that weapon, if it's substantially worse than what I can just loot, I'm just not gonna do it. Like that's kind of the rub there. You create a system, but it's inherently worse than the existing thing, so you're just not gonna do it. So if you go to the other end of it, for example, if you want another example, we can go to the agriculture functionality of the game, where we grow stuff. So right now, when we grow stuff, it is a thing that they are using what's effectively real-world expectations. Crafted gear is worse than random pickups? For the most part, yes. They usually have lower durability. There are exceptions. There's like one or two crafted weapons that are kind of standing out as better, like the wooden bat, the short bat kind of thing. That's pretty good. The spade is a whole thing. But yeah, now when you get to like the points of swords and all that, they'll do pretty well. But it is just one of those things that, like, until you're talking like specific end game stuff, you know, if you just grab yourself a crowbar, it's way lower effort to get something that's going to be comparable to what you can craft. But that's actually why I'm not doing the 16 times pop, is it's just the sheer volume of time that, like, even 16 times pop considered, like, that's the thing when it's a percentage time. When it's a percentage time, it scales, both up and down. So what I'm saying, 25% of my time would be crafting weapons, versus 75% of the time would be actually using said weapons. If I'm playing on no population, just about, it's still 25% of the time is crafting weapons, I just do inherently less because I fight less. But on the other end of that, if I'm fighting much larger numbers, that still holds true and ends up being significantly more time because I'm fighting more. That's the reason I'm actually doing it by the factor as opposed to just base numbers. But yeah, it absolutely is a thing that is substantially worse me doing 16 times pop versus a regular pop so far as the effort. Like that is 100% correct. But I am giving the feedback, if they want us to craft weapons, they need to not be garbage. And for the record, I actually think the long blades you can craft are relatively decent. I haven't done much experimentation with them specifically. I do believe it is the same problem that fighting with the long blades, even at like maxed maintenance and all that, you're still going to go through a couple of days if you are sustained fighting. So do I go and I clear the buildings around here? Or do I go right into the big building? Alright. Thank you for waiting for me to be rested. But yeah, for the record, the whole problem, though, is something you can entirely ignore on Apocalypse settings, just because you have no need to worry about it. Did they add multiplayer to Build 42? No, I would not be expecting that literally anytime soon. I don't have any, like, insider information or anything like that of when that's coming. I would be shocked if it's not at least, like, late summer, early fall. And that's me being a little on the let's be ambitious here. I would fully expect it to be probably end of year. Alright, let's let them just tear apart those doors and windows. I'm gonna go duck back here, keep my retreat cleared. GTA 6 before multiplayer Build for 2? Yeah, no, probably. Like, not even being, like, memeing or anything, probably. Like, I don't know what their priorities are right now. My assumption is they're gonna want to get, like, the crafting into a relatively sorted state, and then begin properly tackling multiplayer. Not the other way around. And that just means we have to wait for that to get sorted. I think that's totally fine. If you really want multiplayer, there's Build 41 for you. Because, like, I'd argue right now, the new crafting is not really in a good place. They're working on it. Like, I think it's in a good place considering it's the first, you know, iteration of the unstable build and all that. But I think it's going to be a while till it feels like what they're aiming for.
Take a sip. Mr. Mystical.
Alright, so big pull. And I'll get that hydrate IO. Alright, so we got to retreat out of this one and break it up into multiple goes. I was hoping to get like one chain of like, you know, good 8 or 9 downed or whatever. I just back off. That muscle strain is going to undermine our ability to do much of anything. Yeah, so I can run over here, deal with what's chasing us, turn around, go back in. You found? Oh yeah, so for like finding weights and all that, they massively increase the rate you find those now. All right. Yeah, it's taking a lot of damage penalties here. That's a swing and a miss. Okay, down to the last few. Luckily, this ratchet really doesn't use much endurance to swing. It's just with all that muscle strain, we just aren't doing good damage. Okay, and we're all good. I also like that that zombie must be a deaf one, just didn't care at all. Which is good, because it's getting pretty close to hitting, Exert. Does it feel like more zombie survival games should take place in New England, to be honest? A densely populated northeast is still a fair bit of a rural area. I mean, there's plenty of options. Well, that's, we played the other day, we played Infection Free Zone, which I was a little disappointed to find out that since I played the demo way back, it seemed interesting. It's still only, like, an okay but interesting game, is where I kind of level it. But, I did find out they added generative AI to it since the last, like, since the demo, and I'm pretty salty about that, because I have pretty strong stances against generative AI. For, like, for art and that. There is places you can use it, that's fine. But, like, you know, replacing your key art by just not wanting to pay someone, I take issue to that. And so I'm a little salty about that. But that does let you choose anywhere that there's building to, you know, to go there. It's just, my only issues with it, and this is the comment I made before the generative AI, all that thing, is, as a real-time strategy game, it's okay. Like, it's just okay. It's not good, it's not amazing, it's fine. It's serviceable. It's like not taking any major innovations on that end of things. Now, the fact that it can generate maps off of real-world locations, that's slick. That's cool stuff. That's cool tech. And I look forward to seeing other games over time implement their own versions of that kind of technology, where you can play other games and, like, have it plop you down wherever you want to be in the world and play with that. I don't think we'll ever get to the point where you can just flat out choose anywhere in the world and you just drop in and you play like a Counter-Strike style game, because the closer and closer and closer your camera gets to stuff, the more and more and more you have to worry about those little things that it doesn't quite get right. Will stand out way more. Versus being an RTS, like, zoomed way out, you know, building having the wrong number of floors, no biggie. The room having, like, the building having that, the building having, like, the wrong aesthetics, you know, whatever. But, like, when you're really zoomed in down there for, like, a first-person shooter, you know, it's gonna be very clear that things are just not correct. But that's because the data they're using is a satellite image from straight above, and just does not give them the information about what's happening farther down. Not as much as they do something like Starbound. Oh, with the not paying for whatever. Or do you mean the mods? Mods will help this game drastically. Mods already help this game. Like, that's honestly one of the big things that holds Project Zomboid, like, the interest being so broad, is the modding scene. Which, like, I'll even say that even though I personally don't like modding the game beyond, like, UI and quality of life stuff. But I'll absolutely say, yeah, the modding scene is one of the things that keeps this game drawing in a big crowd. Because when you start to burn out in something, you can just mod it and change it. Now, I will say, a lot of the mods don't... Like, a lot of the mods don't change that much in the game in the long term. So, like, for example, Cryogenic Winter is a very popular mod. historically. It just makes the game cold. It's one of those things that once you figure out how to beat the cold, you're just playing the game in permanent snow. It's fun for a little while, but after a while, you're like, you know what? I just need to see something other than snow. The Toxic Fog mod is pretty cool, but that's another one of those ones that you quickly learn how to like get gas masks or whatever, and then you've beaten the mod. That's the big problem with environmental mods and Product Zomboid. They either have to go so extreme that you have to hug or fire every single day, like just run from fire to survive. That's cryogenic winter on its hard settings. Or you can overcome them within the game mechanics, and it's just, you know, again, it's a solved problem. They do have like mods for like special zombies. I actually really don't like those mods. To me, the magic of Product Zomboid is the fact that they're the old school zombies. They're not the Left 4 Dead zombies where things are like pouncing and shooting their tongue out and spitting acid and screaming so everything comes around. Like those are fine. I think those are great as mods, by the way. But that's not what draws me to Product Zomboid. And for the record, I played a lot of Left 4 Dead back in the day, and I really liked those games. But it's nice to have a game that doesn't try to constantly add more absurdity on absurdity. You're like, nah. They're straight up just old school zombies. The thing that makes them terrifying is they don't sleep, they never tire, and there's a lot of them. You played Starbound's Vanilla, you love it, but you miss the mods of it. I very much enjoyed Starbound when I played. I almost got all the achievements, eventually just got bored. But I was down, like, I'd already put in a bunch of hours and I was down to the achievement grind kind of thing, and some of the achievements are very grindy in that game. I've just had way too many times I've lost saves because, you know, this mod or that had undocumented things, or, you know, you get a soft lock in a game because the mod broke something. I've just had way too many times that's happened to me that I mod my games very lightly these days. And keep all rest on us. You're in so thoroughly immersed in the game that when you're getting into your first winter, I still haven't played the vintage stories. I've heard good things about it. All right. This is the reason I was taking apart those watches and all that. Just so I can discatch that. Let's see, in it, Vintage Storge feels like what Minecraft could have been. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like, from what I've seen of Vintage Story, it definitely feels like, you know, Minecraft learned to walk so that Vintage Story could learn to run kind of thing. That Minecraft did all the stuff to get it initially set up, and they said, all right, but yes and. Because when you even think about a game like Minecraft and how far it's come over like the literal decade plus that it's been around, like it barely is recognizable compared to what it used to be. Like, when it first came out, we didn't have, like, the Nether, we didn't have, you know, the Ender Dragon, the Enderman, we didn't have, like, these little things to make portals to going to different places. Like, there's all sorts of stuff that got added. Is Minecraft still Java-based? So there is a Java version, but the primary version nowadays is a .NET version. So, you know, C#, all that kind of stuff. But the Java version still is around. I don't know if it's got like feature parity or anything like that. I haven't kept up with the game. But that was a long time ago they did the switch over to .NET. People saying the .NET version. Yeah, so .NET has better garbage collection and all that than Java does these days. Like having dev'd in both, like there's like no comparison anymore. Are you talking about Java versus Bedrock? Yeah, I don't know what the thing whole thing, but generally speaking, .NET usually I think. You can't even pause Bedrock? Like I said, I have no idea about that, but from a performance standpoint... Thing? Well, I know a lot of people didn't like Bedrock when it first came out. I want to say that was one where you could only get that on the Windows Store, I think, when it first dropped. That you got like regular Minecraft, like the Java version, and then they did the split, and you could only get it on the Windows Store. So people were already pretty pissed off about that, which is very understandable. You know, you've had this game, and it's been its own thing for the whole time, and now you just got to go through this other thing to get the new version. And then they started to more and more make it so that when it came to the features dropping, they would drop on the .NET version before the Java version. So actually, I will actually argue against that, Hammy. If you actually look what happens with .NET these days, .NET is actually not run by Microsoft itself. It is actually a separate entity called the .NET Foundation, that because of that approach to it, they did splinter it off. Yes, a lot of Microsoft employees do work on .NET, but like to give you an idea, I quite literally have written code that all C# and all .NET applications do run. So every game you've run that uses Unity, some here like thing. So it's not a matter of control. Well, no, but it is about .NET, because you're implying that Microsoft hates Java because it can't control it. Which, considering the other version is .NET, Microsoft has ceded control of it. Which takes away your argument because they control neither of them now. Like, literally it's open source. You want to contribute to .NET? You can go do it. Not even all the people in charge of .NET, like, there's the bulk of them don't work for Microsoft. Like, I've listened to people who like throw hate around for Microsoft for ages, and don't get me wrong, Microsoft does do its thing that it does deserve to get hate for. Absolutely. But people like just to whine about stuff with that just because, you know, people are weird. Like, I still hear people about, you know, Google good, Microsoft bad. It's like, man, in so many ways, Google became like what Microsoft was at its worst. And Microsoft is kind of just keeping its head down now. I'm not saying they're exactly saints or anything. They're just trying to not be talked about at all. The .NET version is locked down way more than the Java version, which allows Microsoft to charge microtransactions .NET version, while Java has tons of mods. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, no, if you're talking about Microsoft, then yeah, like, sorry, if you're talking about the modability of the game, yeah, no, Java is way more open. If you're talking strictly on that one, no, but the reason why Microsoft wants to be switching over to .NET is within Microsoft, they work on .NET mostly. They don't work on Java mostly. Like, that's just a competency in the technology kind of thing. And then, right, we're running into more and more stuff is moving away from Java. Like, don't get me wrong, it's still the lion's share. Actually, last I checked, I don't know if it's dropped off from the... No, actually, didn't we talk about... Hasn't Java finally been dethroned as, like, the most used programming language? I thought it was, like, third now or something like that. But, like, Java's been hemorrhaging people working in it for a very long time. Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like Java as a language, it has worse garbage collection than .NET. And what that just boils down into is as you create and destroy objects in it, then you end up having performance implication. And don't get me wrong, .NET also has garbage collection, but it's way, way, way better than that. They basically killed modding in Bedrock? Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, no, that's still a problem. But them switching over to .NET doesn't surprise me. And I imagine the main reason that probably kills the modding scene is just the fact that unless they go and specifically program it to get like punch holes for you to get at, like Java, you can just write code and just shove stuff in wherever you want. No, I'm trying. That's being unfair. Basically, when it's wide open, you can just, you don't like the way that's functioned, you can just rewrite it. With .NET, because it's compiled in advance and all that, you have to open source the entire game to have that same thing, and they're not going to do that. For a commercial product that size, they're not going to open source it. That's just not a thing that's going to happen. Yeah, no, we've got that a lot. That was one of the reasons I stopped playing Minecraft back in the day. Like, I'd started to burn out on it. That was definitely the big part of it. But I just didn't want to install JVM anymore. Nowadays, you can get it where the game has the Java package bundled into the game itself, so you don't need to do a separate installer and everything. But I don't miss, oh, oops, the new version of Java. Gotta go grab the JVM. What's this do? Run worse than the previous version. Cool, man. Because didn't Oracle acquire Java? And tried to lock the whole thing down and then got basically mutinied against? And then, you know, caved? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And again, talking programming languages, not Minecraft. You can straight up remove files that were key for modding in Bedrock and shortly before functionality and implementing paid mods. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can't speak for any of that. That sucks. Alright, so air activity detected. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill the radio and the engine. This is not a day to clear that. So I got a bunch of fields up here. So one of the things I can do is we are here. I can just take the helicopter up in this field. It looks like it's basically fields all around. So we do have a helicopter D. Let's see. Oracle now requires a per-person license for JRE. Do you think it's $100 a year per person? Yeah. Which is a big part of why Java's been dying a slow death. Alright, thank you for hanging out. That Java's just been dying a very slow death is because when Oracle acquired it, they're like, alright, everyone depends on this thing. How can we milk this thing? And so people have been moving away from it for years. And as such, when we look at like the tools you use to work in Java, like Eclipse and all that, they also have been really, really winding down those. Yeah, well, Java server side is still hyper popular. Yes, it is. Both of them are seeing a reduced market share, but it's reduced from being the largest market share. So it is those things that when I was teaching software dev, people were like, oh my god, you know, Java has lost market share for its 8th consecutive year. You know, am I making a mistake in learning this language? It's no. It's lost market share for the 8 consecutive years and is still the largest market share. Vintage Story has a variant of C, probably C# then. Possibly C++. Sure as heck not going to be Objective-C or just C. Yeah, I don't know enough about Rust. What changes are we actually waiting on? I want to see how they rebalance crafting. That my opinion right now with where crafting is where it's at in build 42 is that for the amount of effort we put into crafting, we just don't get enough out. Yeah, when you're several orders of magnitude more used than the highest rivals, you have some ways down. Yeah, I think it was just in the past couple of years, like 3-4 years, that Java finally got knocked from the #1 position. I think it was down to 3 if I'm remembering correctly. That's one to look up, because I don't know off the top of my head. But I remember we looked that up and it was just kind of curiosity. Because I remember the last time I looked prior to that, it was right on the fence of being dethroned. It just hadn't quite happened yet. If you're wondering why I'm just out in this random field killing zombies, basically my plan is to take the helicopter up here. It's not specifically because it's nearby the Guns Unlimited or anything like that. It's just we happen to be driving this way. It's a big open field, so it's a relatively safe place to do a helicopter. And rather than sitting here and doing nothing while we wait for the helicopter and just killing the nearby zombies, we'll pull anyways. But yeah, no, Java server side has been going down in popularity because we are running into more and more security issues. And a big part of that is there's just not as many people innovating in that space. You think as the generation changes, Java will be fine? Well, I don't think it's a generation thing. Yeah, I don't think that's a generation thing. It's you've got the existing products you've been built and you've put hundreds of thousands of hours into developing and all that. They work and all that, so you don't want to just, throw out the baby with the bathwater and switch it all over. But as we continue to see Java hemorrhage more and more market share, and less resources are being allocated to updating its tooling, keeping up with, security, and those kind of things, that we will see it slowly chip away and chip away and chip away and chip away until we reach that point that it finally slips into the area of Fortran and COBOL, where it's still around, but it is one of those things that it's like, you specialize in that for the handful of companies that for whatever reason aren't updating it. Like, aren't switching. According to recent data, Java is considered one... Yeah, it is. Like, when we're saying all this, it is definitely in a good place at the moment. Like, all this doom and gloom sound and talk, it is kind of, we see the writing on the wall that it's not getting the love it needs to continue to grow, and it is very, very slowly bleeding down, that companies that were using it end up shutting down, and so that is, a little bit of market share lost, or, you are trying to do something, but you require a certain level of certification security-wise, that implementing that with Java ends up being very difficult, if not reasonably doable, so you end up starting to pivot. Finding people who are Java experts gets harder and harder, so you end up pivoting to something where you've got more available resources and other technologies. It is a slow burn, to be clear. Java's going to be around for a good while more. So it's more like the next generation comes with newcomers in space initially shown their options instead of Java, so people coming in. Oh, if you think that's the big thing secret, that's not the way usually development tends to work out. Most of us, when we go and we learn our first technology, it's not usually what you end up working in long term. A lot of time, a lot of people end up bouncing languages as need be. So like if you get a job offer and it's a good job offer for Java, guess what you're learning? You want, like, if you got offered good money for PHP, I'm sorry, that's what you're working in. So a lot of people, that's actually when I was doing my my educational programming languages and all that, where I was teaching technical skills, that was my target demographic. Was someone would come in, they would have learned language X, but the boss says they need language Y. Guess what they're learning? Language Y. Yeah, people still use COBOL, and you're pretty sure we will see Java. Oh yeah, no, Java will still, I agree, Java will still exist 30, 40 years from now. By then, I'd expect it to be one of those things where it has like 5-10% market share, It's still around there kicking, it's still relevant. But yeah. Let's see, your college taught Java? Yep. The university I went to taught Java. The languages I learned was C and C++. But even C++ is kind of fading these days. It's been losing ground as well. Especially since we've had multiple places they put out advisories that multiple governments and security experts are saying, hey, stop using C++. It's just too easy to make mistakes where you leak stuff. Like, it's powerful. It's a powerful language. But unless you're going to be given the time to properly do all your work in it, it's real easy to do stuff like cause memory leaks and that if you're not really careful. And you can still do that in other languages. What's up with the game? I am walking on a field that happens to have stripes on it. But yeah, to give you an idea, so in college I was taught C++, C, and then Java was available. I didn't do any of those 3 languages when I started dev. Yeah, no, it's no graphic error, it's just stripes in a field. Alright, helicopter, get out here. Looking at data science jobs, it's mostly Python being requested. Yep. Yeah, these days you're seeing a lot more Python, a lot more C#. There's another language in there that's a big one that's been going up. It's not one I've put a lot of time in. I know Go's been doing all right. I don't think it's been getting big though, but I haven't been keeping up with that much lately. But generally speaking, Java's been moving down, C's been moving down, which C moving down surprises literally freaking no one. I believe Objective-C... Oh no, Objective-C I think was going down. Didn't Apple change the, I thought they made a change with their programming languages on the back end. Like, it's still Objective-C, but it was some re-implementation of it. You do PHP, and even though it's super old, it's improved a lot recently. You doubt it's going anywhere, but it's the lowest hanging fruit there is. Yeah, Swift, that's right. So Objective-C has been losing mileage and Swift has been building up, primarily for Apple's mobile apps. Because on the desktop you can use a lot more options. One of the things that's actually been artificially holding Java up is Android. Yeah, R has seen a bunch of action. I actually don't know much about R. It was like the language was out when I was teaching, but it was kind of one of those ones out in the edge. Okay, I'll let you talk programming. See you soon. Cool. Let's see, Apple's making Swift more cross-platform like Microsoft did with .NET. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing. Like that, to me, that was the one big strength Java had. Was at the time, if you wanted to cross-platform your languages, it was Java or it was C++. And I'm not counting JavaScript in there because seriously. And so that was the big thing there. But as you had other language showing up, like Python and C# being made to, like, or .NET being made to be more cross-platform, and apparently Swift being made cross-platform, that took away one of the primary benefits of Java, where it was just, you know, another language that was a generalized language. And in turn, the other languages were seeing a lot more resources put into development. And that's true of Python as well. Like, Python has a lot of resources that are being put into making it better, getting it better tooling and all that stuff. .NET, like, as much as people want to throw a fit about it, Microsoft has always been good about supporting it financially to make sure it gets better tooling. Even with it being open sourced now, like actual open source versus the first time they open sourced it, where it's like free to look at but don't touch it. You know, when they open sourced it the first time versus actually open source like it is now. They've always invested very heavily in the tooling. Both, like, lately on like, you know, you can get .NET Core for free, or sorry, .NET Code. Sorry, Visual Code for free. And all that stuff, and it's open source. You can do all sorts of amazing stuff with it. JavaScript is not Java, correct. My comment was that Java and JavaScript, not that they were related in any way, is that technically JavaScript is cross-platform, but also it's JavaScript. You can do a lot of amazing things in JavaScript, but using it to, like, write entire applications for desktop use, please no. It is done. Please no. I respect that JavaScript is powerful. I respect it can be used almost anywhere. But also, I assert it should not be used everywhere. There is places that are wrong to use it. I killed the zombies in the field, and I'm weighing that. What do you think is good for UI development? And do you ever think you think everywhere full stack devs are preferential to our UI devs? If you're asking like the focus on full stack versus UI exclusive, usually when you're getting into much larger companies, that's when you start getting into specialized, so UI developers, that kind of thing. So you're talking like AAA games, large systems application, like, you know, doing something like Microsoft Office Suite, or doing, you know, like developers behind Eclipse. I'm willing to bet they have UI specializing devs, though you couldn't tell because, look, man, I don't like Eclipse. There's a bias there. If I'm being genuine, there's a real strong bias against Eclipse for me personally. I cannot stand Eclipse. Which, for those who don't know what Eclipse is, it's what you use to write Java code using an IDE. Integrated development environment. Microsoft changes its GUI every 2 years. When was the last time that Microsoft changed the GUI on Windows? Windows 10? When did Windows 10, like, sorry, when did Windows 11 come out? How long was it between Windows 10 and 11? Do the math. WinUI 3? Oh, if you mean like developing, yeah, that's normal. Before UWP, before WPS, before Windows Form, yeah, but take the math of how long was between those. WinForm is almost 25 years old, if I'm not mistaken. 25 years old. Like, WinForm is going back to ASP days, not ASP.NET, just ASP. Like straight up back then. That's like comparing almost 30, like 20, probably like 20, 30s being an exaggeration. That's like being upset that DOS changed its UI. Yeah, how old is WinForms? Let's see. WinForms release date. That is not even remote. Oh, that's a totally different thing. Okay. I was like, that did not come out in 2018. I'm sorry. You're wrong. I taught that. It's detecting the wrong technology because Microsoft does its thing that always is awful, where they share the names of technology moving forward. Was that the AI answer? Yes, it was. And it said it was 2018. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you're wrong. Like, you are super wrong. Yeah, here we go. Initial release 23 years ago in February 13th, 2002. That is a 23-year-old technology. But let's go ahead and compare. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. So the next one we've got is Windows Presentation Foundation. To show you that I actually know what I'm talking about, that I don't even have to look it up. So Windows, oh, I need to actually do release date. So again, it's not December 4th, 2018. What is your UI? I mean, actually that one might be. But initial release, ooh, is that it? Give me this here. Windows Presentation Foundation. So that's gonna be 2006 for 4 years later. So 4 years later, 2006. And now we can do UWP, which was the, was that the United Windows, no, Universal Windows Platform. That's right. Universal Windows Platform. And I'm gonna guess that, I don't have it up here yet, I'm gonna guess that's gonna be like 8 to 12. It's somewhere in that range. I don't know the exact year, because that would be when Windows Phone was a big thing. Where the hell are you? Because that'd be Windows 8, but Windows Phone before that. Where's your date? Why are you hiding the date from me? 2012.
So that would be another 4 years. And then you're saying WinUI. WinUI is their new one, and I'm not going by version numbers, by the way. Because being like, well, they had version 1 versus 3, yeah. And WinUI would be 2021, so that'd be 5 years later. Actually, double check, because that is, well, it's not WinUI, the library. The WinUI library would be a different thing. We're talking WinUI like the front end. So actually, WinUI... Oh! WinUI and UWP are the same thing. They happen at the same time. Like WinUI is the larger thing that connects to so you have like WinUI, UWP, and WinRT were all part of the same release. Yep. But yeah, and then like I said, people complaining between like, okay, version 1, version 2, version 3. No, UWP was all sandbox, right? But they all came out at the same time. Like they were all pushed for the same UI initiative. They got released together. Like, I'm not saying that they do depend on each other or anything like that, but it was all same. It was the move to XAML, is what that was. We had XAML for Silverlight. Silverlight died in a fire. UWP was brought on the scene, and WinUI was also XAML. Because before that, when you wanted to write a desktop application, you had to use all your code using this UI system. And if you wanted to write a web application, you had to use that UI for your system. So for that UI code. And then if you wanted to do a mobile app, you had to use this other UI code. So what they were doing is they were moving it all towards it all being XAML. You can still use all those older texts too. Most of them are still supported, with the exception, I'm pretty sure Windows Form is dead. I think Windows Form, they may have killed off Windows Presentation Foundation. But the point being is that's where they were trying to bring things together, so you didn't have to know like eight different types of code to run, bring the same application to the whole thing. The open source Windows Presentation Foundation? Yeah, that's the thing that Microsoft's been doing a lot of lately. When I say lately, like the last 15 years? Maybe 10 years? That they were taking a lot of the stuff that we people use to develop software and open sourcing most of that. Yeah, nobody wants to write the same application for multiple players. That's why everyone uses Electron. All right, let's go ahead and hit another assertion. Electron, market share. Because I find Electron applications super annoying. Not as a developer, but as a user. Is that... No, that's Electron Micros... No, that's... Let's see, Electron... Was it a frame... I can't remember. No, don't give me the Electron company. Framework. Market share. Nah, I'm not gonna find it. There's too many things named Electron. But yeah, no, I feel like you're letting bias color your beliefs, because I've not, like, I used to hear about Electron all the time in my dev circles, and I don't hear about it much anymore. It's still around, it's still kicking, it's not dead. It's nothing like that. But the assertion nobody wants to write the same app on multiple platforms, I agree, which is why everyone uses Electron. I feel like that second part of that is making a lot of assumptions. Because like I said, historically, Java, that was the whole thing. You could write it for once on Java and shoot it out to just about everything, and it would work. That was the whole magic of Java. These days, I can do the exact same thing in .NET. Like, I can write it and export it as just about any type of application, it'll work. I've done that. I've written applications where I write one code base and I fire it off for Mac OS X, Windows, just in general, portable devices of various types, Android, iOS, and don't get me wrong. And the only one that's a real pain was iOS. Like that had some serious pain points.
But that was mostly resolved even back then, that they had things we could bring it across. Your whole taskbar is Electron except for Chrome. Do you have stock? I mean, it's open source, so you can't have stock. But yeah, that would support my thing, because I believe Discord is Electron, if I'm not mistaken. I think, yeah, Discord looks like an Electron app if it isn't one. As far as applications on my computer right now, I think it might be literally just Discord and maybe Slack, because I'm guessing Slack is probably Electron from the way it looks. I mean, nowadays, 90% of crap is just web applications. Web applications, or you're using proper productivity tools, which most of those productivity tools end up being their own thing. Ooh, Visual Studio Code. I don't think that's Electron. I'm pretty sure that's not Electron. I could be wrong in that one. Because it feels like an Electron app. That one I'm not sure of. VS Code is Electron? Gotcha. GitHub Desktop UI. Why are you running GitHub Desktop? I'm teasing. I actually ran it as well. It didn't used to be Electron. But yeah. Alright, this helicopter's annoying me. It could show up, the latest it could show up is 7 p.m. Electron JS? Yeah, so Electron allows you to do a lot of front-end stuff and all that. You thought Electron is basically an encapsulated frozen Chrome browser-based application? Sorta-ish. Yeah, it's Chrome and Node bundled. But yeah, imagining that's just the circles you're dealing with are heavy Electron. Because I do know the last I was messing with a lot of that stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, Electron was there and it's relevant. I'm not gonna say it's not. But like, the everyone's using Electron, that feels a whole thing. Let's see, stupid car decide today is a good day to have a breakdown. I'm sorry to hear that, Night Dweller. That's not fun. Okay, so the helicopter finally decided to grace us with its presence. Literally at the last possible minute it could. So let's go here. Second helicopter 07/31/93. No, I take that back. 1 hour before the latest it could have been. Inexpensive? That's no fun. Sorry to hear that. Let's see, you hate Electron. Since it's a security risk, Chrome has plenty of monthly high-risk vulnerabilities. Electron-based app requires us to wait for the developer to fix the problems. Yeah. Well, that was what we ran into. So the company I had been working at before all this, you know, we were branching out our different product lines and all that before it got acquired and the whole thing burned down because it was a bad acquisition. But what ended up happening was we would sit there going, okay, well, we have kind of gotten everyone in this market we can get, like, realistically. Like, throwing a bunch more money at this market, we're not going to get more customers out of it. So we need to be able to reach new markets, which means primarily reaching them on more devices than we previously had. And we had a mobile application. It was terrible. It had been something that had been, like, outsourced before I worked there and everything, and was living on life support, because it just didn't get much usage and all that, because it was hot garbage. And that was, like, one of the major things that happened while I was there. I wasn't involved in that particular project, but we did bring that all over. We took our existing code base from being a monolith into breaking it up into its separate components to support being able to have it, like, where you could watch courses on your television, and you could watch courses on your phone, and you could watch courses on your tablet, and all that. Because a lot of your application, a lot of your Electron apps are old Electron versions, for sure, yeah. But when we were discussing what technologies we wanted to use, and keep in mind, this is a company that If the programming language existed, we had someone competent in it, authoring courses. We had people super knowledgeable about it and all of that. And we did end up going with, for most of the stuff, .NET Technologies. We did have a couple applications we kept on Ruby, because we did have some Ruby on Rails applications that were doing some slick stuff that re-engineering was going to be an absolute nightmare. Just because it was doing some very specialized things that certainly could have been ported, but it was just one of those things that are like, are we willing to dedicate 3, 4, 5 years to porting this, or just leave it alone? And we went with leave it alone. For the mobile one, we had scrapped it. And I want to say we had 3 different iterations, one in Objective-C, one in Java, and I couldn't tell you what the last one is. But we scrapped those, and those also got moved over to .NET as well. And those applications were really good towards the end there. Just in time for an education company to be acquired by a financial firm who had no idea how that industry works. And was like, what if we keep cheaping out on our courses in every way imaginable? What do you mean people are all going to the competitors all of a sudden? Yeah, no wonder. This is an industry that depends almost exclusively on goodwill and, like, reputation. If you burn the reputation on an industry that reputation is your lifeblood, you're gonna die. Alright, so I got 1 pass. We'll give it a little bit longer to see if it comes back. And there's a number of industries that's true. Like, for example, when you're talking about, like, the food industry, when you're a major food chain, one of the most dangerous things that can happen for you, like whether it's grocery or restaurant or whatever, is if you get the reputation of having unsafe, tainted, or unclean environments, that'll kill your company. Like, your company will go from being extremely successful to suddenly barely able to keep its doors open. Who built these farms? Probably farmers. Most likely in Kentucky. More likely, developers based out of the UK. Oh, my truck's way back there, that's fine. Alright, so it's a one and done helicopter, so small favors there. Jack in the Box took a while to come back for the E. coli wave when you were a kid, you recall? Oh yeah, no, there's a number that didn't make it back. Like, there was a good number of different restaurants that over the years had, you know, you'd find out that, like, some percentage of that restaurant, like, had some major egregious, like, health code violation. Not like, oh, their floors could have been a little cleaner, but like, oh no, like, preparing undercooked chicken and all that kind of stuff, and people getting food poisoning and all that. And then they got a reputation. And especially when they had a competitor ready to jump on that. Like, this isn't an example of something that actually happened, but a comparison to give you an idea. It would be along the lines, like, if, you know, KFC had some, like, really, really awful, like, widespread health violation that was, you know, effectively on their own negligence. And Popeye was like, hey, you know what we don't do? Poison our customers. Who would have thunk that's such a big deal? I was gonna grab that truck, and then I remember I didn't gas it up. There's been a number of times that you've had restaurants that have jumped on that, like, picking fun of, like, oh man, what was it? This is going back to, like, 2010? It was one of, like, the burger or sandwich kind of places that one of them had increased their prices, and the other one went the other way and just made fun of how much they jacked up their prices. And, like, it took them a while to, like, ride that out. You've had an odd years ago, back buying the game for the original creators. It was so American-based. Yeah, no, I mean, the idea is this is rural Kentucky. They've chosen to depict the US. It's a big thing is they wanted it to be this kind of rural area. And a lot of the stuff that as presented here. Yeah, so I'm just getting some killing in today because we wasted half the day having to walk around waiting for the helicopter to do its thing. And it seems like that meta event kinda screwed with some of these plans. But that's actually not a question that gets much nowadays, but for the longest time in Project Zomboid, every once in a while would be like, oh, the developers are based out of Kentucky. It's like, nope, no, they are not. They're based out of the UK. It's like, well, then why Kentucky? It's like, they wanted a rural place in the US. They chose Kentucky. That's what they went with. I don't know how much more decision making went into that, but that is the way it broke down. You heard it's because they want to have Fort Knox? Maybe. I hadn't heard that myself, but it'd be totally believable. That's also one of those things that I could very well see that being like an important thing to them when they first made the game, and then when they start continuing on, that just over time, like, it is a thing in game dev that you'll sit there and say, here's what we're going to do and all that, and then you start making the game, and the thing you thought was going to be a lot of fun doesn't work out as well, but then some other mechanic, people are like, oh my god, this is amazing. So you end up pivoting your game idea. That happens all the time. That's one of the things that makes me very curious. Like, that's one of the things that makes me very curious when it comes to a lot of games that do like the early access roadmap where they say, here's what we're doing for the next 2 years based on this Kickstarter. And a lot of them can hold to it, but it also makes me worry about the inflexibility of that. Like, again, you're making some Stardew Valley style game, and you get into it, and it's got like this quirk or gimmick that you're all excited about, and you're like, oh man, people are gonna love this gimmick. And then people are like, man, this gimmick sucks. Like, but you've done so well at depicting these characters, and these storylines are amazing, but this gimmick you're forcing on me is terrible. And then having to go, oh, well, on our Kickstarter, that's the big marketing point we had. And right now, like, if we change it, we're violating, like, what we promised we were going to do. Because that's normal in game development to make your prototype of the game. And like I said, the things you expect people to get super into are not usually necessarily what you think. Well, sometimes they are. Let's see. Tragically, you have a friend who lives in Louisville, but you can't ask him about the quality of the game because he genuinely has phobia of zombies. Can't understand the word. Well, we've pulled up maps of like Louisville and all that. And compared Project Zomboid, and it's close enough to right. Like, we did a lot of discussion around it while we were playing Infection Free Zone the other day, that we chose what in Project Zomboid is Louisville University, but apparently in real life is a completely different educational facility. That apparently Louisville University is like way farther away to the southeast, still in Louisville, but like in a totally different part of Louisville than presented. Which is fine, it's a video game, it doesn't matter. And that also, like, if you look at, like, you know, Louisville's a real city, there's, like, blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks of residential, like, townhouses, that kind of thing. And Louisville, as far, like, if we pull up Louisville's map in the game, if people remember from the yesterday playing Infected Free Zone, where was the university in 1993? We actually had people look it up, and it wasn't the same one. So we were based on the university, which is... Where are you at? So you go on the main drag. That I don't think is it. I think, yeah, it's this. Yeah, so this is the university, this whole purple area here. And these are like dorms and all that. But like, if you look at this, in the actual Louisville, there's like 10 or 12 blocks of residential between here and like the next major thing. So they kind of take all those residential, what would be like, if you see this area here where it's, you know, one block of residential, this in real life would end up being like 10, 20 blocks. Like just smoosh the whole thing down. And there is a mall over here on the east end of Louisville, but in the real world, it's like way the hell down here. And this is all city going out that far. And also the river kind of goes over and down. So it's got differences. But it is one of those things that it's close enough that you pull and you go, hey, wait a second, that's the mall at the entrance of town. That it's similar enough that you'd be like, hey, wait a second, I do see this. But they have to do lots of hand waving to like mash stuff up and do all that. Let's see, Star Citizen is a game that's something that was sold with an image in mind and then dropped as a Kickstarter. 12 years later, the initial idea has become so bloated and compromises made. For example, 100 different planets are promised. It was confirmed last year that they're not dropping 100 planets. Yeah. And like to a certain degree, like, well, Star Citizen I actually have pretty strong, not so positive opinions about. It is a normal thing that you'll have people's like imagine, you know, Star Sector, or not Star Sector, that's not a good example. What's the one I'm thinking? It's not the Bethesda. Why am I blanking on its name? Bethesda's latest entry. Starfield, that's the one. Yeah, like I played a bunch of Starfield. Imagine if at the beginning they're like, yeah, we want to have a universe just like Elite Dangerous, a one-to-one model of the Milky Way galaxy. And then they realize with the procedural generation, it's like, oh, really, our procedural generation is really not that good for this. This is really bad. What if instead we made it like 50, as opposed to literally hundreds of thousands? Let's make it just maybe 50. That feels way better. But if they had been marketing the whole time that they were going to have a 1-to-1 ratio universe thing. Let's see, Voyager, at least one of them is in Elite Dangerous season. It is. Yeah, Elite Dangerous has got some amazing tech in there. That it is a 1-to-1 representation of the Milky Way galaxy. Now, granted, there's a lot of hand-wavy fuzziness because we haven't actually mapped out every single thing in the Milky Way galaxy. So it does a lot of adjustments and all that, but it does get the scale mostly feeling right. Yeah, there's a lot of things. But they do a good job of it. But it's also a criticism that Elite Dangerous gets. It does a much better job with its procedural generation, in my opinion, than Starfield did. But even then, people go to like half the universe are like, this is a dirt rock that has nothing on it. Yeah, you're in the middle of nowhere outside of human civilization on a moon around this planet that no one's been to. Yeah, it's a rock with nothing on it. What were you expecting? You really wanted to like Elite Dangerous? We got was so bad at flying you couldn't get past the tutorial. Sour cream and onion. Oh my god, you want product Zomboid right now? Yep. Yeah, that was the thing. Like, I don't know for a fact. My understanding with Starfield, the way they did their procedural generation, is they basically had existing almost complete bases, and then would, you know, the map would load and be like, that's that one complete base. So you go to 3 different planets and get the same base in each planet and all that. So it was like, okay, you procedurally placed the not procedurally made building. Cool, man. Cool. Yeah, we'll do one more day. Yeah, for the record, I actually really enjoyed Starfield. Would I say it's an amazing game? No. It was fine. It was alright. Like, I had a good time. But, like, they were trying to pitch the New Game Plus real hard, and they did have a lot of cool ideas. But just the nature of the game really didn't lend itself well to New Game Plussing. So, it's fine. Yeah, we'll take the truck. I was debating whether or not I wanted to walk out to where we were clearing, and then bring the other truck back. I just don't want to deal with it. I also don't know how many zombies got drug out there from that meta event in the helicopter. So very well could be I wouldn't be able to get over there, gas up the car, and drive away without hitting a bunch of stuff. But yeah, no, Starfield had lots of problems. It had a lot of the problems that are very typical things that are part of why, for me, a lot of the Bethesda games were good-ish, but at the same time, never really wowed me. Like, Skyrim was really, really cool, and the modding scene is what I feel like keeps it alive. But really, when you go outside the modding scene, it's like fun for a playthrough, but it is absolutely one of those games where you go into a cave, and outside like the very special handcrafted mission caves, you go to cave number 12 and you're like, wait a second, this is the same cave. All you did is you moved some of these shelves around to give me a different path through it. Hold the hell up. I already, like, you got to the point where you started noticing you'd go into a new cave for the first time and you already knew your way around. You're like, wait a second. You're just recycling the same cave again and again. We got a solar system. We got 9 planets. Yes, you're including Pluto. Where was that? Where did that go? Let's see. Best reason you've heard of Play Elite Dangerous as opposed to what everyone else tells you. It's cool. You'd like it. I mean, I very much, yeah, look at our own solar system. Yes, you're including Pluto. You don't know how many moons, can't bother counting. Everything except Earth and 4 gas giants are lifeless rocks with nothing on them. So a game where every planet and moon has an atmosphere and life is so ridiculously unrealistic. Oh yeah, no, the reality is space. We have yet to find other life out there, maybe not bacteria kind of things. Period. We haven't found evidence of other intelligent life out there and all that. And I'm definitely someone who does believe that genuinely, just statistically speaking, there is almost a near certainty somewhere out there exists other life. Now, at the same time, do they live close enough that that's relevant for us in any way that they could ever reach us or us reach them? Probably not. Probably not. Because as far as our concept of fast and light travel works, is that it doesn't work. Because when you go fast and light, you're not matter, you're energy. And yes, I know there's theories, but all of them have, like, some math that works on paper, but then you actually go beyond paper and you're like, yeah, but we have no way of confirming any of it. And so, barring faster than light travel, even visiting, like, the next closest star, like, next closest potentially habitable planet is a lifelong commitment for the people making that journey. So assuming that's where we're at, that is the reality we live in, and there's not some, like, defying our understanding of science breakthrough. Let's see, yeah, same here, Rual. Life on our planets? Absolutely, it's definitely somewhere. The universe is too big for there not to be. Are there buzzing UFOs around us? Not really, yep, agreed. We're not going to count No Man's Sky in actually... Yeah, well, I mean, No Man's Sky is supposed to be a very different game. I think it's 20 years the nearest Earth-like from the latest newsprint. But if you went FTL, it would not age as much as your family on Earth. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's one of the terrifying things when it comes to dealing with, like, software development and time and all that kind of stuff. It's already crappy enough to deal with time zones and daylight savings. the day we have to start factoring in time dilation based on the relative speeds of different things, because you're going to need to do that, because the people on the spaceship are going to need to be paid appropriately for the time that they worked. And, you know, for a small journey, okay, sure. Time dilation might account for a couple of seconds. Who cares? But if we're talking, you know, traveling from, you know, really long parts away at faster than light travel, supposedly if we accomplish that, where time dilation could get up to minutes and hours, it'd just be like, well, just the software dev just, well, no. We already had to do that with GPS satellites? Yep. Luckily, it's very small things. You know, you're reading some morbid stuff regarding the Apollo 11 and how Nixon had prepared a statement if 2 of the astronauts died on the moon due to some equipment failure, but NASA has thought about what to do with people who die on long journeys because that's necessary. Oh yeah. They made so much money in No Man's Sky, they can work on it nearly indefinitely. Yeah. Do you have any mods? Your menu looks different and the bars on the left. So the bars on the left, that is a mod, and this is a mod here, UI. These changes here, those are not mods. If you go into your accessibility settings, I am using the dyslexic font. That's just based in the game. And then you do have font sizes right here under the user interface, under the font section, as well as like scaling the Moodle and all that stuff. So a lot of my stuff is scaled up. That way people who have, you know, they're on mobile devices, have accessibility needs, those kind of things. Yep. We've been overpaying the astronauts on the ISS for a few extra milliseconds for far too long. The reality is we're probably underpaying them by a few milliseconds. Because more than likely we're basing their pay off of our clocks here on Earth, and them moving faster than us means time process is shorter for them, and therefore we're robbing them of a few seconds. I look forward to the legal actions by the astronauts, and them taking these labor law violations to the federal court system, because they deserve to be paid fairly. No, we're probably talking the entire time an astronaut's been on there, it would be single to double digit seconds, maybe, that time dilation would come into effect. Because it's basically a thing of the faster you move, the more significant the dilation is. No, it does not go backwards in time. No, Superman cannot spin around the planet, and suddenly everything goes backwards in time. That's not how time works. This is true, they do get paid salary. But you get paid salary usually by the month or the week, so we still are robbing them of a couple fractions of a second of salary. Assuming they stayed there for any amount of time. But yeah, that said, it's, in that case, it's one of those things, it's so like a minute amount. If it equated to more than a couple of pennies, that would be a surprise. Yeah, time only moves forward. Yep. That's like, I've had people like, when do you think time travel will be a thing? I'm like, I mean, you can time travel right now. You go to bed. Congratulations. When you wake up, you're in the future. But as far as like reversing time, you're just measuring something that exists with time. You're not changing time inherently in how it functions. Yes, we can like cause time dilation by going real fast, but that's basically the thing moving real fast. How it's experiencing time is different than the time of the things not at that speed. So the impacts of that time are very different. But ultimately, time as far as like an existing thing, you're not changing the universe to teleport yourself to a new time or anything like that. It's just, it affects you genuinely different. Which is not exactly time travel, it's more time fudging? Time mooshing? Time stretching? The time's still timing. You're just kind of wiggling the numbers on it a little bit. Current job you start as a contractor position, your fixed rate day worked out to $100 an hour, paid monthly. Oh yeah, that's yeah, no, I've had, so most of the jobs I've worked have been bi-weekly pay, so I get paid every other week. That's been the bulk of jobs I've worked. I've had one or two that were weekly pay, and I had one that was monthly pay. The worst one is when you're dealing with like contracting kind of stuff, so self-employed contracting, which is what, like, when you're going into how do you get paid for like contracts in streaming and all that, that's what that boils down to. Thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. So like Twitch pays us on the monthly, so I am dealing with monthly pay and I'm not making nearly $100 an hour. You don't want to hear the hourly rate. It's real bad, is all I gotta say. Mickey D's pays much better on federal minimum wage for the hourly. But with all that said, the one that's really rough is when you do like the sponsorship. Usually the shortest you get is net 30, and for those who don't know what I mean when I say net whatever, that's basically from the time that I have completed my part of the contract. That is how long they have to pay me for my work. Before that, you know, they're delinquent, delayed, whatever, and then I start writing nasty grams being like, where's my money? You said you're gonna bring me my money. My wife keeps asking about the money. I would hate to have something happen to you for my money. I obviously don't do that. I do be like, hey, just as a reminder, you are supposed to pay me. And I've been fortunate, I've only had one time I've been stiffed. But, it is one of those things that, yeah, no, so because I'm self-employed and I use Twitch as a platform, I'm not contracted with Twitch, I'm not an employee of Twitch, I'm none of these things for Twitch. Basically, Twitch offers me a service and I utilize that service, and my self-employment is to myself. If I had to, like, if Twitch gave me a required schedule, then we're getting into them areas where I would potentially have an argument that it is a employment situation and that Twitch would be required to pay me minimum wage or whatever. But that's just because I can at will work when I want, not when I want. I have no obligations legally to Twitch that they can't make me work certain hours or do certain things or anything like that. Like, it is not relevant. Rual is violating. So, that's the thing, though. When you're self-employed, minimum wage isn't a thing. Like, you know, if I'm, like, a graphic artist and I'm making art, and I don't get commissions, because I'm not making minimum wage, doesn't mean I get in trouble for violating some pay or something. It's just the nature of the beast. Where are you in an army place? An army place? I mean, I'm at Guns Unlimited, is where we're trying to fight into right now, which is just west of Echo Creek. Like, literally, north part of Echo Creek, go west, you can't miss it. I mean, you probably can, but you're putting a little effort into missing it at that phase. McDonald's pays a minimum of $25 there in Australia. You have a requirement to pay $6,000 to $7,000 a year for training here in Australia. You work for Mickey D's here, and you move in a restaurant. They snap you up because the training. Yep. There is a lot of value in a trained employee. Yeah, so, right. Let me circle back to that. Where was it? I just saw the question a moment ago. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. There was one talking about time, on how time affected things. And I saw the response to it. I was going to respond to the first one. Yeah. Time is perceived effect, right? We, the observer, notice a progression, base a time frame around it. No. Yes. Correct. So we, like, our days, months, years, and all that, those measurements of time, that's what we use to explain time. Time doesn't give a crap about those explanations, but that's how we explain time. We are measuring the passage of time as it's experienced. There's things that you could do where you can have devices that experience time, and again, moving at near, like, really fast speeds, the way time is observed changed. Let's see, wait. Rual is replying to our messages while working his job? That makes us employees of Rual owes us money minimum wage, right? No, because I haven't requested you to do that. You're doing so willingly. Like, if I'm sitting here and I'm running an office, and you show up for some reason and hand me my mail, I don't suddenly owe you $10 for handing me my mail. Now, if you were continuing to do that for a long period of time to a point that it became an expectation, and if you didn't do it, I was like, hey, why didn't you bring me my mail today? Then you start blurring those lines, because I know there have been cases where a person basically effectively did work for a company for a long time like that. And then someone was like, you know you're supposed to be paid for that, right? And they're like, oh, I should be paid for that, shouldn't I? And I don't think that person ultimately won, but it was one of those things that there was definitely a, hang on a second, this person effectively was doing work for you for like literally like 10, 15 years. And you just kind of didn't say, hey, stop it, or hey, you know, let's hire you or whatever. You just kind of hand waved it away. Kind of messed up, man. Let's see. Because a streamer would need to get 3 new subs every hour streamed for the first 8 hours worked. After those, who do you have more? Oh, it'd probably be more than that. So, alright, so we're looking at it. So we're considering the 50-50 split. And depending on which minimum wage we're going, because we're crossing country lines and all that. Like, if we're assuming it's something like $7 an hour, because I just don't feel like doing the math more complicated. Yeah, no, that would probably be around right, three subs an hour, because I would get a 50-50 split of those. And I know it's not $5, it's more than it now. But let's just pretend it's $5 so math isn't hard. You know, you get your $2.50 from the 50-50 split, and then you do it all the way up there. So then you get all that. Draw you away from that corner, so... I do miss the days when you got... Let's see. Does that mean mods are employees? Oh yeah, I pay them in fish heads. And if they're really nice, I'll throw some more scraps in there too. But yeah, no, in reality, they're volunteers. It's one of the reasons why when people mod for me and someone's like, "Oh, sorry I couldn't make it tonight." It's like, "No, you do not apologize for that. You are not being paid. Like my expectations of your schedule are 0. Like if you're here hanging out and you want to help, like that's what I hope for from my mods. Like unless I'm paying you, I have no right to be like, hey man, I need you to be here on this time. I have no demands I can make on anything like that. It would not be okay. I would love to be able to pay my mods, but man, very genuinely, this doesn't exactly pay. Don't got the budget. All I need you to do is just make me, like, just blow me up, make me, like, literally have, you know, tens of thousands of viewers, so I'm actually making really good money, so I can justify paying my mods. I'd love to be able to do that. I'd love to actually be able to see, like, yeah, you know what, I got a graphic artist on retainer, you know, have mods, have an editor, and do all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, for me, I physically, like, if I got to the point of paying the mods, literally I'd go negative in like the money the channel brought in, just paying for like a mod to be here for the stream, because that would be one I would expect to have to pay minimum wage. But yeah. But there are a couple channels who do actually have employees. That there are channels that once they get big enough, they do actually have a hired staff of mods. They do keep like 1 or 2 editors like being paid editing videos for them. It's part of what lets them continue to grow so much, is because with that size and all that, they can afford to pay a proper quality editor a decent amount of money, so that they get kind of like priority and everything, or like exclusivity in some cases, and that they can sit there and stream games and like constantly just cut content and be like, hey editor, here's what I want, and just, you know, be able to be posting YouTube videos that are properly well edited and everything, and also be able to, you know, go and do their live streams and all the other things, and constantly bringing like new emotes and animations and all that kind of stuff. But like the number of channels who do that, you can probably count on. You might get to a second hand, because you got to be making big bucks before you can start really having a permanent staff. Like, I don't even have an editor. I would love to be able to afford an editor. And I know there's people like, oh yeah, man, I'll edit this for like $5 or whatever a video. It's like, I wouldn't feel comfortable paying you that little. That wouldn't be fair to you. Like, I very much feel that people should be paid their worth. So like, when I get my graphics arts, the emotes and all that, like, either make it myself or I pay like an actual fair rate for it. Which is one of the reasons I don't get tons of animations and all that. I don't want to take advantage of someone desperate or whatever. Let's see, you understand that YouTube pays creators well over... Let's see, you understand that YouTube pays creators well over others like Twitch? So I am in circles with lots of creators who, you know, primarily do YouTube, primarily do Twitch. Some of them have been relatively large names. I'm not going to name drop anyone here. But a lot of the same things you hear people complain about on Twitch, they've got the same kind of issues over on YouTube. Like, one of the things that does happen is a lot of times YouTube will demonetize their videos for all sorts of random reasons that they then have to like parse, okay, why did I get demonetized? And a lot of times once that happens, that means they put in all the effort and they're gonna make no money, $0 off of that effort. Because when they're demonetized, they literally aren't allowed to make money on it. Like, the ad money just doesn't go to them. You also have it where, like, randomly stuff will get deprioritized, that kind of things. So even some of your big name YouTubers, so they're not like the big ones out there, because the huge names, like the largest creators both on YouTube and on Twitch, do make really solid money. But once you get out of that like top 0.001% of channels, like none of them are making good money. YouTube or Twitch for that matter. You got to be up there, you know, doing stuff like, I don't know about the Mar names, like the Markipliers and the Matt Pats and all those. Like there's a like when you look at Game Theory as a channel, that has been one of the most successful channels in YouTube's history, even though its numbers aren't necessarily the highest. Just because of all of like a lot of the money that channel gets is actually from doing all the stuff outside of their content. They have the content, that's huge as well, but that they do consulting and all those types of things. That's where a lot of their money comes in from, is actually the consulting side of the business. And I have no idea how that is nowadays since Matt Pat stepped away from the channel. It's also absolutely crazy that YouTube still keeps ad money in case of that, right? So they have an incentive to do that even? Yeah, but usually they have written rules on it. There's a whole thing there. It's a whole stuff. Yeah, Broadcaster still has to worry about the sensibility clauses. Yeah. Let's see. Of the two channels you mod, one of the streamers has done like 3 streams in the last 2 years, and has given up full-time streaming to become an editor. The other is Undead Baron, who is barely watch anymore. You told Baron to remove you as a mod due to your inactivity. You told him no. That's a very Undead Baron thing to do. Most of the mod team were his mods and started actually actively mod there. He keeps as a rank. Yeah. No, Undead Baron's fantastic. I've collabed with Undead Baron. Like Undead Baron's one of the people I need to do more collabs with. Just we have a lot of like. It definitely feels like while we have very different content styles, it definitely feels like we do good content with each other kind of thing, in the sense that he brings a little bit more chaos and I bring a little bit more of like the wry humor and everything, and that it works out pretty well. Because I know we did Played Up together. We did oh, what the heck's that submarine game? It was a big group with the submarine game. We've done a bit of Project Zomboid together. And we keep wanting to do it, but it's one of those things that like it can be a little Borrow Trauma. Yeah, that's the one. We had a big group of people doing Borrow Trauma together. But yeah, because we actually have like just so you know, I'm not blowing smoke out my butt. We do have here. Oh no, the button didn't work. 1 second. Why did you not work? It's pointing the wrong place. Give me 2 seconds, cause I want to fix the button. Stream assets, sounds, both real bad. Okay, switch audio devices. To aux. And it looks like all my audio devices got changed because everything, when any device changed, decides wants to forget it. So let me fix it while we're here. I'm not gonna deal with the sad rain right now. That one takes too much time to adjust. But yeah, so we got like this one. Oh, none of these are great choices.
No, those are both real bad.
Yeah, there's a clip with the Barrow Trauma. Yeah. Yep, there's that one. But that sound clip which we grabbed was from Played Up. Me and him were playing Played Up, and it's going really well. And I can't remember what it was. We got for like doing burgers, one of these things that's gonna add like 3 extra processes, and we're just like, oh no. But that was a lot of fun. Me and him have talked about doing a lot of collabs. It's just like I've got to sit down there and put on the schedule and all that. Because it is one of those things that when I do collaborative content, I like to do it, like schedule it well in advance. I'm like, okay, you know, this day a week ahead, that's when you go do it. And Baron can do that, certainly. But it's one of those things that a lot of other creators, and this isn't even a Baron thing, this is just in general, I would say the bulk of creators I've collabed with, a lot of them prefer to do things like kind of short notice, because there's a lot of when you go to plan your content on your channel, that there is a lot of ebb and flow that you can't count on. That you'll be like, all right, we're gonna go do this thing, and then something happens, and that game developer says something like really stupid and pisses off a bunch of people, or like comes out with like a really crappy like money grab kind of thing, and then suddenly that game is like really unpopular all of a sudden because of it. And you're like, ah, crap. And you gotta pivot. You're like, okay, well, we're gonna play 4 days of this game to like get through the story. And then you realize your viewers don't really like that game. They're just not enjoying it. And you're like, all right, well, never mind. You're like, all right, well, I'm going to do a one-off of this game. And then you play it, and your people are like, that was amazing. I want more. And you're like, oh, well, I guess we're playing more of this game now. That there is a lot of just having to roll with whatever happens. That very often your plans go out the window. Like, for example, today, we were supposed to be playing The Long Dark. I came to realize, chat, I had actually played through The Long Dark episodes 1 through 4 on stream, and the VODs are already, like, available on YouTube, and have been there for almost 2 years. And episode 5 is not out yet. 2 years later, the whole reason I was playing The Long Dark. And so when I realized I had even done episode 4 already, I'm like, well, I'm not just gonna redo the exact content I already did. Like, I'm not gonna see anything new. And so I was like, you know what? I'm pretty bitter about this. I'm going to not play that today because all I'm going to do is complain about it the whole time. And that's going to be bad content for everyone. All right. What am I doing? Hey, Wendy? Wendy. Yeah, there you go. Very clearly the lady from Wendy's. She had the right polo. She had the hair. She had everything. Let's see, would you be willing to play long-term a game that you don't enjoy because people are watching you? No. Because realistically, what's going to happen with that is it's going to start bothering me more and more, and my content quality will suffer because I'm not enjoying what I do, so you'll deal with not short temper, I'm not much with a temper kind of thing, but it'll be one of those things that, like, stuff that really wouldn't normally get to you will start to get to you more. You'll just get frustrated easier, and your content's gonna reflect it. You can't like hide being frustrated with the game very long. So I actually think it's a very bad idea to keep playing something after you've burned out with it or you're unhappy or stuff like that. Like usually your content suffers, and most of the time when that happens, you will start hemorrhaging viewers. There are exceptions. There are people who are like the best of the best in whatever game it is. They've long since burnt out. The way I would phrase it in the past is you see that person, they're like, hey man, we're gonna be checking this game out, we're gonna be playing it, it's gonna be great, we're gonna get all our buddies, we're gonna get some W's, we're gonna do whatever, and then they boot up the game and you watch their soul leave their body. That instantly all the joy just kind of leaves them as they finally get into the playing the game kind of thing. And it's just one of those things. It's like, man, I never want to be there. I've been in the job that has been utterly soul-sucking. When I can control, like when I'm my boss, I don't do that. Like, if it gets down to that's the make or break, I have to play, you know, a game I'm not into, or else I go into a different career and then streaming stops. That's just what it happens. The moment like this becomes a job I no longer enjoy, because I feel obligated to play a game I don't want to play, then why am I still doing it? Why am I getting paid terribly to have a bad time? And for the record, me talking about like the pay isn't me being like asking for money. I'm doing financially fine. My big thing there is more of a caution for people who are like excited about getting into content creation. Just be aware, even at the size of this channel, this is like barely what you need to be able to keep the lights on kind of money. And a big part of that is because my wife, with her job, has health insurance and all that. Without that, I couldn't do it. Let's see. Streaming is very like an on-the-spot improv. That it shocks you when you see a creator and they say they have everything planned out 3 months. Oh yeah. No, there are people who are really good about having their entire week planned out in advance. I used to try to do that. Like I had a whole thing when I first started streaming. Like I should rephrase that. When I got to the point, I'm like, hey, wait a second, I might be able to do something with this. Like, instead of me just streaming to a couple of friends, like, I've got a bunch of people showing up here. This could be something. And I had what I jokingly referred to as the AB strategy, which it was at that point I was streaming 11 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's non-exaggeration, and it was very consistent. You know, pandemic on a pandemic. But during that time, what I would do is I'll probably have this right. I believe it was 4 days was one game, whatever game was performing the best on the channel at that time. 2 days on a game that I was interested in seeing if people would be interested in seeing. And then I had 1 day that I referred to as my variety days, where we wouldn't care about numbers. That's a math for wannabe streamers? Oh, you still need 3 subs per hour to make minimum wage for 8.5 hours of streaming. So that's let's see, 2 minutes break, 30 minutes for lunch, unpaid. Yeah, and for the record, when you take those breaks, even my little 5-minute break I take towards the beginning of stream for when my wife gets home, even with that, usually you'll see a pretty significant dip in viewership during that break. Like, it's usually like 20%, something like that. Like, very genuinely, you have to take the breaks for your own well-being and all that. But even if people understand it, like, the fact of the matter is you are there to entertain. And if you're not entertaining, people do bail. And that's fine. Like, that's just the way it is. Like, no salts to anyone. Like, that's just the nature of the whole thing. If you're not providing the content that people want at the time they want it, they will go find someone who is. Now, one thing to keep in mind with, like, the whole minimum wage thing is a lot of jobs minimum wage, even if it is part-time, there's still some level of benefits you get. I don't get those benefit things. If I want benefits, I gotta afford them myself. So that makes the math work even worse. That you have to sit there and be like, no, but actually, you gotta pad that time out a little bit more for all those side benefits you got going on there. And for the record, I'm actually very happy with doing the content creation. It is easily one of the more stressful jobs I've done in my career, which may sound like whatever. But it's very different in why it's stressful. Like, you know, when you have the software dev job and they give you the unrealistic deadline and you got the boss breathing down your neck and you're like, okay, like, is my job in any real danger? Like, can I make this deadline happen? Okay, well, I know the next person in the production line has to keep their part, which means I need to get it to them in time for them to do their part. And, you know, all that kind of garbage. Or, like, when things go wrong, you're like, oh, crap, like, this issue we're running in here could actually be a legal matter for the company, and while it's not my fault, I'm the one who has to, you know, go in here and fix it. And, like, there's all that kind of stress. That's certainly a thing. But with, like, when you're self-employed, it is just a thing that I'm like, okay, well, this day I'm gonna play this game. And no matter what decision you make, unless it, like, just absolutely blows up and does extremely well, you almost always afterwards be like, man, was that the right choice? And every decision you make, you'll be like, oh man, it's all over. I made that decision. I killed the channel. It's all over. There's no coming back from it now. And at just the same time, like, even when your numbers are up, like, literally in this past week, I've had the thing where I've had that, like, really stressful, it's like, am I playing too much Project Zomboid? Am I moving my audience to being a Project Zomboid audience where I know, just like last time with Build 41, those numbers are going to drop down to a point I will no longer be able to sustain the channel on Project Zomboid? Am I playing too much and pushing away my variety audience? Am I cashing in now at the cost of tomorrow? Like, am I killing my channel? Like, even though looking at the numbers are really good on the channel right now, but you'll second guess it. Because you do know that you ride or die in your decisions. And there's no, like, you can do a lot of number crunching, and I do a lot of number crunching to try and help make informed decisions. But ultimately, there's just not, like, you don't have the means of asking all your viewers and, like, getting a proper poll and all that, and be like, hey, I need to know what you want out of me. Because, very genuinely, those polls don't get enough participation to be, like, they're better than nothing, but they're not super thing. This is why it seems to be so many quote-unquote, is this why there seems to be, oh yeah. So there's two main strategies you have with content creation, is that you have variety content creators and you have single game content creators. And there's a pro and a con. Generally speaking, single game content creators grow faster. That's the vast majority of the time that is true. There's obviously exceptions, but generally speaking, a content creator who gets themselves into one game, gets themselves known, will grow in that one game faster. There's a catch to that, though. There's a risk to that, a very high risk. You ride or die with that game. Your channel lives or dies with that game. And it's especially if it's a game that has an audience that almost exclusively watches that game, which Project Zomboid is one of those games that, while there's certainly a lot of viewers here who watch a lot of different games, it is a thing that when you're looking at it, most people who watch Project Zomboid, in the bulk generalization, watch Project Zomboid. It's not that they won't consider other one of those things, but it is just one of those things that they will follow Project Zomboid. Which means if we watch number go down in Project Zomboid and you get to the point it's like, oh man, it's starting to impact my viewership because people are falling out of this game, you get that weird thing where your audience is there for that game. And so you switch games and your audience is gone. You'll have some who will hang out who are just here for you, but like the bulk of them were there for Project Zomboid and you were the one playing Project Zomboid. And you can insert other games in there, RimWorld, whatever. And so it is kind of one of those things that the alternative strategy is variety. And sometimes it'll be you work your way up in one game and you pivot to variety. There's a whole bunch of different strategies and all that. But with a variety, what you're doing is you're hopping in and out of different game categories. You know, you'll do a playthrough, complete that, and be like, cool, I did the farm sim, get that out of the way. You'll have some games that are reoccurring ones on your channel, like Project Zomboid is for me. RimWorld's another one, farm sim is another one. But you'll pop into something like Subnautica, you'll play it, you'll finish the story and be like, cool, I did it, put it aside. And you'll have some number of people who are excited for Subnautica pop in. If they're there only for Subnautica, then they go away. But you have a bunch of different people you'll cross paths with, and some of them will like your content because of how you do it, and they'll come back. And as a variety streamer, that's the people you care about most. That's who you're aiming for. And you'll still have the new people who show up. Around 70-ish% of them will be there just for the game you're playing. And when you switch, they're gone, or when they lose interest, they're gone. But you will get some who will stick around for what it is, and that's variety has the much slower build-up. But on the other hand, because it's variety, say Project Zomboid again falls off the map, just people lose interest in it and all that. It's fine. I got all these other games to play, and I've built up this general audience. I can just move on to the next game, and sure, maybe I lose some viewers, but it's one of those things I can float and not have to worry about it. Like, I'll be okay. And there are games that people have felt been very safe in the past, that they've streamed for years, and then suddenly the sequel comes out and tanks, and it just takes out their whole channel. Like, there have been people who made their name in Kerbal Space Program, as well as City Skylines 2. Or sorry, City Skylines. That they would do all sorts of stuff where they get into, like, talking about city building and developing as they do that, and they had pretty good audiences. And then the next game came out and flopped really hard, and it removes the interest in the first game too, and then suddenly, from no fault of their own, their audience is gone. We've also had cases where like you'll have a game that'll add new microtransactions that'll just piss off the existing audience so much that, again, it's not the streamer's fault, it's the game did something to kill the excitement in that game, and then suddenly you're like, oh, but because you played just the one game, you ride or die with that game. Now, to be fair, there's games that stick around forever. Call of Duty is still around, League of Legends are still around, GTA RP is still going strong. And, you know, yeah, if you get into that, you can keep doing it, but if you burn out in that game and you're just miserable, that can be the same problem. You've got that one game audience. At least there in the burnout stage, you can make the decision of going, okay, well, I'm burnt out in this game. And usually the way a lot of people will pivot from being a one game to a variety streamer is they'll go, okay, well, I'm going to start with my game that I'm known for. I'll do half a stream of that, and I'm going to switch to another game. And it's not like, here, check my bait and switch. The idea is I want to have people come in, have them drop in and start watching, and I'm going to switch games. A bunch of people are going to leave, and that's fine. That's a calculated cost. And you turn around and you turn around and go and go to your new game that you hope to stick around. You'll have some people who bail right away. You'll have some people stick around just to see what it's about, and then they'll bail. And you'll have some people who are just like, you know what? I'm already here. I'm enjoying this game. Okay, yeah, we'll check that out. Like, let's see what it is. Let's see. The thing is also, for instance, that if you have 100 viewers who wants engagement compared to 10,000 viewers who want background noise, then it'll be a very different workload. Yeah, no, it's also like different channels have different vibes. You have some channels that are very high energy. They're trying to get everyone engaged and all that. Active participation, those can be really good. You can also have my channel is far more in the relaxing kind of thing. I'm background noise that is a deliberate thing. Like, people fall asleep to the stream all the time as an intentional thing. And that's my offering. That's what things when you are streaming, you have to decide what is the value I am providing my audience. And make sure your decisions are in line with that unless you're making a deliberate pivot. Let's see, when you first started streaming, people asked you if your intent was to go full-time and make it your job. You always laughed. As a minimum concurrent subs you had to have per month to be at the earnings of your full-time job was like 2,000 subs per month. That's only $5,000 a month per 4 taxes, which was maybe $500 per month for your full-time employment. Now, with a different, higher-paying job, it would need to be 75. Oh yeah, no, like, if I go to the most I was paid as a software developer, like, literally I would have to work 4 or 5 years on Twitch just to make, well, actually, probably more than that, just to make the same as what I pulled in 1 year. And that's not counting benefits. It's not counting that I had stock options and all that kind of stuff as well. Because you love when streamers play games outside their usual interests, but their core audience usually hate it. Yeah. It is one of those things that I do polls on my Discord from time to time, being like, hey, would you like to see me play XYZ game? And I'll usually take those votes like very, very much to heart as best I can. But it is one of those things that I'll have like a bunch of people that I'll have a lot of responsibility, 20-some people like, oh yeah, we'd love to see you play this game, and then I stream it, and the viewership is like half its normal amount. It is what it is. There's times you got to do that, the whole thing. When you're doing the simple calculations earlier today, yeah, I need every day to be close to 5,000 subscribers every month. Yeah, and to give you an idea, do I have the subscriber count right in front of me? I bet you I can show that. And keep in mind, today is actually a very well-performing month. It's been a very good month for me this month. That subscriber, we're at 617 sub points. This is an abnormally good month, by the way. Normally my sub points would probably be about 1/3 of that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And part of the way I make those gaps meet is when we do the sponsorships. Like, you probably noticed the Factor appearing below me. That is a sponsor of the channel. That is a hardware sponsor. They do computer cases and headsets and all that. So I get paid by them monthly and all that.
Thank you, Bafster, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Bofster, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here, and I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Where the heck is this chair? Am I not sitting like right there? It is. So solid day, 118 zombies. That is the highest kill count day we've had yet this run. Big part of it because we were able to get all stuff. You love the fractal case? Oh yeah. That's That's when they approached me being like, hey, would you like us to sub your channel? I was like, yes. Yes, I would. I have been using your cases for like 12 years. And they're coming out with their chairs and all that. I want one of those chairs. I can't justify it right now. Trying to see if they'll bite and they'll give me one. But I love that. The chair is in the dark. You'd walk forward a bit and you'd trip over it. Yeah, no, I knew it was by it because I wedged myself in on the elbow on the desk. But yeah, and I know we're like kind of paused here because I'm going to be wrapping up here in just a minute. My voice is starting to go just a little bit, which usually doesn't happen, but we had a lot of good conversations today. But it is getting about that. I mean, we're over my normal wrap-up time by just a little bit. But yeah, we had like the good thing, and I like being forward about the economics behind content creation and the strategy and the numbers and the data, because I do feel people like you can be successful as a content creator. The odds aren't great, but you can be successful as a content creator. But a lot of it is being like, all right, you're gonna have to live on a real tight budget. Like I eat lunch almost every day right now is rice, a little bit of like fish kind of thing. And like, you know, very, very cheap meal that's good and healthy with broccoli and all that stuff. But I eat stuff like that a lot because I can't afford to eat out. It blows the budget. And those are just decisions you make. But I'm okay with that. Like, I did lots of dev work, but right now, with the situation in the technology industry, it's rough. Like, it was one of those things I used to take a lot of pride that because of my name recognition I have as a developer, you know, like literally, I very genuinely mean it. If you run any .NET code whatsoever, you are running my code. Like literally everything, like every Windows PC is running my code. Most Apple computers are also running my code. I wouldn't be surprised if Linux is, but I don't know that for a fact. Digital billboards in Las Vegas were running my code. That I wrote the code to run those digital billboards and everything. So like I've got name recognition out there. And it used to be a thing is like I didn't care about getting fired from a job. I would stand up for people who couldn't stand up for themselves. Because if someone fired me, I was very comfortable in a couple of weeks I could be in, you know, another good paying job. And right now, that's not the way it works. That I've found I'm in a weird place where lower paying jobs won't take me because my credentials are too high that they correctly assume the moment a better offer comes, I would bail on them, which is the correct assumption. Because if I'm being underpaid for my experience, I'm going to find something better. But people are also not hiring the people at my experience level at the rates that's appropriate either, which creates this weird thing that it's hard to find work for me. I've got too much experience for a lot of the offerings to consider me, and on the other ones, the rates they're trying to cut, they're trying to get entry-level people, or they're trying to get massively experienced people at entry-level pay, and it's a tough place right now. A real tough place in the tech industry. Took you 5 months to reach $100 payout threshold to get your first payment. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And you only hit that threshold twice, and it's mostly thanks to Valheim with Troublemaker. Spend a few bits, impact. Yeah. I got very fortunate with my journey in streaming. I began streaming Grand Theft Auto RP because I was playing that off stream to practice improv skills for purposes of the conference talks I was giving, because I could practice the technical side very easily on my own. But like when people ask you questions and do stuff you don't expect, the only way you practice that is by running into it, and so I did GTRP for that. And then I made a bunch of friends in that, and I wanted to show what that was like from my perspective, and one of them wasn't going to be able to be on the game that day, but could be on the internet. I'm like, you know what, I'll stream it. I can probably stream it. I've never streamed before, let's figure this out. And I streamed it, and I just didn't stop. But the server was down 3 days a week, so I'd play like RimWorld and Product Zomboid, and it just so happened, like I started building up a little bit of audience on the RimWorld side, that people who I had no idea who were started showing up. And then I had a big raid by Trustin way back in the day, like before Product Zomboid, like was still back, and I will back at my save build. And I got a big raid of like something like 70 people from there, and it was just abnormally, like it was just a really good lineup of our mutual content and personalities that I had a very big number of them actually follow and come back to the channel. You know, usually it's a handful is all you get on a raid, and was a big number. And then suddenly I was relevant in the Product Zomboid category, because at that point the category was dead. Like, it was pulling average like 100, 200 people. And so I got known there, and I got known for doing sweaty try-hard content in Project Zomboid. And then Build 41, they announced it was getting dropped, like, with multiplayer. And I was in a world record run at the time that happened. No, that's not true. The world record run came a little later. But, like, you know, I was a big name in the Project Zomboid community at that point. It was just a very small community right then. And so I was just in the right place, right time to ride that wave. You know, then I started a world record run and set a world record. And that just kept pushing that. But it was one of those things that I built up an audience despite still doing the variety thing that was mostly Project Zomboid. That when that record run died, like Project Zomboid had already been kind of on the outs on the numbers because that was like way after Build 41 dropped. And it was like literally overnight when that record dropped, my channel dropped by a third of its audience. Like just 1 day difference. Just straight up dropped down. And that's just the nature of the beast. But I've been very lucky that I grew very, very fast. How long have I been streaming? I have in the About section the actual days. I believe I'm coming up on my 3-year partnerversary, and I only streamed for about 1 year before. Like, I made partner in under a year, which is very atypical. That is not normal that you go that fast. It does happen, but that's an outlier. Anyways, with that said, before my voice is totally gone, and obviously we are wrapping up, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is how all of this works, is you follow the channel and you do that thing and you watch more of it. If you are overwatching on YouTube, because I do stream to both platforms, that way I have the VOD there and all that stuff, the stream will be ending for you abruptly because I don't have the ability to raid over there yet. We're close. Last I looked, we're only about 20 subscribers on the YouTube side for being able to host out, and then I gotta figure out how that even works. But, we're getting there. Now, for all those over here, grab that raid message, the top one if you're subscribed, the bottom one if you're not, because you won't have access to the emotes for the top one.